guy inside of mid once again. Trying to work on their strategy very early on in the matchup. They've already taken the spawn away from the serve, but with a few seconds scrap points, and here will be taken. See if they can get that repeated once again here. Nachi, good positioning, takes the spot and out, goes in for the spray, able to fight back from the bomb. Has already been right now missing the shots, but the push is on the back up. Right there, that's on fire. After that, ABC Sports are doing well so far. It's already, I mean, that gun is just absolutely, you're not gonna have anybody playing that extra bit of distraction, taking away much more easier than offense when it comes to.
Wins the 8th pick of the face here. Yeah, there's one thing, when you make the mission, it's also early in there, coming from Change World, but it will not hold as the rest of lanes will dig them down.
We're finally getting some slack off of the dominating ones that we got in the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here. Evo now!
Change World right now, who needs to make a hold, and there's a point. We have Emo right now with that UQ9, and
time around we're looking quite solid, especially with 2-1 ratio in here right now with 38 seconds left. And
or just this moment, 2 points and 2 lives ahead. To fight back, Zenny, it is now a trade up after trade up from what we've seen earlier. We still might
if we go.
With the bread might have been a bars, but not so much of a takedown. But with that heavy, a double kill once again.
With the gun that I managed to spot, I don't know if that was a misplay fire. Irfanjay is the only one playing and a little bit of an offense. I say that Zed quickly takes the position to hold the spawn for the Malaysian side. That's the kind of leaves. And you know, this was something that we talked about.
I think this will continue on as Evan is still in there with Crush on the backstab, but a trade-off against Esper will be in their pockets.
For the side of Huntsman, this is the kind of what gives you that extra bit of advantage. And as soon as the player back 3 kills now, can he get more out there? Not just an MSP.
But and we have Crush right now going in for a rotation.
Blacklist International Ultimate is now with the warehouse hold, just taking the fight straight up. Look at the investments of the score streaks coming through from the Indonesian plan, and that plan is to take over the early hold onto B3. You can see the
that trade and has
he's the guy on the side of
number 2 in blue can happen.
Good position, but Aim's the one that gets the sledge. You can take it out of there. Time is running out, Cali.
And right now, the push comes to stop. Slowly and surely, getting this time to ultimate. They get
investment off the Sparrow, and Oakat's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Skirt are so close, and Oakat wasn't punished. Manages to get.
WDC.Freeslot battling against NGU Esports Gal for WDC.Freeslot.
And not only that, so they really know what to do in here. They study up this game. Look at the way that they have been able to control this match. Now, the way to continue to contest it, pushing up inside the point and spot the player on the barrels. They'll not be able to find it over and still actually making the guitar more into that shoe.
There has to be some explanation on that. Yeah, and they're going for the take access it, and now he was able to take the black, and look to beat the backup is in there. Also, is looking at pretty much the same from what we've seen for the first round.
Yeah, another help him actually. That he's already got it. The same thing that WDC.Freeslot has been doing, is trying to beat people. Things are are about to go down here at group stage day number 2.
Far away. 28 seconds, still a lot to contest for. But the players are looking
Down Blackness International. They're going to have a great setup and a money hill involved.
P5 already. Now Smart Omega can go in for those rotations and focus on controlling that laundry side. And as you can see, 2 players pushing up already in run time. Look at WDC overextending into its donuts. But obviously, you know, we won't expect.
Attack into. And win down
He needs to realize is the positions held eliminating the biggest problem out there. It's a little bit risky, just depending on the backup by the
next spawn shot enabled, but it's a good thing that Omega was able to defuse the situation. But
it needs to be so equal on the side of WDC. We punish the players, but manages to securing off those markers as we speak. A 1 life deficit for Smart Omega, and just a little bit of a marker placed on. Games family on. The players are weighed out in a match of S&D this time. Swooping down like a bird of prey, and will be able to manage to grab it.
Already taking the lead as well as control of this point in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of the new games is showing.
Overkill for me. That might have just been a big mistake from the Indonesian side. And now, as the Goliath heads on over, he'll be rotating around long from the side of Facet. Especially by a guy named Whoopi, as I say, that Zen gets drawn. Oh, Mistro. But that stun is not going to affect them too much at all. Candy has a great angle, punishes Jet Sky, whereas Frank is taken out. Keeping the opponent's great opportunity. Takes out 1 from Laundry side. 1 finds it already, but it's just a single mark. Lunia game's really very scrappy. Control point as well. 2 markers taken out of the equation, but XS1 Goliath on the standby for the D flag. Yeah, but the A flag now on for the bull.
Show in here. First game of the day, group stage day 4.
Backs away slowly, wins the big gunfight. Fantastic play. Junior Games, they managed to hold on to this there. WDC.Freeslot is moving into this game
a little time, but Leia will be in there as well. Perfect uses for general Junior Games, but take a look at the spawns in here right now, the fountains. Bottom left side of that minimap, they are going to be
ground, so they still have this advantage here.
It's going to be very crucial. 2 players now making their way, and now on the flank gets 1. What's going to be trades coming through? C1 with the first blood. Engagements are just being won over by C1. Back and forth.
The B control point almost completed already. Able to take this away from the Indonesians, man. They're just controlling this map and running circles around the side players. Point out there the battlefield, because I have to tell you, man, moving into this hard point, even out at Bakery, they cannot get past.
Laundry spotting 1.
A bit more accurate. Smart Omega winning out all of it, but secure the slay onto us, and you know that. Yeah, and mechanical skills, you know, that's absolutely understandable. Unfortunately, we are being left high and dry.
Because of that scaffolding towards launch areas.
Hardpoint is still contested in here. Going to be quite a very back and forth fight.
Left, and there's no spawns really that can be taken
inside. Right now, good position here for MGU, but Halo is about to bust out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this barrel once again to get 2 picks in. Make that 3. This guy is on a roll. 1 more for the they're jumping black. The pitch play coming through now. The flank is going to get activated. Demors lugging things down, picking up from where we left off from Hardpoint. Finds 1 more. The bomb sets quickly get all of his skills in here. Luffy now 2 in a row. Make that 3. This guy's on his spree.
5 lines remaining for MGU. For the time is
He's going to continue getting more kills, and Demors looking to get that follow-up as well right through the belly. Second results down there at the big side, but still, it's going to be a bit wild. The gunfight is not basically it for Junior Games. They finally see
law of mana instead, which is a little bit surprising.
And the Hardpoint opens up, and Junior Games is in the one shot, and they are winning the gunfight.
long as they're here.
A pretty close matchup, but really against this time now, moving in here.
And MJ manages to quickly sneak behind. Fantastic in terms of positioning games. And a very aggressive set. Might get gagged up.
No one's tapping the point, and they send out a lot of players around the mid-map.
Battlefield, Demo sorts him out. Airbox. Fantastic. Off the side of West Point, Mama locates. This is the spot.
Find out if that will be the case. Change World in blue.
Take over that. The battle will be between Aimer and 4 players for Change Hacker Spawn, and they're doing whatever kills done inside the matchup. And well, it's been so good and so great for ABC Esports. Although they don't have and Change World can seem to do nothing about that. Okats making a good use of that off angle, getting jumping or pressure.
And there goes the hit. That's right now. And 56 on the snipe, on the push. And
now they're slowly moving in, but misses on the defense.
he's going in for the flank. And I don't think ABC will be falling for the same trick, but no! Aimer is the guy who goes to the second clutch and the fuse. And ABC will
The instances where you can also guard this A and this B control point. Okats on point. As soon as that smoke pops off, Kai could get the kill here. He pushes out.
Barely got away from the 100-point mark.
And that's one thing of Lynx DH. They understand how the mind works.
For that, because Lynx needs the firepower if they want to take over this match from the side of Blacklist Ultimate, who is already in the round, wins out its gunfight, turns around upstairs as well. FPX annihilates the players of Lynx, and a good FHJ connects against the XS1 Goliath, blinding him.
Passageway as well as or from 3 sides actually.
Purcell, Tin. Overall, this is Lynx really stepping up. Portugal shuts down Tin. Javen drains out Purcell. Iris with the win.
Struggle continues, but
One will be make the difference by taking this backstab of the Peacekeeper 1 before the World Championship. Then I think the fake out started not just here at the group stage, but it's
Sparrow, but still you can get the kills and
And now as we start, it's going to be AMT Change World.
for Change World. Arthur now taking second floor, takedown will be done against the Jeff Pro, but they need a
In here, this is just over. And now shut up creating the play. Look at this, number 1 and number 5.
time. The game continues. 226 147 underscore 0.8 continues on.
Saw it, but now, see, he's gonna push out one more time. I don't think he's possible. Still gonna that plant, but you know, Irfan J loves to play it messy. He spots the first player on the tax, wins one. One more player to win back. But you obviously know, this is the Lions City represent, and then now, they're slowly converting their shots inside the game, but you see M4 being that devastator, or seeing a very efficient offensive hold there by AMT and right through B. Took them 9 lives to cost them here at this B control point. Now they move in at the A. They might as well play this as a team deathmatch.
calm down. They do. They most definitely do because of the points here. But it is Hardpoint at the end of the day. You've got one super hill for yourself. You should be able
I'm not entirely sure why they're still not inside the hill just yet. They're respecting this XS1 Goliath sire so much. And right now, there's no push being made here from Huntsman here. They gotta get in. They gotta
Just
get
want that with the Peacekeeper needs to spot this out. Dirk spots the play that they want to commit onto. It's good. Takes out the bomber. As soon as he runs, the movement's out of Dirk. Perfect. But AG punishes his spur. Dirk all alone. Surviving this. Can he get annoying? Trying to stop the players from sneaking away this control point.
a pro gamer move for Blacklist, you know, going in for the divide.
Yeah, but because of the individual quality that all of their players on the ball, the Huntsmen don't really have a good hold on this matchup. Their best chance was to beat Blacklist International Ultimate. Of the maps out there on the battlefield because it doesn't seem like
Up
ADC.
in this game early initiation on this white warehouse, and here we go. Aimer right now.
ADC course, annihilates him once again. Scrap points, not going to be able to be picked up at all, even though all odds are against the investment into the purifier. And this is just Lynx in the fight of their life, keeping it up.
Right now, just waiting.
As well, but traded out by Reed. Back and forth they go. Control point to take away the A control point out in the open. And ABC doesn't even care about the control point deathmatch at that A control point later on.
That being one of the winning factors.
Today is going to be needed. They get this win versus WPM. They clear right now. Firing range is going to be kind of deadly in here. You get the speed to
One has been left in there by the point that failed before and gets activated. Does
and they're going to clear out and bully WPM locates badly. Take a look at the lead right now. 100 points
for that next game.
And it's gonna hurt WPM locates the most in here.
The Moors will continue on.
Oh wow.
Locates in the lead, and they are not slowing down with this guy named Whoopi.
Wow, Whoopi is giving Terminator, but Terminator, look at the place coming shoots to get the conversions, but still quite stopping. A big play there. I'm making the ingress here, dropping down F-box, creating the distance in the basketball court, and Galo using that sniper to add him in at the control points.
Alpha goal to be captured. Last hit remains a 4.
Once again, the defense is strong for Smart Omega. They got better map control, but Timor slowly gliding. One way to find it out again. When we head into this first map, a lot in here, they need to try to break the speed too. Frank on it.
Got a perfect setup at this money hill, and if you are doing your games, you should be able to 26 junior games, 4 more seconds, and it looks like complete.
Might be able to get this. That go perfect timing there. Gunzi though will shut one player down right through the kitchens, and Gunzi, look at the good 4.
But Lily's gonna be the top superstar here. Spots out the play. Oh, turn around, Lily! Does exactly that! Headshot up to Brad. Can Lily get the final kill? And you, with 14 seconds to go, means that Junior Games has gotten the win. Calm down, Fred. Purifier. Ray and Leng Ji becomes fried chicken out there on the battlefield. Black stows it up as well. Red window for MGU as Junior Games looks super serious to take this dub. One final one.
Up, envisioning they are already in the worst sense
of the numbers, and now they take the spawn over from the special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot. They are placed where they gain a majority of these points.
They are being cut short by an now win, and the backup will be coming in from G, and with 1-by-1 conditioning
giving a lot out there. 30 more seconds, and the challenge comes through from G. Great engagement, you lie.
But they are left with Luffy, and there's no other way to stand up. They will be gunning them down.
See a slow-paced control matchup. We just do not need to rush into it. Yes, the timer is ticking, but you have time. Pretty much predictable as well because they're just 2 control points. That is where the hell would you
look, depending on the stats.
Things are going to be kind of one-sided. Now,
that was indeed doing engagement as well. Gabby and they're going against
with that huge engagement. Final 10 seconds is left in the P1 and ZZ already, and they win the initial roll.
It was a good play from
in here with that 15-point log. ZZX with the battle numbers advantage, and Jet Sky going to take the risk of their ace and now have to go with the more.
Yo, this now the back of their hands and that previously for the blue strength to get them in, but the still by AC scores slowly. They are taken down live after live.
Be the guy that will continue to annoy Ace Esports. ZZX on the control. They're grinding to get more than that, and Zen with an access to one tournament.
The 100% design.
They stepped inside the scrap time, but Smart Omega, they're changing that P1 to P2, and Whoopi continues to slay wherein they unfortunately can't candy on the hot wins with the 1v1 battle for rotation. That's just what
When you're advantage, you break away. I don't know, but then not rated out by Candy. I tell you, Smart Omega really open stairs and got it. He backs away. He's the little scat.
To get the top of the show early up to get go, as they will be able to get the first blood in the second as well. beautiful attack is bringing down upon the Smart Omega right now. And you see Whoopi already
Yeah, exactly. Something big. They have the time plan. Still an engagement wise just in the ring. This engagement between Indra as well as Lily. Who's gonna be able to win it out? Lily gets the shot. Indra, go back home. Sit down, boy. 19 to 11. NTU still has it.
Well, that's been... the opening that they get now, they just have to convert to AJ.
Incendio making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes for itself. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. Iris should be able to break this down. Incendio says, hell no. Jeffro protects his brother by dropping him.
The good news is here, we're finally getting some slack off of the dominated ones that we got in the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here. Emo!
For the investment of the Sparrow, and Ogat's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Stir are so close, and Ogat wasn't punished. Manages to get forward in. Smart Omega has already taken the lead as well as control on this point in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of two new games is showing a little bit of what they are being. Yeah, I mean, it pretty much acts like a sniper in there. It should be used as a sniper. And Squid right now is doing that, and it's double right there. Oh, triple! And what a kill in this Squid's really popping off right now. I think we want to spot an MVP at this point, but missing those two. Well, looking in if we're going to hit one.
Yeah, exactly. And cooked up plays are often the most exciting part of this games. But Link's Asians slightly making an ingress here.
Quite a bit of points here, but it is Hardpoint at the end of the day. You've got one super hill for yourself. You should be able to make it all the way back to Crush on engagement. Lily's gonna be the top superstar here. Spots out the play. Turn it around, Lily. Does exactly that. That shot up to Brad. Can Lily get the final kill? They've got the numbers, and now they take the spawn over from that special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot here. No one's still moving in. It's more of that window, but then I'm able to accept that. And MIB with a backstab, stepping onto that field. Will be a miss for them. Good thing. Waiting
In order to stay inside. Right now, good positioning for MGU, but Kilo is about to bust out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this spiral once again to get 2 picks in. Make that 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for that kill.
And you're going to stand a good chance. And that same exact thing works for the side of WDC.Freeslot as well. But the first engagement here takes out a Naren from the side of WDC. Tin with the head shot, but that was not easy. Played the head glitch to perfection. Good see. Bad bounce on the nade. And once that sneaked away the majority of points from this B1. And an early rotation into B2 where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeffro steps up for the team. Indonesian Pride on the side of Almighty as well. Lion City representing Jeffro this time round. Gets that single slay, but he was
actually trying to do. The number 1 C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open with this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. They're getting one more against FPX and now lining it up. Lifting Blackwood's on fire with C1 making the plays back.
That information not in the desk yet. There goes takedown. Send brings it to a 1v1. Crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Send really needs to win this out for his team. Got a KSP in hand. Rotates around towards the basketball court. And I feel like that's the perfect one. And I'm not sure what's happening to Smart Omega right now. Positioning, they are losing most of the gunfights at this point. That is a 4v2. Cheek on the far angle. 1 KSP uses C1 gets a double. Cheek drops him, and now it's a 1v1. Cheek versus Jamin. Jamin with the opportunity slays him out. 16 seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this S&D. That's what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Qatar with a double kill. Can he get the third one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist Ultimate, can they survive? In the but as we can not so much on the lives being turned over by the game.
Oh, but Dunia Games now showing some signs of life within this hardpoint, not once but twice now. Early on with the XS1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes half against Almighty, but Almighty manages to find the break of that hill towards the final few seconds. But still replaced here by Rage. He sneaks away the scrap point, and now Almighty have to find that substance within the first hardpoint. We talked about how Whoopi was just a little slow earlier on, but now 8 kills back. Because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almighty runs in for.
Yeah, that is the advantage that they can take to get all the life that they need to take it.
5-24, the game of numbers. Not really stacking up well for the side of ABC here. They've gotten one quadrant ripped away by Black's ultimate. And Reeve just on fire right now.
How's it going? Welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitationals 2022 live here at Green at Call of Duty Mobile. The quest to find out which region will outlast who continues, and oh boy, it's going to be one competitive day. Group B will be in action today. DouYu Gaming, Fun Plus Phoenix, Smart Omega, and WDC.Freeslot will be competing. They will be fighting for the 2 spots in the playoffs. The teams are ready, and joining you in today's schedule will be me, Cali Gaming, alongside with one of the best, Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, and later on, we will be joined by Warden.
Yeah, and we're excited to what's going to happen right now. Yesterday, we've seen the top 2 from Group A, and this time, top 2 from Group B. And this was, well, yesterday wasn't really a close fight. It's more of CDM region who was able to dominate, especially for the team of Q9. Now, this is a different story. This time, everything is reset for Garena versus CDM, and we're looking forward to those who will be stepping in on this game. And you mentioned about DouYu Gaming and Smart Omega, as well as Fun Plus Phoenix and WDC.Freeslot. These teams are familiar names, and we're really excited on how this is going to end, Callie.
Yeah, regarding the talent, Group B is more potent than Group A, and we can expect closer games in a much more competitive series. You know, DouYu Gaming and Fun Plus Phoenix competed in COD M World Championship 2021. So we're talking about composed, experienced teams here that are tried and tested. That same can be said with Smart Omega, you know, Garena's 2020 and 2022 world representatives. And the only team that didn't have the spotlight on them in this group is WDC.Freeslot, was Neptune.
Yeah, I will agree with that. But WDC.Freeslot is a team that has improved over time. And I think for the time that, from the last time that we've seen them, they have improved so much. So I'm looking forward to how they have done it this time, because from the regional finals, they were in the 5th or 6th in the spot. But I think this is a time wherein they can bring themselves up. But we'll have to find out, because a lot of storylines can be unfolded this. And a lot of fans out there are really excited. And pretty sure fans of Smart Omega are excited as well, because they want to see if the champions from Garena, from the Philippines, will be able to pair it up. But the participants of overall from both of the regions, Wolves, Q9, DYG, AG, KZ, Fun Plus, Phoenix, WB, TOE right now from the CDM region, and from Garena region we have Almighty, OMG, BLU, ABC Sports, WDC.Freeslot, DG, DouYu Games, Huntsman, and Change World.
And you know, we have 16 teams participating in the CDFI 2022. Again, 8 teams coming from CDM and 8 from Garena. Out of all the teams all eyes will be on the Stage 5 CODM World Championship 2022 representatives of both regions. I mean, we already saw how dominant Q9 was yesterday, ending up with 8 wins to secure the #1 spot in Group A. Today, we will be seeing Smart Omega in action, and they will be the team will be part of Group B. And again, as I mentioned earlier, what we have at Group B is more stronger than Group A. So expect a lot of close games in here.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I think they were dubbed as a group of death because of the composition of this group. But the rest of the groups right now is listed. Yesterday we've seen the Group A, Q9, Blacklist, King Zone, as well as Huntsman. For Group C, we'll see a lot more for them for the upcoming days. But this is the maps that we have for the competitive scene. It's no different that we've seen from the arena tournaments that we've been shoutcasting Cali. And I'm really happy we're in. We've seen the China region adapt to some of the modes as well, wherein they are not using it on the competitive scene from their side. The control mode has been so awesome from the China region, and I'm really excited to see on how they will be faring this time. The first set of games is Doyu Gaming and Smart Omega. So fans out there, make sure that you tag everyone on the comment section so that you can pull in everyone who wants to see this fight.
Yeah, I mean, the Smart Omega and Doyu Gaming, this is going to be a firecracker right off the get-go. You have Smart Omega, which is the best S&D team of Garena, pairing up against DYG. From what we saw yesterday, Garena teams barely came close to winning against CDM in terms of the search and destroy game mode. So today, we will see Omega if they really are the real deal, you know. I mean, they're going up against Doyu Gaming, who has No and Little Fox. And this is going to be paired up because Doyu Gaming can counter Omega with their scopes. And not only do we see them play it here, you know, we also have Fun Plus Phoenix and WDC.Freeslot playing in here later on today. But for this first game, eyes up on Smart Omega. They might be looking to be the #1 seed in here if they perform very well under the eyes and of course the coaching of Coach Jericho.
Yeah, looking forward to it. This time, the lineup of Doyu Gaming, we have Venta, we have Lil Fox, No, Chuan-M, and Ma right now in here. And I'm really excited to what Lil Fox will be offering this time, because from what we've seen in the King of Snipers, it started well on the King of Snipers. It's more positioning as well as his angles that's staking, and that was just going solo against free-for-all, against 7 of the opponents. This time, he will be working with the rest of the teams, and No as well will be in there, and this will give him a little bit more of advantage as well as better angle. No one will be surprising him because this will be a team effort. SND, Search and Destroy, where we've seen the China region has been so proficient, and from yesterday we are in need of showing from the Green region that they can manage to search and destroy as well.
Yeah, the question here is, can Smart Omega finally end the curse of what just happened yesterday? Blacklist failing to win any sort of search and destroy. Same thing happened with the boys of the Huntsmen. They barely win any search and destroys at all. With all that said, you know, Smart Omega, we might see that S&D to be equally paired up. So that's a 50-50. Now, the big question here for Smart Omega, since they are the best S&D team of Garena, can they shine on the game mode that they really struggle on the most? You know, they are an average hardpoint team looking at the moment. They have Whoopi, Risky, Rage, Idra, and Candy. Now, here comes the question. What strategy did they come up with to fix their hardpoint? Because they've been average overall ever since Garena Master Season 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's really something that they need to work on, especially as they are about to step in. Yes, because it's only the top 2. I won't be surprised if they will not be giving everything at this point, because they only need to be on that second place to be able to qualify for the next level. Similar to what we've seen yesterday from Blacklist Ultimate, it seems like they are not really chasing for that #1 spot just yet, until where it really matters and the champions are in a need. So we'll have to find out if that is the case. They can let it easy this time, making sure that they are on the top 2. Otherwise, they can go all ham and take that #1 spot.
Yeah, all eyes on Smart Omega Whoopi here in this hardpoint. You know, we know that he is the best flex player out there in the Garena Call of Duty mobile scene. And so if he does play well in these 3 maps of action, I can guarantee that they will be able to come up on top against DYG. So here's the bans and picks. It's going to be DYG banning Takeoff, and they also ban Hacienda with the Annihilator actually banned as well. For Smart Omega, they banned the Summit map, they banned Stand Up, they absolutely hate that map, and they also banned the Purifier. So we have 3 lineup maps here laid out for these 2 teams to compete into. In the game 1, we're going to be heading up in firing range, Neptune.
Yeah, firing range this time. And, well, I'm really looking forward to more maps because yesterday, from the early parts of the games, there's only a few maps wherein it's cycling all throughout the modes. But game has started already, and we're seeing Candy going in for the power position in top 10 and destroying one, but needs to do a little bit more to make sure that the hard point is open for the rest of their teammates.
Yeah, great start so far for Smart Omega. You know, they got Risky holding off the White Warehouse control, so now they're going to be spawning DYG on the concept of the minimap, and this play from Risky just continues to continue as he got 4 in a row already, and Omega off to a great start. DYG trying to find the best way possible for them to break the hill, and the attack and the route was to move into the second floor of that scout tower and of course that auto repair shop. So now they have full map control. What a nice retake.
Yeah, nice retake right now by Doyu Gaming. They were able to take out those who were stepping in the hill and spawning them from the other side. But I think this is part of the plan. With only 12 seconds, there's chance for Smart Omega to take cover onto the next area. And there goes a takedown. We'll have to find out if they can hold this P2 right now, because as we can see, the rotation of DYG right now is to pinch them and take over this next point.
Yeah, I mean, Smart Omega Risky off to a great start. 6 kills already in the bag, and it's to get guaranteed more as he plays that objective for Smart Omega. Meanwhile, for DYG, they're trying to play it slow, you know. Stack all the resources at that auto repair shop, and once they're ready to go and pound, that's where they're trying to hit. And that's what just happened. DYG hits them out of nowhere, and Smart Omega get bullied out of the hill in just a matter of 20 seconds. And DYG playing more tactical compared to Smart Omega at the moment, but the retakes come through and the gunfights is really a lot better for Omega right now.
Yeah, and a combination of Idra as well as Candy. Candy is in the point as Idra is taking top 10 right now to cover the sides. And we'll have to see if they can take over. They still have plenty of time to go and take that P2, but I think it will be taken over by Doyu Gaming right now as they prepare for that white warehouse. But they need to clean it up, and Lil Fox is the one doing that. But unfortunately for him, he has been taken by Idra. And for the setup, 2 members already in the white warehouse with 1 second remaining for P2. Preparing with a few more seconds before B3 opens up.
Yeah, the game plan for Doyu Gaming is played through DYG, Nono, and Little Fox, and right now they are doing great in terms of enabling these 2 players to excel. But one of the key players here stepping off is right now in front of your screen, which is Huan. It's gonna have 4 in a row already, but finally to get shot down there by Kendi, and a beautiful retake attempt here for Smart Omega. They have a good line of defense inside that hill, so they just maintain that with warranty to get more time compared to DYG, who's just having trouble breaking the hill. After all, this is the money hill that we're gladly gonna talk about, and this is where majority of the operators kills are gonna get kicked in, and you know, DYG trying to break the hill with the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, they've broken the hill right now with the help of that claw, and that is one thing. The money hill might change after this release of the claw because it doesn't give you that advantage if you're in an enclosed space, and that is what happened for the teams of Smart Omega right now. They haven't taken down only the doors and windows that has been targeted with No-No in here, and still they were able to take a few more seconds at that point. The next one will be opening this one, and No-No is already initiating the force of 4 in here as 1. Lil Fox will be hanging back in the showers to make sure that no one flanks them on the right.
Yeah, here's the tricky part, you know, for Smart Omega. They're spawning all across the map, and they're gonna have to win their initial 1v1s, which in turn they didn't. So now they're gonna have to walk around the map here, and Huan's just smoking them up 1 by 1. 16 kills, leads the game in total kills, and wow, it's been enormous here. Been the bane for Smart Omega, and you know, this really begs the question: Did Smart Omega really find out any strategy to actually fix their hardpoint? Because at the moment they've been lightened up by DYG here, Neptune.
Yeah, they've been lighting up. They have been in here taking down a team of Smart Omega. We'll have to find out what can Smart Omega do to turn this around. 106 to 71 right now, and the time has stopped, or the point has stopped for Smart Omega, especially with the movement of U1M. And that's one thing that I'm really surprised, because earlier we've seen him on the side of the White Warehouse, though it is dominated by Smart Omega, but he was just hanging back by the doors, just clearing the area in long A, and no one, like, he's not rushing in to take over the White Warehouse, waiting for the rest of the teammates to take over before he makes that move. And all angles is being taken as well by Smart Omega this time, but not so much in the point, and starts this time from 71. They're starting to move up, leaving DYG in there on the 120 stick.
Oh yeah, exactly. And you know, who won has just been phenomenal so far in terms of map control. You see, he's the guy just sticking in through the White Warehouse and not giving Omega this easy time inside his hill, but the smoke just came through the lineup of Omega, but they will not be able to consume much time because of how well the pressure has been on and off for W Gaming. And Rage needs to win this key gunfight. He loses, so now Little Fox gets control of the mid map, and he plays 2 right in front of you. And now as he looks to get more, gets tagged in the back by Kendi. 8 seconds is left. The rotation battle is on, but take a look at the right of the minimap. 3 players from DYG ready and prepared for the next gunfight.
Yeah, the second cycle is really crucial for a lot of players right now, because this is where all those trades will be available. We've seen a lot of the Gravity Vortex this time, but earlier we've seen a lot of claw gameplay, and that can be used from the White Warehouse, even on the speed 2. And in close space really is not a matter of taking a lot of points anymore. It's more of surviving. All those operators is being used against you. Little Fox right now, good hold as he pushed out those who are coming in from that B side, and still taking a few more seconds, but stepping out right now because he has backup on the other side. We'll have to see if Risky will be able to risk it all and take the remaining point right here.
Yeah, this was a very important hill for Smart Omega. This game of time removes the chance of DYG from pulling away. So with Risky being able to create the play, they get 20 seconds off of that hill. But now the journey here is to get this DYG squad and pulling them out of this P3 that we are going to be seeing after 7 seconds of play. And Kendi is going to be working around the back, doing the dirty work. And if he plays this one correctly, the timing is perfect. He might just give Smart Omega the chance to break this hill, but now we see the operator skills coming through. Once again, the Gravity Vortex has been receiving a buff, you know, and it just sucks the life out of DYG at this hill. So what a nice play for Omega, but they still gotta stand the 2 players coming through inside the hill. Little Fox gets shot down and will be coming right in time to claim the time and of course play the objective.
Yeah, they have plenty of time right now to catch up to the 161 that DYG has taken. But Lil Foxy right now being that annoying guy going in for long A as well as U1M right now. That this 2 members of DYG is an integral factor wherein this gives them more time as well as a lot of damage to push in for the next hill. But with 19 seconds, I think they will be ending this, and the rotation might be done by Doyu Gaming this time for that early lead, because the catch-up has been done with Smart Omega already. And imagine, that is 120 to 71 the last time that we saw them. This time, it's only 40 points and 100 points that has been taken by Smart Omega from that short moment.
Yeah, I mean, Doyu Gaming is doing a lot better in terms of kills. But looking at Smart Omega, they may not be able to outplay you, but they're going to outplay you with the way they play the OBJ. You know, they are just tactical when it comes to playing and claiming the time. And you see Whoopi even having 14 kills, make that 15. Enter having 17. So 2 of the players from Smart Omega is underperforming, and yet they are still in here with the lead. And right now, that soon could change if Doyu Gaming play their cards right. Little Fox needs to win this gunfight, but the timing is just impeccable for Whoopi. But finally, he gets laid out. So Doyu Gaming can give their response in their favor, but 2 more players from Smart Omega will come in at the back trailers, and they will try to outbid these players, and they do so. So now they claim all the time, and it's only Little Fox playing his life, and he gets shot down as well. What a massive turnaround for Smart Omega.
Yeah, I mean, Doyu Gaming's plan is to take the power positions as well as the spawn point for them to have a better advantage. But from what we're seeing from Smart Omega, OBJ really is a factor. There's not so much in the kills, but they can make it do later on once they are preparing for those streaks as well as their operator skills. But Idra right now just creeping in from backhand side, but Lil Fox will take him down. On the other hand, it's taken down Risky and out in the open back to P1. A lot of risk can be done right now because a lot of members from DYG surrounding this area.
Yeah, anything is still possible, specifically in this game. Smart Omega may have the lead, but Dayu Gaming can just turn it up and just turn on the kill switch and take his players down. You see, No just trying to find a way to initiate the wall back with a lightly tree. He's almost a 4K, but Indra at least there to stop this out. 177 to 221 is the score of the game. Still relatively close, but if Omega secures at least 10 seconds inside the hill, this could just be over in P2.
Yeah, it might not be happen on the P2, depending on what rotations will be taken. As we can see, they're already preparing for that P3, but they're only Risky left in that area. And with two members from DYG who can push him out, that was it. P3 right now being taken over as it will be opened up in a few seconds. But it's still depending on how Smart Omega will be flanking as well as pinching this, because so far, I think most of the kills has already been, or most of the streaks has been spent already by Doyu Gaming, and it is now high time where Smart Omega can utilize all those operator skills as well as the streaks that they still have to take over the final 20 points that they need.
Yeah, 20 points is the score to beat here for Smart Omega, but Doyu Gaming, they are claiming time, but finally they break through with raw vanilla guns, and now they bully out Doyu Gaming to claim this final 15 seconds. Take a look at this score feed right now. 4 players from Smart Omega using their operator skills, and that should seal the deal. Omega with a great defense here. They keep intact inside the hill, and that's going to be match number 1. Smart Omega winning over Doyu Gaming.
Yeah, it might not look like they have improved so much in terms of Hardpoint because of how it started, but towards the end, they understand the game. They don't have to rush it to get a lot of points from the start. They just need to make that investment into the streaks as well as the skills that they can use later on to open up the avenues for them to take all the hills as well as the time that they need on those Hardpoint. And there you have it. Smart Omega has taken the first round against Doyu Gaming. Looking forward to what's going to happen in Search and Destroy, because it changes the pace from that respawn to the Search and Destroy, wherein like it needs to be the patience of these teams that they can pull out all those gameplays. Or Cali, it might be such an aggressive push for one team that it will throw off the gameplay of the others.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an incredible, remarkable plays for both ends. But we clearly did see what happened there in that game. We have the players solely relying on their gun skills, and of course, the specialists in the game to actually create the difference after the score streak having a lot of bans in it. First the center gun, second the cluster strike, then the MQ-27 Dragonfire, and the more recent addition was the XS1 Goliath. So the teams really have to be centric more on gun skills and of course their specialist abilities. And at the end, despite it being close, Smart Omega saved up all their operators. That was 4, 3 Sparrows, 1 Gravity Vortex to push out the boys of Doyu Gaming away from P2, and they claim that P2 and of course the series itself.
Yeah, I'm like, from the start, it's a little bit worrisome for the fans of Smart Omega, especially with the score lines that we had earlier, and also the frags that has been done by Doyu Gaming from the start of that game. We pointed out Q1M as well as, I think it's Lil Fox, who has been bullying everyone from that long A, from the showers, even from behind that barracks hut. So those two points, especially from the P3 to P4, is very important for Doyu Gaming. Thus, they need to cover all those bases. But with the rotations, with the cycle of those points, of the hard point, that is where Smart Omega understood the points that Doyu Gaming is taking, and they just need to clear that out, making sure that they have an opening later on.
Even though Smart Omega have little kills compared to what we did see from Doyu Gaming, their kills were more efficient because they were able to get inside the hill compared to what we saw from Doyu Gaming. But, this really begs the question, no matter what gun skills you have, if your team can't get any objective player inside that hill, it doesn't even matter. So, with all that said, great job, by the way, from Kendi and, of course, from Risky, and, of course, wielding this team at the early game because we did see earlier that Whoopi and, of course, Idra was having a rough game. They're having a rough stretch, but, great teamwork effort play here for Smart
Yeah.
Omega.
I mean, we can say that they're having a rough game right now, but it might have been part of the plan, right? They're saving up a little bit more of their energy for the search and destroy that will be happening in a few minutes. But for the objective, I mean, that's one thing. It reminded me of playing RG because some when you're playing Hardpoint, they focus on the kills, and it's pretty much you gaming at that point. But some of the players are chatting and shouting even in the comms that you need to step on the plate, you need to step on the hill to make sure that you make that win. And just a reminder, that's just a reminder for everyone else watching, the fans out there of Call of Duty Mobile. Hardpoint is an objective gameplay. Kills help, but it's not the main. It's not the main objective. The time that you spend in the hardpoint is the main objective. The kills only help just to clear out that hard points, as well as to make sure that no one will be flanking you. So I'm pretty sure the fans out there are knows this already. It's just that this game between Doyu Gaming as well as Smart Omega will remind us of those things.
Yeah, it's a great picture, what just happened inside this game. But it really shows what an objective player can impact the game. A player like Rage, a player like Risky, they can get in and out of the hill, and they can still outslay you. And this is the personality that Smart Omega really has in terms of their slaying power. Despite Whoopi being that main slayer, their objective player can just suddenly pop off and get you. And that wasn't expected by Doyu Gaming. And you can clearly see it with the way they play. No matter how many kills were able to get tallied up by these players, there's always a player inside that hill for Smart Omega. And whenever that guy gets taken down, there's always a supply of chain or in demand in the hill for Smart. So really great plays there for Smart. But the big question is, can the Garena team today, specifically Smart Omega, finally get off an S&D win over Doyu Gaming or in the CDM as well? But now, before we even talk about the search and destroy, let's take a look at the team stats. You see it clearly in here. Doyu Gaming has 4 more kills, but they lost the game. Smart Omega wins with more heal time.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. That's what we're talking about. But it's not that much difference because of, I think there was a leeway a little bit from the start, as well as when Doyu Gaming has reached that 200 mark wherein they have more time into the hill. But that is one thing that Smart Omega understood already, and as well as just waiting for the best momentum to take that final 20 points. But as we can see, the lineup right now, it is still Kendi is going for the second highest skill, similar to what we've seen from Doyu Gaming and No, that it's 36 to 35, so it's 1.0 in KDA, and he's one of the only members in Smart Omega that has a positive KD. It is tied with, or almost tied with, Risky right now with 1.1, 31 to 27. But if we look on the left hand side, a lot of frags from there, and it's only Fenta who is not on that positive KD.
Yeah, moreover, because Fente is actually the objective player for DYG, but he didn't really find enough success when doing it because Smart Omega knows how to slay, and all because of your IQ MVP of the Hardpoint. Smart Omega Kendi with 36 kills, 4,109, and a total of 3 streak. I think that's kind of low, but with the impact that he did, it's more than enough as he gets his MVP.
I would agree. I mean, the number of kills has helped them in securing a lot of hard points, and there are a lot of kill time. And that's one thing that you can depend on, especially from Kendi. But we're looking forward to how this will work for the later respawn game for Of Control, because it's pretty much the same story. When what you use in Hardpoint in terms of slays can be utilized in Control, and it might give us a picture of what they're expecting, or Smart Omega is expecting out of Doyu Gaming on that Control mode. So with your question about Search and Destroy, I think Smart Omega will give a lot more of effort in this Search and Destroy because they need to get that 2 points already, especially with the number of kills that we've seen from Doyu Gaming. They might be beat later on the Control mode.
Yeah, I mean, for me, honestly, what the game that's coming right up next, which is going to be S&D. Though you gaming, S&D is their bread and butter, and in fact, every CDM team does. But this team actually found more success in S&D compared to Domination, which they played in China Masters, and having to be able to replace that, it's going to be a cluster of like questions that Toyo Gaming will beg themselves once they play it here later on against Smart Omega. But on the S&D, best S&D team up Garena in Smart Omega versus a consistent top tier CDM in Doyu Gaming. Well, they have DYG Nono and Little Fox doing every work for them here in this S&D. But the big question is, can they convert? Because what we just saw on that game one wasn't really what we expected. Having all them kills, but didn't really come up with the win. Just really tough.
Yeah, it's really tough for Doyo Gaming. They put in a lot of effort, but the hill time is not on them, and the win just goes into Smart Omega. And this will fire up Doyo Gaming really to get this Search and Destroy. And as you mentioned, I mean, Search and Destroy is one of the modes wherein the Chinese region has been so proficient, especially from the side from yesterday's matches. Q9 and King Zone just all of them, they just went in and won all the Search and Destroy. But this time, they will be stepping in on Slums. It is a pick of Smart Omega, and we are looking forward to how Doyo Gaming is going to respond to this and those angles that they can take. Because there's not so much of long angles that you can utilize in here for the snipers, Callie.
Yeah, of course. A lot of head glitches in here as well, especially for this defending side. So Smart Omega has to rely either on Whoopi or Candy if he uses that scope here in this game mode itself. So now we begin the game number 2, Search and Destroy, a map pick by Smart Omega. Let's see who's gonna drop the first blood here. As you all may know, Whoopi is the first blood reaper, but it starts to take the up with Huan, getting a huge 2 kills and Risky dropping off that guy to trade it back. But wow, DYG is off to a great start.
Yeah, 3 frags already. It's now left to a 2v4 and the bomb being planted, but there goes the Hobie coming from Risky right now. No will say no at this game, and Whoopi right now will just be waiting for the follow-up, but Hetty will be utilized right now to push off Whoopi. In the moment he shows his head, he might be taken out, but Fenty does that first against Risky.
Wow, that's just a slick shot there from DYG. Whoopi down to the last player here. Fenda gets shot down. Has to hit at the right side. And Little Fox actually gets him with the AR. And well, that's the first round for you. DYG went in that weren't in that P1 aggressive. And once they were able to open up with 2-1's huge 2 kills, they were able to plant the bomb. And Smart Omega had a rough time retaking as they are down in low count numbers. So now, Whoopi, what are they going to do? They respond with aggression. All right, that's the way you do it. Respond to the huge 2 kills as well.
Yeah, they fight fire with fire right now, and Whoopi was able to take down 1, but there goes Idra as well, who nade killed Whoopi with that secondary kill against Ma, and it's now left to Fenta at this point. Now switching over to that Krig 6, and we've seen the damage that Krig 6 can do, but the jump will now be working for Whoopi, and he will be taken down. Switching over to the snipers, getting a little bit of distance. He might be able to get that kill, but Rage beats him to it. It's now tied to a 1-1 in the scores.
And Smart Omega Smart Omega had a very soft start, and then they went in direct, went at the enemy's line of sight, take care of them, and I feel like that's the way you want to deal with DYG, specifically when they have remarkable snipers. You don't want to play it slow, you have to play it fast, but Whoopi in here, getting that first blood, dropping Huan, looking to get the follow-up in here at this broken wall. So not kind of good at the moment. We currently have a 5v3, and the bomb is dropped at the mid-map. So that's a big problem for DYG.
Yeah, as we can see right now, 3 members from Smart Omega is already covering the bomb, and Lil Fox right now is just waiting for that opportunity to take down one of the members of Smart Omega. Fenta, on the other hand, just getting that angle for him to get that quick kill, and Whoopi was able to take down Fenta, and there goes Surprise. And a little bit more of a free shot in there on the right side, just to make sure that no one will be able to rush him. But Idra stops anyone who moves in onto this side, and it's now left to 1, and oh, well, never mind. It's left to none as Smart Omega takes over the lead with a 2-1.
Yeah, and it's a 2 in a row in here right now. And it all started off, these 2 wins that they have, started with Whoopi's first blood. So if they can convert again with the first blood in here at round number 4, I won't be surprised. So now the question is, can they convert once again? And if you're DYG, what kind of battle are you gonna do? So right now to respond again with fire, and that starts things up with DYG having huge 2 kills there, and they were able to convert, but not very efficient though, because they have a lot of players taken down, but well, they control the mid map at this point, and this could just be the fastest play. Little Fox dropping around the back, and Candy's not in a good position. Easiest shot of the day, biggest shoulder, C with the scope. That's it. 2-2.
Bomb spotted. And 2-2. And before Ma was able to rush that, we've seen the position of players of Doyu Gaming that they're already boxing out Candy. So there's little chance for him to survive at that point. And we'll have to find out what else can they do. Rush once again coming from Doyu Gaming, but the split will be done by Smart Omega.
Yeah, the big question here is who's gonna get that mid-map control? With the way DYG's been playing, you know, they really love to play it aggressive. Same thing for Smart Omega, they just played fire with fire. But right now they got a little bit more control. You see Rage is attempting to try and find the way to get a kill in here located at this P4 that we have. And Huan's just waiting in the corner, inches away from destruction. 1 minute and 22 seconds is left. They still have the bomb, but they are now low in numbers with Risky able to take down Fenta. So all down to Huan here. How is it gonna look like? He starts to kick things off with dropping Risky inside of the fountains, but no connection at the straight transfer against Rage. So that's it. 3-2 still Smart Omega having the lead.
Still, I can't imagine the patience from that guy. Like, if you are that guy, you're seeing some shots already onto Rage, you will be itching to slide and shoot. But no, he wants to go as a ghost and backstab that. That is a good plan right now, or from that moment until the turnaround has been done. But Rage with an explosion in there against Spencer takes one down, and Lil Fox will be taken down as well for the double.
Yeah, Smart Omega is just so good at initiating this early kills, you know, and that's been severing Doyu Gaming's firepower, but Huan is just trying to make it work for his team, trying to will them back into the game after suffering huge loss this year. Risky with another nade. The lineups, they just really studied this map itself, and now it's all down to DYG Mod to clutch this game up, but it started looking impossible with, you know, your boy Rage at the back with the scope. Nasty snapback, and now they have the largest margin in the game. You know, 2-round lead.
Yeah, and 2-round lead. And though it's still long before the game is ended, but I'm really hoping that Smart Omega will take a win at this point, because this is a chance for us to listen in later on once they take the win on how the comms is for Smart Omega. Because like from yesterday, I'm so happy, and it's just unfortunate that we don't understand some. There's not so much of translation for those winning the Search and Destroy and from the Chinese region. But this time, if in case Smart Omega will continue this on and take that win, then we'll be able to listen in on how efficient their comms is.
Yeah, I bet it's going to be very fast and very loud. You know, as much as S&D is very, very slow, well, in terms the call-outs, it's just very loud and fast. Well, I did heard, you know, Smart Omega do their call-outs once before, specifically in Green Master Season 3. They were just, you know, they were like a rap god or something. But anyway, moving into the game, it's all down to Idra here. Up against 4 players of DYG, it's totally looking impossible for him. The bomb is dropped and he has to pick it up with 2 players on the corner. He's using the pwn to his ability, but it's gonna be a disability because DYG learn up to it fast as they bounce and get that kill. There you go. That's the spark that they need. Let's see if that round win, in fact, can turn into a momentum shift for their side here, Neptune.
Yeah, 2 more points for them to take the lead. And, well, we'll have to find out if that will be happening. UIG right now. There goes Fenta taking down Whoopi from that initiation. And this will be a good momentum for Doyu Gaming. Kendi responds against Fenta. And it is now a 4v4.
I mean, Kendi is one of the participants of Smart Omega in terms of the King of Sniper, which we had last weekend. He was able to reach quite the top, but not really able to get it there. But he's proving himself in this round with that beautiful 2 kills. As he's looking to get 1 more over that bomb site with the help of Rage. He's looking to back away. Maybe try to find an angle against Fenta, who's currently still alive. He won't go on the prone against to pound 2 players. What a turnaround here for DYG from a 4v3 to a 3v1. Little Fox confirms the final blow. And there it is, 4-4 now on the round count. So momentum definitely looking in favor for CDM.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really loving U1M right here because U1M right here because he's been in there patiently waiting, and once he get that initial kill, he knows the angle as well. If anyone will be following through, and that is one thing that is difficult to learn. But we are seeing right now from CDM team, Penta right now is able to take down Whoopi once again, and this might be another loss for Smart Omega unless Smart Omega will turn it around with a continuous kills, bringing it to a 4v2 maybe, but they need to be careful of this sneaky guy that can hit them from the sides.
You know, Smart Omega barely have control here at the mid-map. And, you know, it's not really going to favor them more with Chuan able to hunt down Idra at the back. A Rage here sneaking around the broken building, able to sneak one against Chuan, the key player out, but Little Fox with the wall bags. And you see, despite Slumps not being majority of the maps played in China Masters, these guys know when to turn on the heat and, of course, kill the player that will be inside the building. So, with all due said, 1v4 right now for Risky, and WU Gaming has won 2 rounds already. They're looking to chain it to 3 here as they look to convert against Risky, which is totally possible. One more player to worry about. What are the chances of this being clutched up? I don't know. Let's come and find out.
It's very difficult. He has been spotted already and might be taken down now right now. The patience of position, and there goes Ma for the kill against, for the kill against Risky. And his course right now has been, or the lead has been taken by WU Gaming at this point, 4-5, and we're just waiting for the response of Smart Omega. So far, even if they can make the initial frag, it's more of the multiple kills that can be done by one player of WU Gaming that turn things around for Smart Omega.
And, you know, it's Chuan. He's been the bane. You know, every time Smart Omega has the number advantage, that guy responds. Not to mention, Venta's been doing a great job getting this initial gunfights, and he's been winning majority of it. And now Chuan is up here to severe Smart Omega as they are stuck in their spawns. Wolby more than wall bangs, but finally Wolby gets shut down, but the damage is already done. You know, Omega has to play things slow at the moment because right now, they are down in numbers. But it's a good thing because Kendi is still alive. He has that bomb, so they get to dictate the pace on where they might go into.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, both sides is covered right now. We have Kendi, who's just waiting in on Alpha, as we have Idra, who's also flanking. Now, if this frag will be done, then they might have an opening on that Bravo. Good rotation right now being done by Kendi to make sure that he has, or Idra has cover as well. But, well, WU Gaming is just waiting for that opportunity as well. Position has been taken in preparation for that Bravo push as well as that Alpha. Lil Fox right now, we won't be that foxy guy anymore as Kendi takes him down. And there goes a backstab coming from Idra. Now, Venta was able to, Venta was taken down, but Ma has taken down as well, bringing it to a 1v1. But Ma will be slowly moving in. The time is ticking and a possibility for him to go for the backstab.
Ma on the back, Kendi on the dump stairs, already on the ghetto. Right here, right now, timing is everything, and Mask up the jump on Kendi. Perfectly timed attack. Had to reposition in there just to get that fist bump to line through, and there you go. He got the fist bump. He also got the defuse. I'll take that any day. WU Gaming, they now are up by 2 rounds. Match point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still worried that Green region will be down in terms of search and destroy against CDM, because this will be, if I'm not mistaken, the 4th or the 5th instance we're in, and we are going to see CDM take a win on search and destroy, especially with the lead that we have. So let's see what the Comeback Kings will be doing right now as Whoopi starts it off with a kill against Penta, and Penta takes down Risky, but no responded to Whoopi, bringing it to a 3v3.
Yeah, good deny, but Omega has already made their mark. They have already planted that bomb. DYG now up for the retake. where are they gonna take it? Would they prefer to attack the mid map, or are they gonna surround these players and box them around? Well, it looks like that's not going to be the case this easily. They are waiting for one player to overcommit, and that's going to be Inter. Now that they have the number to their favor, they are gonna pounce on the mid map with no nowhere in front. He gets the first kill against Rage, but Rage trades it back with the lineup of attack that DYG lined up at the fountains is more than enough for them to take this win. DYG secures this victory 7-4. Now the series is tied.
Yeah, series is tied right now 1-1. Hardpoint has been taken by Smart Omega, and Doyu Gaming has taken this search and destroy. But for the final moment, it was the patience of Doyu Gaming that really gave them that win, because even as the bomb has been planted, I would say the lack of patience from Smart Omega to roam around and not wait for DYG to rush in and defuse that bomb has led them to lose a few of their members until that final moment. So hopefully that is a learning experience from not just for Smart Omega, but everyone in here playing Search and Destroy, because so far CDM adds one tick to their record of Search and Destroy wins.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. This has just been an amazing performance by CDM. That they have a win streak here at S&D going on, and their main reason why, because they have this kind of advantage compared to Smart Omega and of course other Garena teams, is because the China Masters has 9 rounds of S&D, so that's a lot more effort and a lot more experience just getting readed out in here by these China squads. But really love the favor here. I expected Nono and Little Fox to carry this game, but what we did see from Doyu Gaming is that Chuwan and Mac can also do it out there and create an impact. Despite Smart Omega having a great start, they were able to find resilience and have tactical brilliance to will themselves to victory.
Yeah, and now we're looking forward to Control right now. We've seen a lot of performances from the members of Doyu Gaming, and because this is on the line for side of Smart Omega, or actually from both sides, DYG and Smart Omega, they need to get that 2-1 score line for this matchup to secure a little bit of points for that top 2. But that will still depend on the control mode that will be happening in a bit. But from the performance that we've seen so far, when it comes to frags, Doyu Gaming has a little bit more of advantage, unless Smart Omega just turning around and goes for that multiple slays and tactics as well. So patience from that Search and Destroy. I'm really looking forward on how that will work this time for Doyu Gaming, because so far that is their strongest point.
And Doyu Gaming, they can slay on Hardpoint and they can play tactical on S&D. So if they can combine this, they can form up a formula of winning ways and use it on Control against Smart Omega, second best team of Garena Call of Duty mobile scene. And for Smart Omega, it may be a loss, but they fought. But it still ended up with Doyu Gaming having the victory, and the kills are very much close. But the key here is the mid-game adjustment just tallied up by Doyu Gaming over time. It might be Smart Omega getting that first blood, but if Doyu Gaming can trade it and of course even get 2 or 3 more kills compared to that, that really speaks loud of what Doyu Gaming can just do here at this game.
What I'm really happy about is things that we're learning for the gameplay of CDM compared to what we've seen from the Garena region. Because we've seen the Garena region, because of the movement as well as rotation that they can take, at some point Doyu Gaming just knows that. They understand how Garena is playing, and they took advantage of that with the patience as well as timing. Once they get the best timing, the perfect timing, that's when they make their move. And even from the start, even for those rushes, they are being tactical. But looking at the stats of the players right now, Rage has came in here and take that 1.7 KD. Unfortunately for them, they took that L at this point. And Ma, as well as Lil Fox, has taken the lead in here. 2.2 for Ma, 1.6 for Lil Fox. And let's not take away 1M, who I would say still an MVP for this team.
Yeah, he definitely is, because he was actually serving Smart Omega the most, especially in the mid-game of every round. So whenever Smart Omega has number advantage, having off door 4v5, Chua comes in with this off angles, maybe on the stairs, maybe on the other angles at the head glitches, and he still gets the kills so efficiently. But your IQ MVP goes to W Gaming Ma with 9 kills and an average of assist net rate of 124.64. And taking a look at the highlights, Whoopi has his fair share of moments getting those first bloods. Then we had a lot more control at the mid map for W Gaming. And I think that's one of the key factors as well. Once you got that mid-map control, you have more access and you have more counters to the offensive players that you're gonna compete with too.
Yeah, I mean, there's impressive nade kills that was seen there, but I love how Chua M is just waiting for that moment. Now let's listen in to the game style or to the comms that we have from Doyu Gaming, and I was looking forward to Smart Omega to have this one, but let's check out on how efficient they're doing. Though we don't understand, it's more of the words that they're saying and the movement as well.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Like as you can see, it's only one guy who's providing all the information, who's providing all the comms. Ma is in there, and with that initial frag, it's just bringing us at a 1v1. Let's listen in on this one. Yeah, I mean, on a 1v1, there's no talk that's needed. You need to focus. And I think that is, you need to focus at that point. No questions right there. But I'm really, really happy that we had a tied on a 1-1 right now. And it comes down to control, the combination of both Hardpoint and Search and Destroy between these two teams. And who among these two teams will get the first 2 points for today.
Yeah, good thing for Smart Omega, they are actually the second best control team of Garna. Only second to Almighty, who's going to be playing on Group D on the final day of the group stage on Sunday. But, it's really surprising here the amount of the comms that was actually reminded there for W Gaming once we did have a listen in for them. Well, I guess only having to talk with one or having only one player to talk and do all the call-outs for you can do the wonders. It's better because you have someone that can lead, and one head is better than two compared to that 1v1 that we had earlier. But anyway, we're moving into control. So this time, how will Doyu Gaming actually play this? That's a big question, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we know the capacity of Doyu Gaming for the slays. We've seen that earlier from the Hardpoint, and though there are a risk in terms of life points right here, so patience and slays, their capacity to live longer from what we've seen in Search and Destroy, plus do a lot of damage in terms of kills from Hardpoint. This might be the advantage that Doyu Gaming has in terms of control. But again, as you mentioned earlier, that Smart Omega is so familiar in control mode, and they are also jumping into raid. So let's see what the angle of both of these teams will be taken, whether they're on attack or on defend, and how can they turn it around, especially on critical moments, on those moments wherein that one line has been captured. Will they be using the funnel technique or just buy time for those defending?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you actually can win this control, but it matters whether if you get that defensive side here at this raid map itself, because this is very defensive reliant map. So if you get that, you get initial key power positions right off the get-go, and you play 2 rounds. So if you are able to sneak in 1 offensive round, then you might be able to, you're guaranteed to win 3-0. But I don't think that's gonna happen in here because of how close every game that we had ever since Hardpoint, 250 to 205 in favor for Smart Omega, 7-4 in favor for Doyu Gaming on that slums, Search and Destroy. So for me in here, we possibly might see a game 4 or possibly a round number 5 in this map itself.
It's possible. I mean, it's possible. We've seen the potential of both teams, and there's no counting out anyone just yet. They have 1 point each, and control is, though it's something new for the CDM region, but we've seen from yesterday, especially from Q9, that they can manage. They learned, they studied this as well, especially for this team coming from the 3rd of the China Masters Championship. So they are in there in the top 3. They have great potential to take this win, but it's up to Smart Omega to stop them in doing that.
Yeah, what's more impressive was that Q9 yesterday ended up with the 100% win rate.
Yeah.
In control. So they really do their study. They have a lot of preparations leading up to this tournament time, leading up to the preparations for stage 5. But let's see, how will DouYu Gaming pair up with, Garena's best team, one of the best teams in control game mode. So once again, this is CDFI Bantam pick for this game. It started with Smart Omega taking that win on a firing range on a map pick by DYG. And DYG stole away that map number 2 against Smart Omega. So now it all ends here at this game number 3 where we play Raid. So again, a defensive reliant map. So really, whoever starts on the defensive side is going to be favored. So it's going to be DYG. That's going to be interesting. So now here we go. Final game of this round number 1. We see Smart Omega will be doing the first blood here at this respawn game that we have. And they smoke out the fountain as well. The game control of the B side early. While it continues to be that way, looks like DouYu Gaming is not going to push that fast, that easy.
Yeah, imagine 4 has been frags or 4 frags already on the first few seconds in this fight. Chu1M is the only guy who was able to damage Smart Omega in terms of life points, but it is 26 to 27. But Bravo's already been taken, so Alpha is out in the open right now, and we're in for that TDM. Whoopi starts it off with Lil Fox right now, bringing in the 2 life deficit in favor of Smart Omega, but we'll have to find out if Chu1 will be able to balance it off. There goes 1. There might be the second, but there goes Rage taking down Lil Fox as well as a response against Chu1M.
Yeah, great play by the way for Smart Omega. They bully out the players in the A control, the B control point. And the next thing they did is actually move around the mid map to control that kitchen where they could initiate the spawns, and it's currently being held by Whoopi. So right now the next thing that they will have to worry about is the player in the bedroom where Rage was able to take down. So now they are ready to go, pouncing here at this A control point. It starts off with another grenade from Idra. Just take a look at the grenade kills, which has been granted up by Smart Omega at the moment. It has been able to score a lot of kills, and that's why they have a huge sum of lead in this game at the moment. They have controlled 1 segment already. Risky inside the hill. They are claiming time fast as they have 3 players inside. Chu1 tries to create the play. He is successful, but the offensive performance from Smart Omega is just too pure, but they get bullied out at the moment. DouYu Gaming there survive.
And they survived, but 1 tick remains and 1:13 on the clock. There goes Whoopi for the initiation. The second might be happening, but there goes Lil Fox taking him down. 11:15 is life point right now, and this is possible that Smart Omega will just be playing for lives. Lil Fox a little bit risky move in there, going in against Rage. Rage takes him down, and time is running out. Risky for this leg as Chu1M is slowly moving in with a drop shot coming from Ma, and Kendi takes down Chu1M. 8 lives remain, and Kendi has a great hold.
This is just a spawn trap just enabled there for Smart Omega. And although it will be brief, they were able to pick up at least 2 or 3 kills from it. So they've dwindled down the numbers of DouYu Gaming to 7, and they only have to claim 1 more segment in this control point at this A side, right beside the basketball court. But Smart Omega, the clock is ticking. They have to make a move, and it all starts with Kendi in the windows. He finds 1, he finds the second, and now they can initiate the spawn trap in there as well. The Holger 26 is just lighting up the show. The guy is on point. The push has been made. Smart Omega ends it. They win through elimination.
Yeah, they're going for all the winning conditions all at the same time. It's only the time that is in favor of DouYu Gaming, but still Smart Omega was managed to take the win or even the capture later on, but they prioritize on the kills, because that is one thing that they can control right now before the time runs out. But we'll have to find out how will they defend, as DouYu will be the team who will be on attack right here. And as we can see the frags, it's more of balance, 27-27 in the life points.
But looking at the map control though, Smart Omega has already initiated spawns here. You have Kendi extending out way over enemy lines, but finally he does get shut down. But for DouYu Gaming, they have tried this A side, only putting 1 player in there. Not exactly sure why they have to do that. Maybe some sort of a decoy, but that doesn't completely work. But now they find a way to counter Smart Omega. They know that the players are already in the A side. So now they use the smoke. With the help of that spiral, they were able to eliminate dominate and of course now score the first segment here at this B control point. So a great way for them to initiate, but Smart Omega now already on rotation, but they get bullied out. So great way for W Gaming to defuse the situation, and now they are scoring points.
Yeah, they're scoring points right now, but the lives is lost from Smart Omega. No, a little bit early on the claw right now, and just waiting for anyone who's moving in the laundries. But we'll have to see. Bravo has been captured already, and no one is stepping into laundry, knowing that the claw has been put out. But the sniper on No is also so efficient. Alpha is the guarding point of Smart Omega right now. They need to take a lot of covers just to make sure that they will not be risking all those lives. But as we say it, Phantom moves in against Indra.
5-point number lead here in favor for W Gaming. They will be sending out No at the spawns of the enemy line. That's just an insane shot way over the headless section. And now DYG now trying to make a push here, slowly but steady at this A control point. Now Indra has to be a mainstay, needs to top focus that defense, but will get shut down. Rage has to play great, and he does so convert. 12-16, Smart Omega needs to take care of their lives much more, which they do, but they are actually trying to counter W Gaming in here. Pay attention. Two players of Smart Omega on that mid-map. They are trying to find ways to flank the flank, and Rage is there to begin with, and now has to figure W Gaming. It's now a tie game here. Neptune.
Yeah, tie game, and has been taken over once again by W Gaming, but from start to finish, it has been a trade-off at this point, and Smart Omega might be taking a lead depending on how much patience W Gaming has. 2-M right now, they are losing time though, but there goes a kill. Ma and Kendi, or Ma, I was able to take down a Whoopi as well as Kendi on the other side. Now Ma is just seeing one from taking. Rage goes down. 8-6 onto the lives right now. Time is ticking, and 3 lives remaining from Smart Omega. It's not looking good for them as 2 remains, and still the sniper is on.
No answer for Smart Omega here. Ma and Little Fox just decimated the Smart Omega squad with the long-range engagements. They know that they have trouble using the AR, so what did they do? They switched Little Fox from an AR to that Locust that we did see from King of Sniper, where he did play great, and it kind of converted here at the second round where they were on the attacking side. So that was close, but they were able to manage to win, and they're looking to score out that momentum again in this round number 3. Much more efficient defense this time for W Gaming.
Yeah, W Gaming having a good defense. Capture has been done, but not so much for the second tick. It's only first tick right now, and Ma has released the Gravity Vortex already. Right tick still in hand and putting in a lot of pressure. Now the spawns is being, the spawns of Smart Omega is being pressured right now from all angles, and there's no way out. Plus the claw in the hand of 2-M. Good thing that Risky was able to respawn right there and takes him down, but Indra is the guy who cleans up the middle. But let's see on how will they be able to make this push, because so far they were denied of Bravo. They are on their way of Alpha, but probably from the mid they can decide if they continue on for that Bravo push.
But it's really, really risky here, especially with Ma located at the fountains, and it's a really good position to take down players at the mid-map. That we did see as he takes down Kendi. And DYG, what on earth just happened from this crew? They just suddenly became a very offensive tactical team, despite on the defensive side. And right now you see they have 2 players initiating the spawn trap at the gallery, while only 1 player from Smart Omega is trying to create the play at the A side. It's not going to work entirely because they are playing individually compared to what DYG has been putting out on the defensive side. Much more cleaner offensive teamwork. And for Smart Omega, they need to clear out 1 control point. And they start here at this B side, where they will be able to claim 2 segments in already, but their lives are just dropping one by one. But they will be, in turn, going to have a 1 minute added to their gameplay to try to turn things around.
Yeah, they need to turn things around. It's 5 life deficit right now, and it's not looking good for Smart Omega, especially with Alpha being covered from all angles. Risky takes down Odo in there, but there goes trade off against Whoopi. Ma with this shorty, just waiting for that perfect opportunity. And one question for DYG right now: where was Ma on that King of Snipers? He been proficient on a sniper at this point, even in close range, switching over on a shorty and reducing the number of lives for Smart Omega. No, on the other hand, just moves against Rage, and they are left with 4 lives in this point.
Yeah, Ma is just so efficient, 22 kills with that scope. And, Smart Omega has no answer for him at the moment. Omega trying to hit the crossfire on that mid-map. They take down Chua, but Ma is just unstoppable with the scope. The right-tech AMR clearly outdo Whoopies in terms of performance. One more player to kill for DYG, and they will be able to take the lead. Little Fox spraying almost has the kill, but the clock runs out. Smart Omega falls to Doyu Gaming. Now it's 2-1. Doyu has match point.
And they have match point, and we'll have to see the response. But this might be what you were talking about earlier. You were asking, or you were saying that it might come down to game number 5. That will depend if Smart Omega will be able to turn things around right here. But the movement of DYG is a little bit too quick to go for that Bravo. But as you can see, it's not an all-man push for that Bravo side. They are opening up all avenues to open Alpha as well, because that's the hardest point to take. And they will take that little by little until such time wherein they can go back and rotate to Bravo. But this time it is the points, it is the lives who is in favor of Smart Omega. 3 lives deficit, but Ma might be able to bounce it down against Kendi, and we're just waiting for 2 more to clear it off. But Risky, the rest of the gang, will be moving for that pull.
Penta getting himself into the mix here, just spraying and getting a huge 2Ps in there as well. You see the accuracy that's just been lined up from Doyu Gaming. Ma with that heady, now Fenta on the 3 spree. The guy now moves in at the corridors and finds a way inside Long Freeze. Now finds himself with 4. The Sparrow could just be the dagger here. Fenta finds one more drop in Candy. Here is the threat, it's drop 1. Doyu Gaming is on fire. Smart Omega looking lost in the game, stuck in the spawns, and Fenta with this spiral. This is not good. Not looking good for Omega.
6 right now and still in the push, but luckily for him, he has been taken out by Rage in there. 13-16 in favor of DYG in terms of life point. Alpha is yet to be captured right now, but the cover of Smart Omega, is this enough for them to prevent Doyu Gaming in rushing in? Whoopi was able to take down No, but Ma is still on the roll. 27 this time on total frags and still moving on. The chase is happening, but Rage is also going for the backstab as well, taking a few more of those lives and slowly being balanced on that 11-11. But no, 12-10 right now has been done because of damage of No, but up close and personal, Whoopi will be missing those lives, switching on secondary, and still manage to survive.
Yo, the team play is just perfect for Smart Omega. Keeping Whoopi alive there is very beneficial. And now they're stepping up to the plate. Now is able to get 1 batting in. Now, a couple of strikes coming through for Whoopi. 20 kills already added into the board. And this attack in the mid-map is very important, They sent out Rage way behind enemy lines, and he's able to flank them. So now they got the number advantage. But Rage extends out, so that's going to be key for Doyu Gaming to win. Risky on the mid-map as well. They will try to fight for their life. Despite trailing, they are not afraid to create plays. And that's been the personality here for Smart Omega. But now we come to an equalizer. 4v4. Chuan drops 3 players down, and now they are inside the A side. Little Fox with the scope converts against Whoopi. 4v2. Omega is in dire situation. Doyu Gaming looking to win the game. Ma finds 1 player. Chuan delivers, and Doyu Gaming, they take the series, winning against Smart Omega.
A different breed of monster from Doyu Gaming at this point, especially with a turnaround that has been done in the final moments of that control game. Chuan N just moved in and bounced it off on that point, and even took the lead, taking multiple players from Smart Omega with the help of Mount as well as Lil Fox. They started to dwindle down the lives until that final kill, but still the time was not running out, and opportunity for Smart Omega was in there, but it's just the patience and the slaying capacity of Doyu Gaming that brought them down.
Now, what really was the benefactor here for Doyo Gaming is that they had the slaying power at Hardpoint.
Yeah.
They had the tactical ability at the S&D, and they combined both of that here at Control. So they work through mass long-range engagements, and with the help of Little Fox with that Locus as well, they're able to create the long-range engagements. Now, they really have Smart Omega thinking that, oh no, we have to use smokes to cover out grounds and counter out the snipers. Now, this is where the tactical brilliance of, the boys of Dojo Gaming kicks in. Now that the snipers are countered, the smokes is dropped in by Smart Omega. Now, Chu1, and of course, the other players that's using the ARs just rushes through way behind enemy lines and kill them. I mean, tactical brilliance is just key here for Dojo Gaming, and that's the reason why they win this match.
Yeah, I agree. Lil Fox right now, I would say, is the best flex in there. From the King of Snipers, step in as a sniper. He can go for a snipe and for an AR as well. He got a lot of kills in there, but I would say the MVP in my list once again is Chuan at that point. He was the guy who turned it around even from the previous moves or from the previous map. It is the guy that they asked for when it goes in to slaying the opponent. And well, if you are looking for someone to look up to, Chuan M is in there on your list.
Yeah, he's just a lacerator, if that's a word, He just managed to just slay Smart Omega one by one with his off angles. And I think that's one of the key reasons why they're able to win much more gunfights in that control game. Well, despite Ma having such good performance. And wow, here's the team stats, by the way. Doyo Gaming having 111 kills compared to Smart Omega's 103. Of course, the winner will have much more kills overall. But it really all goes down to the strategy at the game itself, where Doyo Gaming played a lot better compared to Smart Omega, who despite has more familiarity after all of the tournaments that they have participated in, a lot more repetitions that they've done compared to Doyo Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, like if we look at the stats right now, it's very, very close. But it's more question of why it ended on a 3-1. There's several winning factors in there when it comes to control. Earlier, we've seen time running out. We've seen lives running out as well, which is very, very close. It's only the final moment wherein it was turned around by Doyo Gaming, and the lead or the lives that has been saved up by Doyo Gaming is a lot more compared to those that has been spent by Smart Omega, where earlier it was the reverse. So the turnaround, I would say Doyo Gaming came back in their final round of control against the comeback king. So we'll have to see on what strategy Smart Omega has to offer this time, because the first series has ended, but it is not yet over. So Smart Omega, they will be stepping in the next series, and they will be against Fun Plus Phoenix.
But it's not going to be that easy, just judging from what we saw from Doyo Gaming, who is the top 3 in CDM. Yes, Smart Omega is going to be playing a team that's ranked lower, but do note, Fun Plus Phoenix is one of the main teams before 2020 to 2021. They were the top team out there in China. And, it's not going to be that easy for Smart Omega, and they have to have mental fortitude to get right back to it. A good series win against Fun Plus Phoenix will secure them maybe a good chance of being the second seed here for Group B.
Yeah, I mean, like what I mentioned earlier from the start of this show, it doesn't really matter where you're in the top or the second, as long as you're part of that top 2, because that's your chance to go to the next level. But looking at the player stats right now, as we can see a positive KD from both Kendi, Rage, and Idra at this point. But on the other side, also 3 players will have a positive KD. So it's not so much difference if you calculate that. But I would say Ma is the slayer of this game, and he might be the MVP for this control game. But again, my hands go down to Chu1M. He has been a slayer overall, turned things around from that control mode, even from the search and destroy and the hard point. He has been on the top slay for this team of Doyo Gaming.
Yeah, Chu1 is a counter-tempo player that was a bane for Smart Omega. Again, kudos to Ma. I mean, this guy played similar to Zen yesterday. The way he was able to impact the control game mode with the sniper, and just be the overall difference maker, carrying the load despite wielding that sniper. It says a lot of what this guy can do and the amount of repetition and practice that he did to be able to perform such wonders here at CDFI 2022. With all that said, this is just a magnificent performance for the CDM teams. First, the CDM region still undefeated in that search and destroys. And then they shocked us once again, stunning Smart Omega in this control game mode. I mean, what does this region cannot offer? I mean, they have everything, Neptune.
Yeah, they have everything indeed. And well, there's a good preparation for Smart Omega before they step into stage 5, because it's not just CDM region that they are going against once they are on that stage, but a lot more of different metas, different tactics. So they need to be prepared. And what more preparation for them than in a tournament just like this? And again, thanks to the China region for inviting us here. But as we look at the MVP, it is Mad Slayer on the sniper. We have 29 kills from him, a total damage of 26-11, 4 streaks, and second MVP for this series.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was just able to shut down Whoopi in every game mode, and except that hardpoint. Ma and Fenta worked to team up on that slums to actually find Whoopi every time and severe him, ending, a lot of sparking runs that Smart Omega can offer in that S&D. Then comes next. Ma and Whoopi just had a sniper duel, and who outlasted who? And it's going to be Ma with his efficient, electrifying, unimaginable angles that he just took right over to that raid. Everything is just calculated. This guy aggressive, and he has 2 MVPs in his favor. And what a great start here for Doyu Gaming on their opening series.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, Doyu Gaming has taken down Smart Omega, and well, I find out what the turnaround will be done right now. Looking at the highlights of this game, this is where turning points has been done from both of the teams. But as we see it right now, Smart Omega was able to take 1 point at this game. But let's check out the interview for Doyu Gaming right now. If I'm not mistaken, once this is over, we are hopping in for a break, and once we are back, I will be back with Warden, and Callie will be taking a break as well for that next series. So let's check out the interview for the winners of this series.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人我们今天有请到的是深圳 DY 的 NONO， 请 NONO 和各位打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是深圳 DY 的 NONO。
首先要恭喜你们拿下了今天第1场胜利啊！拿下这场胜利之后，心情如何？
我觉得心情非常的激动吧。
因为对阵的也是归纳赛区非常强势的 OMG 战队嘛。想问一下，这 DYG 其实已经有很长时间一段没打比赛，差不多1个半月左右了。今天回到线下之后，感觉如何？
今天回到线下的话，我感觉气氛就是还是蛮适合我们队的，因为我们队是个线下队。
那今天在这场比赛之前做了哪一些准备吗？
准备的话，可能就是对 Omega 战队的热点和控制做了一些针对。
OK， 着重来聊聊热点模式。其实今天在上半场的时候，我们打的确实很有这种压制感和节奏感，但是来到下半场之后，对方翻盘了，当时出现什么一些问题呢？
我觉得今天我们崩的点在 Omega 之前跟我们的训练赛，他们没有在马棚点使用他们今天打我们那套3烟的战术，应该是、今天被打有点措手不及，丢了100分吧，将近。
对方藏了一套战术出来，打得有点措手不及了。控制模式今天其实我们发挥也非常好。一直以为可能这个模式会是我们的一个小小的破绽，但今天把这个破绽给堵住了。你们是怎么理解控制模式的？
控制模式的话，我们队的理解就把它当做进阶版的爆破来打吧。然后就是 A、B 2个点嘛，你就是我们学习国外的打法，他们就是2-2-1一个战术进攻嘛，就是2个正面2个中路，然后一个偷你复活点搞你复活点的嘛。
也是学习一下国外的战术。今天在最后时刻，第4局的时候，我们其实在最后关节的时候，命数还是落后的。但是通过我们的运营把这个命数给反超回来，当时做哪些决策和判断呢？
因为当时我们手上都没有道具，就是选择拼一波枪，然后换了我们的准备的3颗烟给他们喂一下嘛，喂一颗3颗烟战术，然后就是把他们的小金库 L 位还有 A 门的 架枪位都给误住了，然后我们就近点拖时间，先把他们不让他们那个时间变掉，然后我们就等他们从烟里出来给我们送就好了。
配合拉满。今天第一站是战胜了 Greenna 赛区的 OMG 战队，然后第二站将会对阵到 WDCF 战队。这支战队你们之前有些什么理解和准备吗？
理解的话，其实没什么理解。
没什么理解。
对，
有做什么特殊的准备吗？
也没有，干他们就行了。
期待你们的表现了，也是期待你们之后有更加精彩的发挥，加油！我们稍事休息，稍后比赛更加精彩。
Show in here. First game of the day, group stage day 4.
Backs away slowly, wins the big gunfight. Fantastic play. Junior Games, they managed to hold on to this there. WDC.Freeslot is moving into this game.
A little time, but Yaya will be in there as well. Perfect uses for general Junior Games, but take a look at the spawns in here right now, the fountains. Bottom left side of that minimap, they are going to
On the ground, so they still have this advantage here.
It's going to be very crucial. Two players are making their way, and now we're on the flank gets one. What will be trades coming through? C1 with the first blood. Engagements are just being won over by C1. Back and forth.
The B control point almost completed already, able to take us away from the Indonesians, man. They're just controlling this map and running circles around the side players. Point out there the battlefield, because I have to tell you, man, Raiders moving in more into this hardpoint. Even out at Bakery, they cannot get past. Walking laundry spotting one. More accurate. Smart Omega winning out all of it. Secure the slay onto us. And, you know, that. Yeah, and mechanical skills, you know, that's absolutely understandable. Unfortunately, we are being left high and dry.
Because of that scaffolding towards the launch area.
Hardpoint is still contested in here. Going to be quite a very back and forth fight.
There's no spawns really that can
Stay inside. Right now, good positioning for NGU, but Kalo is about to bust out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this barrel once again to get 2 picks in. Pick that 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for the they're jumping black. The pitch pick coming through now. The flank is going to get activated. Timor's lugging things down, picking up from where we left off from Hardpoint. Fights one more. The bomb set's going to get all of his skills in here. Looping now 2 in a row. Make that 3. This guy's on his spree.
5 lights remaining for NGU. For the time is
This is going to continue getting more kills. And Timor's looking to get that follow-up as well. Right through the deli. Seconds and results down there at the beach side, but still, it's going to be a bit wild. The gunfight is not basically it for Junior Games. The finally
Floor of mana instead, which is a little bit surprising.
and the Hardpoint opens up, and Junior Games is in the one shot, and they are winning the gunfight.
As long as they're in.
A pretty close matchup, but Junior Games this time now moving in here.
And MJ manages to quickly sneak behind. Fantastic in terms of positioning and a very aggressive set. Might get tagged up.
No one's attacking the point, and they send out a lot of things around the mid map.
Battlefield, Demo sorts him out. Airbox, fantastic. Off the side of West Point, Mama Locates. This is the spawn.
find out if that will be the case. Change World in blue.
Take over that. The battle will be between Aimer and 4 players for Change Hacker Spawn, and they're doing whatever kills gone inside the matchup. And well, it's been so good and so great for ABC Esports. Although they don't have and Change Broken seem to do nothing about that. Okats making a good use of that off angle, getting jumping pressure.
And there goes the hit. That's right now. And 56 on the snipe, on the push. And
Now they're slowly moving in, but misses on the defense.
he's going into the flank. And Yeah, I mean, it's really, really unfortunate for Smart Omega to not go in that and no go in for that win from that first series that we have. But looking forward to how they are going to recover this time on that second series. What Warden was saying earlier, if you weren't able to hear that, is that Smart Omega had a good run. It's a wild run from that first series out there. Unfortunate for Smart Omega didn't get two wins in favor of Doyu Gaming. So Warden, what do you think? Are we expecting a little bit of faltering, or probably there's a chance for the Comeback Kings to really come back from this game?
I do apologize for my end earlier that I did get caught off there, but Gentleman Gaming, I think we could really expect a little bit of a setback here for the side of Omega, no, because then again, Omega, they're going to be battling against another CDM team here, aka FPX. And if we're going to be talking about FPX here, their whole history runs down quite a lot in the China region. You know, their peak season was founded in between the days of 2020 of June and 2021 of June. As you know, they were able to accumulate 6 to 7 number one seeding for tournaments as well. But unfortunately, with every good story there for the side of FPX, they were always going into trouble as well. Coming at your way was Q9, Doyu Games, and Weibo Games, and also the All Gamers. So big obstacle there, but it's a different set of environment there for them. And, you know, it could be a different FPX that we could totally expect. But with the whole fight going on right now, with the whole CDM region just dominating the tactical side of the competition, Omega, they need to double down their efforts.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, tacticals is more of the focus of the China region, the CDM region, and this is where they need to make the adjustment. Hopefully, the coach will be able to provide those details as well on their next matchup. It's Smart Omega and Fun Punch Phoenix right now that they will be challenging. And like I mentioned, hopefully this is not the time that Smart Omega will be faltering. We're looking forward to probably a 3-0 if they will be able to pull it off, for them to really catch up in terms of points. Otherwise, like, if it is another fail for Search and Destroy for the arena region, then it might be a lose streak for SND, and that would be the main focus of their practice moving forward after this CDFI. But we're gonna find out how will this end, because from the start of this match, from the setup of the first series, there are expectations that Smart Omega might be taking that win, but it has been a disappointment for the fans as well as for the team. But hopefully it will be a different story for the next one.
I mean, I wouldn't really be taking it against them if they're so disappointed here. But then again, I have to back up my boys here for the set of Smart Omega. They are going against a different type of environment here. We're talking about the CDM. We're talking about different set of players here, different type of culture, different type of energy that they show off here. Yeah, for sure. In Hardpoint earlier, the tacticalness was present as well for the set of DYG, but Omega was not too shabby as well in terms of putting up their own sense of tacticalness. They were able to accumulate a lot more time inside the hill, disregarding the slays outside and inside the parameter, and that's exactly how they bounce back up against DYG. But one thing here coming again, we got to bring it back. Control, search, and destroy. You need to win this one out if you want to take the series out away from your predecessors. And FPX here, we can completely expect them to show a little bit more offerment here up against DYG. But then again, you know, different set of environment, could be a different case. But now, here we go. Keys to victory here for the side of Smart Omega. I want to talk about here, gentlemen, is that I do believe that Whoopi needs to double it down here. He is the star player. He is known to having the spotlight for the side of Omega, as he is one of the, could be the best flexer in the competition. He was slowed down there in Hardpoint. If you can only imagine that Whoopi was able to pop off in Hardpoint alongside with Rage as well, maybe till then it would have been a very different, significant storyline for the side of Omega. But, it's really a hard call as well. Not everyone can have their better days, but you need to go back to the drawing boards now and really double it down, especially up against FPX.
Exactly. It's more of how you are going to stand up once you got beaten down. And this is the challenge for Smart Omega. For FPX, like, everything's clear right now. They have the record from the past, especially China Masters Championship, wherein they ended up around 5th to 6th. And even before that, they were able to go into the 3rd place before on stage 3 of the China Masters. So there's great potential from the team of FPX right now as we see them balance off. And from what we've seen from Doyu Gaming, the 3rd from China Masters Championship. I mean, there's the numbers right there from their placement of the past might not matter anymore because of the time that they have spent practicing and understanding the gameplay of their opponent, and pretty much being the ones on the top. Smart Omega, like a lot of teams has their eyes on Smart Omega. They have been trying to check on what tactics they can use against Smart Omega. So the crosshairs are on them, the target is on them. So it might not be that easy for Smart Omega up until this point moving forward. So they need to double up, not just Whoopi, but everyone else from this group, and that will be seen later on. But a lot of assumptions, a lot of explanation can be done between these teams. We just want to go into the actions right here because this is where it will give us that opinion if Smart Omega will be able to make themselves available on the top two. As we look at the lineup right now, again, it's Whoopi, Risky, Rage, Hydra, and Candy. Smart Omega from the Philippines, from the Garena region, representing this region right now against CDM we're in. They will be challenging Von plus Phoenix.
I mean, just looking at the talents here, I can't help but just overall bring back what they have to do. A struggle in Search and Destroy, but that could be something that we might be able to see with teams that goes against CDM teams. Had a rough start, had a rough take as well in Control, but despite their shadows that was hunting them in Hardpoint, they were able to shine through with their mental power and composure here. Time inside the hill is the key to victory for them, as it's a really crucial thing that we gotta mention. First game mode, it could really dictate the tide. It's Hardpoint. But one thing that they really have to catch up here, Neptune, is that they need to catch up in terms of how differently the rotations goes, especially against CDM teams.
Yeah, I would agree. And we just have details of the interview earlier that happened between Doyu Gaming and the host. But as we present you, FPX right now, we have Asinan, Menrui, 5, Sha, and Sun or Sand. I'm going to read the Sand because 4 is more of an A to everyone's books. But there you have it, the opponent of Smart Omega at this point. But going back to the interview that I mentioned earlier, they were asked of the preparation against Smart Omega, and their answer was on Hardpoint and Control. And I would agree. Control is the best preparation that they could put in against Smart Omega. And it shows with the numbers as well as the results from the early game.
Yeah, I mean, that's really a wise choice for them as well. And in terms of wiseness being a thing now in CDM, it's such a no question, no more. Tactical brilliance, just worth the mentioning here. But, in terms of the whole energy of that of DYG, it's just so phenomenal here, and you can really talk about it as well here for the set of FPX. They really bring in this intimidating vibe here. They know how to play like an actual esports player here. The battle, the mindset, the spiritual power, the warriorness of FPX could really be something that could be a big factor in how they can overpower Omega here. But then again, we're talking about Omega. These guys are beasts as well. These guys are wild, and they can really, I think, just we're in tone down just a little bit. I think this could really just all about a mental base game here. Who really has the bigger energy could really rock the game overall until the very end. It's all about the composure and the mentality here. We can really expect the best out of the best here, as for a moment or two, FPX was titled to be the best team in China in the China region. Same goes for the side of the Omega. They faltered for a little bit, but now, right now, currently, they are the best team in the Philippines here. Now, moving along now to the Benson pick here, this is where it will get interesting here, because for the side of Omega, they're going to be batting off Standoff alongside with the Shenda here, which is quite a big shocker for me, because, Hashenda, in my takeaway, especially from their coach Jericho, they love to play Hashenda.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Probably there's a ruse for them to throw off FPX at this point. We'll have to find out. Starting off this Hardpoint on Raid, and we've seen them play this already. It was close, I would say, with a almost 50-point mark. But we've seen how Doyu Gaming earlier was able to take that lead. So I think Smart Omega really needs to pack up this time, start that initiation as well as the early rotation to make sure that they will not be led by FPX from this point.
Ooh, here we go now. Here we go. Hardpoint number 1 opening up. Here, the first handful of contestment will be given for the side of Smart Omega. And they were playing it one quite well in terms of the fundamentals. Just having it anchored here on towards Laundry is risky, doing it well done. But the problem is here is actually a big of a contrast here on towards the Hardpoint number 1. Influence inside the hill for a moment or two. They were able to let it go. FPX was able to accumulate 10 points. But bouncing back now inside this game, Smart Omega, they do get the clearance now in this competition here as they're leading and cruising the game.
Yeah, they're cruising the game right now. As apologies for the technical issues. And as we jump in, it is Smart Omega. With a few seconds, they will not be letting go, especially with Idra onto that hill. As they move and prepare for P2 right now, Rage will be taking one room and preparing for anyone who's moving in from Tiki. But he has been beat to it. Well, let's see on how FPX will be able to rush through. 4 members from Smart Omega taking cover of the hill, and FPX slowly moving in for the flank.
You can't really hope for a better start here, just like how Smart Omega will be able to put that one there on towards the first hardpoint. The rotations here on towards P2 was looking quite promising as well, but on the process, they were losing their gunfights now, and we can clearly see the sole definition of FPX here, spawning all the way to the right side of the minimap. Player 2, they're anchoring on towards the gardens. Influence inside the hill. Player 4 here, 5 from the side of FPX, just holding it down. And the setup that they are showcasing here is actually so sighted inside the hardpoint, to the point that they don't really have any power positions to anchor the spawns. And just like that, I mean, the pinch will try to come through from the side of Smart Omega, and they do get that break.
They do get that break, and they will be pushing through 53 to 27 right now. And we thought with the time spent by FPX at that point might be able to make them recover. Rage right now, Rage is on as they prepare for Garage right now on that P3. But it might be a very difficult push right here, because from what we've seen from the past, this P3 is very difficult to push or to break and very easy to hold. So Kennedy is starting it off with a few more seconds before it gets triggered. Sand is already on play and goes 1 for that kill.
Smart Omega here solely defining themselves on towards the bottom end to the hard point, and Rage popping off with an Annihilator. Has 4 kills under his name, does get shot down by 5. But till then, that was enough investment and capitalization for them to get themselves inside a hill. Until then, the points will just rain upon for the side of Blue, for the side of Smart Omega. FPX now trying to fight a break here on towards the generators. But unfortunately for them, on the process, one Smart gunfights not looking so promising here. The pinch will try to come true, but it does get denied. And Smart Omega here just leading the game by 3.
Leading game by 3, 92 to 27, leaving FPX on the dust. Xenon right now will try to go for the cleanup on the mid, but is that enough time for them to cover those points? Because with only a few points remaining, or a few seconds remaining, they will be moving in onto the next hill. Basketball court right now, Mengrui takes that lead, but Idra stops in on that move. Xenon, on the other hand, will be moving from Tiki, from swimming pool, and preparing for the few seconds remaining. They need to make that break, but will be taken down there by Idra as well as Risky. Good position being taken, and this locker room would be the best one for those slays. Just waiting for anyone who's moving in from Tiki or from the swimming pool into basketball court, but there goes Sha. Unfortunate for him, the grab vortex will not work that much, and it will still be Smart Omega who will take it over, but FPX has taken this hill this point.
I mean, I had a little bit of a brain fart, and why did I say that Smart Omega was winning by 3? What I totally meant was that the Smart Omega has been winning the game with 3 consecutive hard points now under their belt. They were able to accumulate majority of the points here for the first 3 hard points here. It could be a different storyline for the set of FPX, as they're slowly but surely trying to bounce back here. But with only player 2, Mengrui here trying to really be in the saving grace here and really getting that investment inside a hill is actually more than enough for them to just hold on to the grass. And this could be the first money hill here for the set of FPX. And slowly but surely now, one more money hill to respawn back again. Here could be the possibility here on towards the 5th hill. They could really bounce back and could possibly take the lead here out away from Smart Omega. But it's easier said than done. We're talking about P5 here, Neptune. And this is really a very open hill here.
I would agree. I mean, the openness of P5 right now can turn around for FPX at this point. But Smart Omega is moving in for that 150 mark. And as we talked about yesterday with Coach Jay, 150 is the point where it's still, or before you get to 150, it's still, there's still chance for FPX to take cover. And this is what Mengrui is doing right now. There's multiple slays. I think that was a 3rd slay before it has been taken down. But Whoopi as well as Rage will be taking on that mid guard. And they will secure the power positions and the corners, but a backstab coming from Sand right now will bring him for a birdie.
I mean, it's truly crazy that how the individuality here for the set of FPX was able to showcase here. Mang Rui was on a 5 spree, but unfortunately coming again, despite the good play there and a good highlight reel for him, it wasn't really enough to capitalize a break or a full clearance for them to get themselves inside a hill. But, you know, different storyline out here. We're going back to the reset here on towards P1. 151 to 90 here as first place will end off to. And so far, this could be another promising run here for the set of Smart Omega, as only Mang Rui here is only spotted here instead of Sculpture, and he's taken out. He gets taken out of the equation. And coming again, Neptune, another full clearance here from the side of Smart Omega. Power positions, influence inside the hill, parameting players, just all so well laid down from the side of Smart Omega.
Yeah, I would agree. Rage is the only one taking the hill, and the rest of the teams are just covering the angles and the perimeter. Risky right now going for the double, and might be going for the triple, but there goes Shot taking him down. 5 right now on the shot against Whoopi, and will be taking him down with that Annihilator. And what a turnaround by 5 at this point. I would say he's not 5 anymore. He is 100. He is going for that slay, but here comes Whoopi for the backstab, and with that Crit 6, just moves down and take that kill, but it's still needs to clear up this hard point. But as you can see, reaching that 100 mark, there's still chance for FPX at this point. It's up to Smart Omega to really make sure that they will not get a lot of points moving forward.
A lovely ending here for the set of P1. They're under, by the courtesy of the set of FPX, they were able to accumulate, you know, a bit of more points that I was totally expecting there. But one thing that they have to really reconsider is the early rotations here, Neptune. That's where they struggle the most. Yeah, for sure, breaking the hill could be a big thing that they can really offer, but it's not much better in terms of getting in comparison to getting the early rotations. As we can see here, Smart Omega, they arrive on towards P2 quite early, and they get the first 20 points here. FPX, they try to find a break, but guess what? The coordination is just not right there. They're scattered around, and this time around, they're gonna be spawning on towards bottom, and that's exactly where you don't want to be in, especially on towards P2.
I would agree. I mean, early rotations provide you a lot more time before the rotations of the opponent can be done, and that is what Smart Omega is taking advantage of. First to reach that 200 mark, but FPX needs to take over with the remaining 18 seconds at this point. But the rotations is not being done, and as we can see, Smart Omega has already taken the garage. Xenon is out in the open and only having one angle to look into. He might be taken out, and there you have it, Rage in there, Annihilator. But I would say it's early for the Annihilator because it's more time before the next point will be cleared up, and a few more seconds before the rest of FPX will be moving in for the push. Indra for a backstab, going in for 2, and this bedroom's right now really deadly for him.
Yeah, quite deadly here, quite deadly. And so far, the current state of the game here is still looking to be a one-sided love affair. FPX here will try to go for a desperation break all the way through the driveways. 5 parameting players, 5 around the parameter here on towards the top ends will try to come true. But with Smart Omega here just balling and cruising this one out, I don't exactly know what to tell you, Neptune, but aside from the fact that really Smart Omega, they're just having the time of their lives.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, they still have 4 from what we're looking at right now. And just in case a few of the members will be taken down here on this garage, they have a full cover of all the corners that they need for them to be able to take a lot of points in this game. Now, as we see, it is 237 to 139, and no one from Fun Plus was able to break through that hill. And with only 5 seconds remaining, I think this is enough time, unless it will be taken over with a few more seconds by FPX. It is still a cliffhanger at this point, but with a few points. I mean, it's a cliffhanger if FPX will be able to take down those remaining members from Smart Omega. Otherwise, it will just be carried over onto the next hill.
Did he do it? Did he do it? Did he do it? Did he do it? I don't know. We don't know. Not so certain here. I mean, it's a big cliffhanger here. And so far, I think Smart Omega, they win the game. FPX, they falter there onwards. Hardpoint, no respondent whatsoever. I mean, until then, the whole game there, FPX, they were playing chase, rotations. They were chasing it down. The kills, they were chasing it down as well. Every factor there was just so well laid down from set of Smart Omega. And that's exactly how you play Raid Hardpoint.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing and good momentum from them, especially on the Hardpoint map. But we are jumping in Search and Destroy. And, well, it's high time for Smart Omega to take a win and for Garena region to take a win against CDM for Search and Destroy because it has been a lose streak in terms of that mode. And even from the previous one, we are expecting a lot more from Smart Omega earlier because the momentum that they have, control is one thing that the CDM region can surprise us, and surprise us they did, especially from the previous series. DYG was able to take Smart Omega down on a 3-1 series, and we are expecting a lot more from FPX this time as well because it's the same. They play on different metas, they play on different tactics, and patience from the CDM region proves to be a lot more that the Garena region cannot handle. That's one thing I would say. The patience and the waiting game is something that the Garena region couldn't handle. We have highlighted a lot more of movements and the wacky and wild plays from Garena region, but they know that the China region know that, and they want to counter it.
I mean, looks like Marceline, dude. That's something that really could be something worth mentioning here for Control and Search and Destroy as we're approaching, come again, a tactical game here. It's all about the waiting game. But then again, tacticalness needs to be backed up with good mechanical capabilities, So for the mechanical aim there or the overall energy that FPX was showing there, they were quite struggling big time. So you want to take this one slowly. You also need to perform. It's, tacticalness comes in execution, but in terms of performance, tacticalness comes in projection. Mechanical, that's where execution comes in, because no matter how you project, if you can't win your gunfights, it's still going to be a GG well played for you. So FPX here, we know they got the minds, but do they have the power to break through the fury of Smart Omega right now?
Yeah, that's what they're going to answer at this point. So the respawn's hardpoint is already over, and the Smart Omega is taking the win. And I would say it's a huge lead once again, similar to what we've seen earlier. But for Search and Destroy, they really need to put on a lot of effort right now to break it on that 2-0 initially after this mode, and probably a 3-0 later on for them to catch up to the point of what DYG has to offer later on. That's 2 points that has been taken down, 2 points that has been taken by DYG that brings them to the top right now. And Smart Omega really needs to be putting those investments in terms of point even up until the final moment, because our final match of today is Smart Omega and WDC.Freeslot. And I would say even if WDC.Freeslot didn't show up that much against Smart Omega, they might still be a challenge for Smart Omega because they haven't seen a lot more of performance and how much improvement they has done up at this point. So as we look at Rage right now, the MVP with 38 on the kills and almost 38k or 3,800 on the total damage, 5 kill streak, and first MVP for the series.
Yeah, first MVP for the series, quite well deserving here, and I really love the setback that he was able to put through. I mean, that run right there for DYG, he wasn't really showing the rage that we totally knew, especially during the run there for Garena Master 3. Now, this is exactly what I mean. We're going to be talking about rage here. And just overall, looking at the highlights here, Neptune, it was such a good run there. I mean, one favorite highlight actually that was able to spot onto was actually Mangaroo breaking that hill on towards B5. I mean, aside from that, though, the whole energy there, or overall the whole takeaway there, the spotlight will always be decided for Smart Omega, especially by the history of this raid Hardpoint.
I really love the comeback that Five is bringing for that chopper. It's been a while, and I was looking at what weapon Idra is pulling out at this point, because seeing the chopper in there coming from Fun Plus, it might be a comeback, but it didn't provide that much of damage. It doesn't provide that much of damage, and we've seen a lot more on the Holgers, and especially Krieg 6. I mean, it has been a favorite of the players ever since the update, ever since it has been released. From day one, we've seen the Krieg 6 being used to perfection, especially the quick reload that it has to offer. So you can spray, reload quickly, and then spray once again. You can get a lot of slays.
Yeah, I mean, the Krieg 6 is such a versatile weapon. It can really just slay out and burn you down. Close quarter, medium range, long range, name it whatever you want. the gun is such a capable thing. But in terms of gun additions as well, I really love the fact that the CDM teams loves to experiment with the LAPA, as what I would call it, the LAPA, and that's just such it was such a refreshing take for me, as it's really mobility based. In terms of the fire rate, it's just okay, and I guess that's where something that I tend to question as well: how well is this going to be able to be fit into the current mixtures? The Krieg 6 is still looking to be the gun that's just really dominating here. I guess the teams here are just experimenting on how this one, or how this the LAPA fits in. But so far, coming again, Neptune, as you did say, the Krieg 6, it's still the fad for this competition.
Yeah, I would agree. And as well as the claw being pulled out. So, I mean, there's a lot of changes, and this is where we want to see those changes, those updates, those new weapons and new metas that can put into play for Call of Duty Mobile. And tournaments just like this provides us a lot more of insights of that, because in RGs, yes, you can use that. You will see other players use that as well. But how proficient, how efficient can it be used? Only tournaments just like this, CDFI, this is where you can see it first for those weaponry, then later on for the upcoming tournament. So as we prepare right now for Search and Destroy, we're looking forward to what will be happening. Summit is the map, and FPX is the team that picked this. But Summit, I would say Warden is one map wherein Smart Omega can also take a win.
I mean, I just remember a lot of history here, especially for the set of Whoopi. The sniper he is, having a really good feel or grasp on how the catwalk should be played out. We could really expect him to roam around there. But now here we go, round number 1 here, game number 2 into the matchup of Smart Omega and FPX. Now initiating, first blood being initiated. It's Risky and Rage popping off here as they slow down the heat of FPX.
Yeah, FPX right now has been slowed down, only left with 3 members, and Rage rages on against Sha, and now 2 left. Kendi's just waiting on the side, and Sinan will be taken down. Sand, on the other hand, will be on a quicksand, will try to go in for the push, and Idra will be taken down. Quick reload, but there goes the kill, and Kendi puts him down. The first point goes to Smart Omega.
Yep, first round for Smart Omega, and I'm just loving how they took that one out here on the first phase of that round. They were able to establish their map control, especially on the mid lane. Until then, that was just really leaving FPX with no such playing grounds whatsoever. They were clustered around there for the response, but this time FPX here looking to respond back with some seed as well, as Mangaree, Sha, and San will get the first 3 casualties here. Smart Omega looking to respond back. Rage there wrapping around from the back ends. 5 still lit for another run. It's a 3v2 situation here. Smart Omega, they're bound to lose this one out, not unless they can recompose themselves. Bomb gonna get planted as well. Even grounds now, it's a 2v2.
2v2, and we'll have to find out what the combination of Rage and Kendi can do against Sand as well as Sinan. Sand right now slowly creeping in for that flank, but I think both crosshairs will be on him the moment he steps out of that door. Slowly moving into the alpha right now. Sinan taking the cable cars, but no one is going in for the push. There goes the hit, and there goes the backstab. Oh, we'll have to see who will survive. Kendi takes that win, and with plenty time to defuse, another point goes for Smart Omega.
What a turnaround by Kendi. Supposedly a round for a set of FPX, and all of a sudden Kendi just whips down, turns around 180, and puts 4 kills under his name. That's exactly how you would want to win a round, like a round in Search and Destroy. But with the whole takeaway here for a set of FPX, they tried to put this round number 2 quite fast. They lost the one out. In the latter stage of round number 2, they need to learn how to end off rounds. But this time around, not looking so promising, as Whoopi will be able to take down Mangaree out of the equation. Rage gonna go for the wraparound, will take down one as well. And this is such a dual factor type of team from Smart Omega.
I would agree. I mean, I think they're taking a page from the book of Doyu Gaming earlier. The patience for Smart Omega is in there. They're just taking all the covering all the angles wherein they can get the kill, not really rushing into things, though they don't have to rush. They are in the defend, but still the movement has changed on Smart Omega. And the tip from the coaches right now, I think it's working for them. It's a 3-0 right now, and still has a chance for them to complete their run until such time that they switch sides.
Yeah, You know, it's really a hard call here. I mean, attacking on Summit is a really finicky thing, but what else can you do aside from just to win it out? But, you know, lovely start here for a set of FPX. They do take down Rage and Whoopi out of the equation, which is really the equivalent of a player to really rock the tide. Shao with a no-scope. Spots down Risky, pushing it down to a 5v2 situation. There's Candy and Idra left alone. And this is still a round, kind of doable, but it's going to be a hard call here. They just can't get too complacent as they need to put up a round up in the board.
Yeah, well, we've seen this before, but with more members from FPX. It's more of Smart Omega to balance it out, probably on a 2v3 or a 2v2. But Candy right now with the slide and the scope. We'll have to see if he'll be able to take another one. Seeing one from above, but Heaven knocks on him. Sand was brought into his head and has been taken out. First point for FPX right here. And this might be a chance for them to get back. But later on, if they get the momentum, it might be different once they switch side.
I mean, it's hard to get heated up, you know, especially because we're in Summit. It's cold. No, I'm kidding. I mean, we're talking about Smart Omega here, and they're really good in terms of just overall bouncing back and starting off really differently how they did in the previous round as Whoopi this time around, playing around the mid lane, and did have that opening kill there on towards the catwalk. Spots down one player as well. Information here on this mid away. Yeah. Nice. And I really think that FPX could really just, you know, slow this one down and take this one differently, as Smart Omega doing the same case as well.
Yes, and right now is in there, going in from that height once again, and double coming from Sand. It's now a 2v3 situation. Idra and Candy once again has been put in this place, but they were able to balance it on a 2v2. The bomb is on the ground right now, and Mengrui with a backstab against Idra is now a 1v2, but Idra really needs to be patient and wait for the perfect opportunity. But as we can see, FPX, they will not be letting go of the duo because they want that man advantage. One might go down and the other one will follow through, and Candy is a guy that you need to put that pressure on.
Yeah, Candy pressure on 1v2. Does win the gunfight. Sand out of the equation now. Mengrui with a scope against SPX9. Looking so finicky right now. Oh my days, FPX, quite aggressive it is. Just chasing down Candy. Does get the heady as well, but doesn't matter. Mengrui will find this one out and will serve another round for his team. FPX only will be trailing by 1.
Yeah, only trailing by 1. And this is one thing. I mean, we're expecting that will be a clutch at that point. But again, FPX is smarting it up. They don't want to give a lot more advantage. I was just surprised that FPX split up on that final moment. They can just go on that push. But there goes Sha for the kill against Rage. And one of the Slayers from Smart Omega has been taken down. Have to see who goes down next, whether it's from FPX or from Smart Omega. Sha right now trying to get that angle. Risky on the other side. Not seeing anyone just yet, but there goes Sha for that hit, and Risky takes him down. Now a few more is in the middle in that control room. Idra was able to take Mengrui out. It is now a 3v4. Make that 2v4.
Yeah, 2v4 situation here. Smart Omega just showing what they're made of. Risky now popping off 2 kills under his name, pushing down Sand, left alone here on the catwalk. Doesn't even win the first casualty here, and Smart Omega, they continue to retain their lead, and it's up by 2. Oh my days. I mean, there's really a lot of things that FPX is really trying up against Smart Omega, but it's just not working out. It's the same case they're on towards Hardpoint, rotations, gunfights, coordination, just so well lit upon first side of Smart Omega. Round number 7 now, right around the corner. And so far, Smart Omega, this could be a different takeaway here, but could be just the same storyline of them leading 2 casualties here. Been a trade-off. Make it more kills now, raining upon first side of Smart Omega, as it's going to be FPX trailing once more.
FPX right now trailing at this point. Attackers will be Smart Omega. Rage right now go overextending a little bit. Well, we'll find out if we'll be able to make that kill. Damage has been done, and the takedown against Mengrui. There's no way out, but Sand goes in for that rush. Rage has been taken down. It's still a 1v3 situation. Sand is still alive, and 40 seconds on his name, but the bomb needs to go down. And there goes Smart Omega already. Time is ticking for them, and Sand still needs to defend, but with the 3 defenders of that bomb, I don't think it will be looking good for him.
I mean, I was about to say we've seen Sand in this situation before. We're going to be seeing him once more. But guess what? It's the same storyline as well, just him losing the clutch situation. And I mean, this is looking to be a very harsh defeat here on the word to search and destroy, and overall, the series overall. But, I mean, the game's not over until it's over. A little bit of a hope here for the set of FPX, but they need to start winning out their gunfights. You just can't let Omega go out of the mid lane and just win those casualties out. 2 casualties here. Connected true, but it's at Smart Omega. Make it 3 as well as Rage will take down Sinan. Make it 4 as well as Mangry will be out of the equation. Come again, San here. Left alone in a clutch situation. A 1v4. Can he do it? No.
No, I mean it's very difficult at that point. He's trying to get a position, but everyone has the target on him already. And given the situation, I mean, Sand has been hiding out earlier from that second floor. He is taking that tower earlier as well as that height to take advantage of the attackers from Smart Omega. But this time, there's no chance for Smart Omega to give that out. Match point already for them. And with 2 points that FPX has, hopefully they will be able to make that momentum and take a lot more. But it's a lot to ask for FPX at this point. Rage right now, even with that 1v2, was able to manage to take them down.
I mean, good call here. Good gunfight from set of FPX, but not enough for them to take the man advantage here. It's a 2v3 situation game, silent as ever. San in contact here up against Idra, and it doesn't really matter. He's going to get taken out. Mangrui with a scope. The last glimmer of hope as well for set of FPX here for this search and destroy on Summit. Let's get concussed. Information is right there. Candy awaits him right around the corner, and guess what? Doesn't even have a chance to get the shot off. Smart Omega, they take Search and Destroy as well.
Finally, Search and Destroy has been won by a team from Garena, and FPX has been left in dust. The scores is 7-2, and there's no question that Smart Omega will be moving up a little bit more, especially on that control point. But we'll have to find out. We'll have to see on what adjustment can be done by FPX later on. Hopefully they will not be demotivated at this point, especially as they are challenging one of the top teams from the arena regions. But again, it is a 2-point already, a chance for a 3 points or 3-0 for Smart Omega to catch up on the loss that they had from the first series.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that really Smart Omega has been wishing here. DYG, they took 2 points out away from them. They respond back with 2 Ws here up against FPX, and this is something about FPX really was an intimidating force here, but clearly not no more, especially for this very matchup. I mean, we can really expect them to bounce back and just go back to the drawing boards. Until then they could offer something different here. But for this one, the series in town here that we're seeing here in between FPX and Omega, it's really rightfully owned by the side of Omega. Control right up next. Could we really see the different a different outcome here, especially on who's going to be able to get the W's and the L's? I don't exactly know, but it's going to be lenient towards the fact that Omega might be able to cruise themselves the victor's crown until the very end here, and could possibly serve a donut here up against FPX.
Yeah, from yesterday, it's only the late games from yesterday that has been served a donut. But this time, it might be an early donut, a breakfast or dinner donut. I don't know what that's called if you take it around this time. They have the time right there at the top. But anyways, I'm like, Smart Omega has changed their tactics. I'm seeing that for this gameplay. From Raid, it's pretty much the same as we've seen against Doyu Gaming. But from that Search and Destroy, they have maintained the patience. They were not rushing that quickly into the hands of FPX, and that might be the advantage as well as adjustment that they need to go and use it on control mode. But that would depend on what will be the tactic of FPX right here, as well as their position, because as we keep saying, control is more of a defensive favored mode, and those in defense usually take advantage of either baiting one team to the other side, or to one side funneling them in, or buying some time and then waiting for them to lose all their lives. But at some point as well, from the other competitions, we've seen some who've utilizes aggressiveness as their strong points in control. They go in for the push, make the slays, they go for the starting attacking phase, before the defense has been set up. So we'll have to find out any or which ones of those tactics will be pulled up this time as we'll look at the stats for the teams right now. As we look at the kills, it's 41-22 and 1.9 to 0.5 on the KD. A huge lead for Smart Omega right here.
Winning up the rounds, the kills, even leading the assist as well. And the series here. 4 factors that Smart Omega has been so much better at right now in this very series here. Now, in control, I don't exactly know how this one could play out, but then again, I did say that we might be able to expect just the same lenience of story here as Smart Omega to lay this one out. But in terms of the statistics that they showed on towards the Search and Destroy and Summit Neptune, is it even worth the question at all? Every player from the side of Smart Omega was leaning towards the positive ends. FPX, no player at all except for Sand that was on the positive rate in terms of the KDR.
Yeah, Sand is more of the survivor at this point, and the rest of the team, especially 5 out here. Right? Imagine a 1-9 and Sinan as well as in the 2-9, but it's more of the positioning. Like they are being caught off guard in every approach that they have, whether they are in attack or in defense, and this is what I'm loving about Smart Omega at this point. From earlier, that is their losing part. They were impatient, they were not careful in every approach, and I think the same goes for FPX for this Search and Destroy. Smart Omega, on the other hand, learned their tactics, learned what they can do, put that against the CDM team. And as we can see, Kendi, once again, the second MVP for this tournament, 11 kills, 141 on ADR, and 2 streaks. Not so much on the streaks, but what can you say? This is Search and Destroy. Not so much kills can be done. It's more of the tactics and the tactics for the attack and the defensive side.
Yep, definitely. Kendi bagging this one out, and it's just overall, I think really, despite the fact that Kendi was able to accumulate that MVP, deserved the spotlight, my guy, but I really believe that it was a 5-way factor for the team here for the side of Smart Omega. Every player was doing their job well done. Every player was winning out crucial gunfights. No player at all was slow down, unlike on the first series there against DYG, where Wookie and Rage, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken right there, was a little bit slow on towards Hardpoint. But, you know, with the recomposition there of Kendi, Idra, and Risky, they were able to bag that one up and scoring 1 point out away from DYG. Now, with the Smart Omega, as I quote to believe that they're a 5-way factor team right now, best to believe that, you know, FPX, they really have to double it down here. I mean, different set of control, different set of game mode here. We're moving over to control. And as much as I want to put more spotlight here for a set of FPX, it's not so bright, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, it's not so bright. Already down 2 points and a potential 3-0 at this point, especially with the improvement that we've seen from Smart Omega. But that yet to be seen right now. Fun Plus Phoenix at this point really needs to double up, as you mentioned, Warden. But again, it's yet to be seen. They need to be cautious in every approach. They don't want to lose lives early. And for those in attacker, for the attacker's side, yes, they can rush, they can put in that element of surprise, but that can only work for several plays. That cannot work most of the time, and the goal here is to get the first 3 onto the point. So we'll have to see which one of these teams will get the first point, which gameplay will be so much effective, whether in the attack or the defense, something that the viewers out there will be able to learn from, especially from teams like Smart Omega and FPX.
Oof, I mean, I'm just really reciprocating on how this one could be played out. You know, just overall looking at the bans and picks, guys. As you all can see, Raid, Hardpoint won over by the side of Smart Omega. Same case here on towards this Summit Search and Destroy. And one fact here is that it was quite a dominating take. I mean, Smart Omega, they're on the Zion right now. They're on the highest point of the energy that they can offer here out away from FPX. So, you know, different storyline here. Once again, we're moving over to game number 3 here. Could it be a 3-0, or can FPX put up some response here on towards the control? First round opening here as the first initial frags will also be set for the side of Smart Omega.
Nice move coming from Idra as well as a backup coming from Rage. As we can see, a quick 5 slays already for Smart Omega at this point, and starting off for that spawn trap. Will be on the other hand using my Locust. Thank you, brother. You've been using that Locust in here, and it's not so much that we've seen Locust and Neptune on this game. Rage right now is in there, also putting a little bit of pressure on the right-hand side, but will be taken down. But if you look at the position, they are not letting FPX in.
Hey, it's not just the gunfights here that's just so prevalent no more for Smart Omega. It's the map control overall. As you can see, the Smart Omega has allocated at least 3 players here onwards the wood crates, and it's just cutting off the rotation here for the set of FPX. Not a chance at all to go out and show off FPX. I mean, what can you do? If you want to go out, you got to deal with Kendi, you got to deal with Rage, and they're just doing such a good job cutting off the rotation. In a glimpse of a second as well, just looking at the state of the game, 5 lives remain here for the set of FPX. Make it 3 as well. And oh my days, Smart Omega. They're really cruising the ride. They're saying, Bella, ciao, goodbye, beautiful. You're out of the round.
Only one more and Idra ends it. A very, very quick control round right here. Hopefully that will not be the case for the next upcoming rounds of control. But, well, it will be switching sides. So the advantage of attacking might be on the other side, but that would depend. It is more of defense for Smart Omega. They can pull in the same routine right now, just covering all the bases and going for the spawn trap, leaving behind FPX on that corner, on their spawn. Bang Rui, on the other hand, just responded on the other side as well, keeping the distance because he's in the sniper. But what can FPX do? All the bases covered by Smart Omega, and still no one can get through.
Yep, no one can get through. And so far, the play here for a set of FPX is really sided towards the fact that, you know, they want to take over this A control point out of the way as the influence will try to come true. But as you can see, the current state here for the A control point, it's only 1 tick away for Smart Omega to get a capture, and they managed to do so as well. FPX now leaning on towards the B control point. Having a good set of players here on towards spawn could really just cut off the whole entry here for the set of Smart Omega. But look at this. I mean, the break will come true from that B control point, and they're not finding the signal. The Smart Omega is already right on it.
Yeah, 3 has been on it. Zan in there going for the double, but Risky takes down Shot on the other side. Now, here comes the push. It's a 1v1 on Bravo at this point. Rage will be trying to go for the backstab against Sand, and Sand, the unsuspecting victim, but moves in over onto that other side, takes down 2, but was able to take down as well. Sand and Sinan going in for the double, 18-12. Not so much the lead in terms of lives, and still huge potential for FPX to carry back their team for that 1 point. Rui right now starting to cover that spawn, but Whoopi beats him to it on that sidestep, and Rage right now going for that kill.
Oh my days, Omega just being a brutal force here, just trapping the players here on towards the spawn. But as soon as we talk about this, on the process, Rage here popping off with Annihilator, has 3 kills under his name. Can he make it a 4? Can he make it a 4? Unfortunately, no. Sand finds him out of the equation. But till then, there was enough damage to be done by the set of Rage and overall by the set of Smart Omega, as they're bound to win the second round here. 2 more lives remain for the set of FPX. And looking like, it's just looking like a very harsh fall for them. 2 rounds in a row, 1 more for the win. FPX will get served a donut.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'll have to find out if that is the case, but we're back to where FPX will be in the attack and Smart Omega on the defend. And if the same story happens from what we've seen earlier, it might be a quick control round. There goes Kendi popping up once again, going for the double, but Rui takes down Risky. And difference for the first round compared to this one is operators as well as score streaks as is available and can be used. So they can pull off from that spawn right now and push through to go to either point, Alpha or Bravo, but no one is pushing through. They're just waiting for the opportunity that they can get that break and get those points. But as we can see, Rui from the side, he is not seeing anyone. Idra will be releasing that Pretty and takes 1 down.
Yeah, takes 1 down. Every factor here, well, quite laid down for the side of Omega as well. Investments coming true now. I mean, the push from the side of FPX will try to come a play here on towards its A-bomb side. 4 players so far here making the push, but now only 2 remains. It's Risky here, Whoopi and Kendi just cutting it all off out. And so far, the initial break and the initial push will just get denied by the side of Smart Omega. 9 lives remaining here. And Smart Omega gonna be able to serve this donut out away from FPX. Make it 8 more lives remaining here. And it's just a total done deal here. No way at all that FPX can bounce back no more. The time, the lives here ticking down. Smart Omega screaming Bella Ciao. It's just all over with Smart Omega showing what they're made of.
Yeah, imagine that is a 12 life deficit, make that a 13 life deficit. And still, Smart Omega is going for the push and the takedowns. 2 lives left for FPX right now, but there goes the time. It has ended 3-0 for this map and 3-0 for this series. Smart Omega just came back from the fall that they had earlier from the first series, and this time they are going to rest for 3 more before they jump in on their next game.
Woo, woo, woo. That got me hyped up. I mean, that was insane. And you know, it was really bound to happen anyways. You know, ever since the first round, moving over to the round number 3, it was always happening there. But you know, it's just really so mesmerizing if you tend to look at how it went down for DYG. Now moving over to FPX, it's a completely different team. And if I was DYG, yeah, for sure they won the series out tonight. But they better watch out because Smart Omega, they really know how to recompose themselves, especially after a loss.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, Smart Omega might not be targeting to be the top in this group, but they just want to move into the next level. And this is a way for them to move in. Now I'm thinking if the game that they played against DYG is really their A game, because like, if that's part of the plan, remember what happened to Blacklist Ultimate yesterday, wherein they didn't get that much of the win, but they still ended up second. The same might go for Smart Omega at this point, depending on how it will end on that final series that we have for today, as well as how many points can DouYu Gaming get against WDC.Freeslot as well as FPX, because that will be the lineup of the games that we have right now for those 2 teams. But as we saw it, it's a donut serve early as that on the second series. Moving into the third, it's not yet over for FPX. They will be moving in third series and they will be battling against WDC.Freeslot. Smart Omega, as mentioned earlier, will be taking a couple of series rest.
Yep, taking a couple of series rests here. So, I mean, I think that's just really a lovely ending there for them, you know, with, you know, 4 points accumulated here for the first 2 runs they had. It's not so bad, man. I mean, they were really able to compensate it out. So I'm really happy here for the Smart Omega boys. But for side of FPX, you know, I'm really excited what they can offer as well. We know the pride and dignity that FPX can offer. And really for the teams out there in the competition, don't underestimate our boys from the side of FPX. You know, they can really offer something different here. But this time, they take an L, they get humbled down. But let's just see if they can, you know, reciprocate that energy and bounce back in the next few competitions. For the team stats here, on Control, my guy, it's, oh my days, kills 88, 43, basically doubling it down here for Smart Omega. And for the assist, my guy, just do the mathematics here. Is it even significantly worth mentioning? I don't think so. It's just so excited for the side of Smart Omega for each 4 factors.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, that will depend on it's evident on the time spent, the time that they spent on 2 of the games. The second round, I would say, because of the switching side, is a little bit longer for Smart Omega. But once they are on the defense and they can cut off the approach of FPX, that's when they get displaced. They understand the position, they understand the rules of the games, and so up to the CDM region to understand as well, because as we keep mentioning, this is the first time the control mode will be played in the competitive scene by the CDM, because so much before on the China Masters Championship they are still on that domination game. So though it's pretty much the same in terms of approach, but there's the lives that needs to be understood as well. Thus, when we talk about control, it's more of a combination of hardpoint and search and destroy. And even if you understand both of the game, you need to have to understand the winning conditions of control as well. CDM, FPX right now needs to understand that, read off the books from the gameplay of DouYu Gaming as well as Smart Omega, and then carry it over for the next one. Player stats at this point, almost everyone on a 2.0 KD. It's only risky on 1.7. On the other hand, no one was able to reach that one.
No one at all. I mean, Meng Rui was able to accumulate 13 kills alongside with Sinan as well, just identical points here. But there's only one factor here: the eliminations in terms of winning control. Fundamentally, you also can, just play it out, stall at the time, or get a capture here, depending on which side you are at. And those three right there wasn't really present for the set of FPX. I truly believe, and I can really agree with you here. Just looking back on how the playbook of the DYG was able to accomplish that win out the way from Mega could really bring FPX a long way through this competition. A lot of adjustments here, but we can really totally expect that with the CDM teams that we have here. For now, though, it's not going to be CDM. The Chinese teams winning this one out here in this competition. The Filipinos, the Granite teams, Smart Omega, going to be able to serve them an L for this series on match number 2.
Yeah, they have been served an L, they have been served a donut, and well, the only thing that will be served right here later on will be an interview for our winning team. So we are just waiting for that, as well as I think we still have a few highlights that will be showing, or it might have been shown earlier. But either ways, I am just happy that Smart Omega was able to take that first win against the CDM region on the Search and Destroy. So far, since yesterday, we haven't seen a team from Garena win that Search and Destroy. This time, it's a first win, even from the previous series. I mean, I was expecting that Smart Omega will be getting that against Doyu Gaming, but it is what it is. 7-4 was the scoreline from first series, 7-2 was the scoreline from second series. This time, Smart Omega's taken a win. Not so much of a flashy play at that point from Smart Omega. I think they are learning that flash of flare is something that you can do with some of the games, but not most, especially if you're facing off tactical teams from the CDM. And that is what they did. Patience as well as position is what they prioritize on that Search and Destroy. Even in the game of control, that is what they did, and it just gave FPX no chance of pushing through.
And that's just a statement here. I mean, one title that I would love to give for Smart Omega is that they know how to make the gods bleed. And I'm talking about directly about Search and Destroy. They know how to make Search and Destroy bleed out of the way up against the CDM teams here. FPX, they are the ones giving the courtesy of bleeding out that Search and Destroy fad. Looking like it is truly possible to take that pride out away from the CDM region. But, moving along, Smart Omega, they put up a title here. They had a slow start, looking to have a brighter ending here. But talking about overall the case here, we're only talking about the day number 2 of the competition here in Neptune. And there's a lot of possibilities here. Maybe the next time around that Smart Omega will go up against FPX. It could be a different storyline here. But talking about the spotlight here for the side of Smart Omega, come again. Candy bagging out the MVP. Here, it's not only the first matchup, the second matchup that he was able to showcase his Brazilians here all the way through as well from the first to the second here. This guy has been consistent.
I would agree. I mean, 3 MVPs right now, 20 kills and 9 kill streak. That is a lot that we can see from Kendi at this point, and that really shows us that Kendi is like, even if it's so silent when you see him up front, like he knows that the play is it starts from the mind and then put in onto action, and not so much of talk can be pushed, can be squeezed out from Kendi, but he knows how to put into action, and that is why he has been MVP. So for 3 instances already, and well, we're still looking for some of the players from Smart Omega to pop up and show us or be listed on that MVP list, but we'll have to see what will be happening in a bit. As we look at the highlight right now, we are now going into the interview, and after the interview, a quick short break. I will be dropping off later on after the interview. You will be joined by Callie and Warden, but let's head out the interview for Smart Omega.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访席，我是准汤。我们今天有请到的是欧米伽战队的乌比，请乌比和各位打个招呼吧。
Okay, Upi, say hello to the audience.
Hello guys.
欢迎你来到赛后采访环节，也是第一次接受我们国服赛区的采访。想问一下，今天赢下比赛之后心情如何呢？
So the first question is, how do you feel after winning this game?
I'm great. We're happy, and I'm excited that this game will be the wait, that this game will be the one that wait. What? This game will be the practice for our worlds.
乌皮认为他们这次赢下比赛，感觉非常的激动，非常开心，因为他们有机会进入下面的小组赛了。
是的，想简单的问一下，因为你也是第一次接受我们国服赛区的采访，能不能够简单的介绍一下你以及你的队伍呢？
So this is the first interview for you. So can you briefly introduce your team?
Hi, I'm Upi. I'm the captain of Smart Omega. And then we have Candy, the flex player. Then Rage, the objective player. Then Risky is the anchor. And then Hydra is the support anchor.
OK， 所以我们的乌皮他
And then
是
the next is the 6 man.
OK， 我们乌皮是这个队伍的队长，他是一名狙击手。然后 Candy 呢，他比较是灵活的这样一名队员，也是一名狙击手。后面 Rage 的话，他是作为队伍的核心成员，是一名冲锋枪手。然后包括 Risky， 他也是一名擅长于冲锋陷阵队员，他是步枪手。然后呢，我们的 Hydra 是队伍的掩护卫。Device 最后是我们的替补成员。
也说到 Ray 今天表现特别的出色啊，想问一下乌皮，你个人认为你们自己的队伍是一支偏向运营的队伍呢，还是一支偏向比较冲锋的队伍呢？
So the next question is, what do you think about your team? Do you think your team is more aggressive or more conservative?
I think we're more aggressive in the second series.
我觉得我们在第二场比赛里面是明显表现出更加具有进攻性的。
更加进攻一些。想问一下乌皮，对于今天自己表现的一个评价是什么样的呢？
So what do you think of your performance today?
I think it's better. I mean, it's great.
我觉得我今天表现可能比以前打比赛都要好。
如果满分是100分的话，会给自己今天的表现打多少分呢？
So how many points would you rate yourself out of 100?
The game that I performed right now,
Yeah, about your performance.
I think it's like 80. Yeah,
会
like that.
打80分。
80分，一个很高的分数了。你们今天最后一场比赛将会对阵到 Greenna 赛区的 WDCF 战队，想问一下乌皮对这场比赛怎么看呢？
So in the last game today, you will play with WDCF. So what do you think about this team?
They're great, but I think that we can still defeat them.
他觉得这个 WDCF 是一支非常强劲的队伍，但是他还是觉得他们队伍有希望去打败他们的。
那能自己对这场比赛做个比方的预测吗？大概比分会是多少？
So what do you think about the points of this game?
It will be 3-0.
所以说我们觉得我们的比分可能比 WDCF 要高，但是具体还不太好说。
好的，也是期待你们的表现，也是感谢乌皮接受采访。我们稍后比赛更加精彩。
Okay, thank you.
Away from this Hardpoint, Almighty. This could be time under their belt. Heaven already 22 kills to his name, gonna get taken down, and the game is still not over. We're moving into the next rotation. It's a battle for spawns, a battle for that B2.
Yeah, here we go. 139 to 136, and again Annihilator. What? Oh my Jesus Christ! Flip gets the second one, gets the third one. Clove. Let them just spawn on top, make them go one way. Let Jeff Pro handle the one at the back, and this is what we're gonna happen. 4 down, and so far Jeff Pro, he spots another play. ZZ, he makes them spawn there. Another good play coming through from Almighty. Let's see if they can get all this time, but so far back-to-back hills, Cali, just milking a lot of this time.
I mean, Jeff Pro's doing a great job right now, dropping all these players as he takes his
all Almighty.
Drop bodies in
Oh my God.
Right now, this guy that they will take 2 players in the B flag and they will just get it 86 to 122. And for Divo Lady, they just need to get one more to just kind of have a chance to get this comeback happening through. And there we go, triple capture right now for Divo.
Jay, but he spots one, gets the second, almost gets it, but the Thumper's gonna clean it up for him. Another one behind him, can he get the triple kill? Jabin gets it as well. Triple kill for Javen. Can he make it 4? Yes, he can. Javen on a quad feed. Can he keep on going? Blacklist International Javen making the plays for the team. Make it 5.
He's gonna find one more player, hunts him down, but Kalo's Hunter Killer gonna drop him out. So the game continues, and PJ is gonna be slaying again and again and again. I mean, 18 kills to his name already. Fully streaked up. One more to beat. Up front is gonna take Jabin out. So that's gonna be one way to push it. Another player in this staircase, and this is going on up there. Here comes the Pred. 2 players up front, takes him out. Him down, and even more with the gunfights, but now finally he gets shot down. The hardpoint gonna belong to Dunya against Clove, lighting up the shots, and now they get full clearance.
Pred.
Here comes the Pred now. 2 players to beat up front. He's gonna take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row, and the guy is just scoring ever
7,
higher. Now already got this extra
8.
one to lock down. I mean, for Clove. But now the bomb's gonna get planted. Irfan J needs to win this gunfight. 1v1 is gonna win it. But the numbers, it's not gonna favor them. But here comes one more. He drops one. No, it's gonna get flanked. 1 player down, 1 more player to beat. He's gonna get the shot to connect, but not enough to get the kill just yet. 28 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh my
Irfan
god.
J clutch game.
1v1.
1v1. He wins it. Irfan J. And the game continues to move in through. Ferry gets the defense locked down as well. I mean, 5 kills right now. She needs to get involved more in the gunfight department. And now she's doing a great time with this hard point, by the way. 75 seconds, gets a knock. You gotta move fast. Have to be very efficient with the way you kill the players and the way you defuse that bomb. Raph, all the way to the warehouse. This is gonna be the first kind of contest that he needs to win. Now number 4, all the way to the other end. Certi gets taken down. 1 more on the staircase. 1v1. Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Raph, the MVP point. Putting into use that shotgun to the killer flag. And now here comes the first contest. But 3 players to beat. That's gonna be pretty tough for him.
That's 1.
And DJ needs to get surrounded with
Gets
his
2.
teammate. Drops 3
Oh,
players.
not yet over. Not yet over. It's not yet over.
Inside the A side. Here comes the Fred. Who takes 1.
HDH have going into this hardpoint number 1 is they now already have
Leading towards 10 kills. And
Welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022. This time around, it's going to be your boy, Warden and Cali Gaming here, bound to present to you the matchup between FPX and WDC.Freeslot. Now, we had a very, very interesting first matchup here. DYG up against Omega, then after that, Omega up against FPX, while Omega was able to bounce back with the win right there and managed to, compensate their points, lost her up against DYG. Obviously, a team had to lose, and that was FPX. So FPX here in this very matchup up against WDC.Freeslot. They're coming inside this matchup quite cold here, Callie.
it's not really a good sign when you have your coach playing in the game itself. Having Rusi out of the picture and because of him having some health issues, it's not really a good win percentage for them, honestly, here coming into this coming game. We're in, WDC.Freeslot coming in will be more of an electrifying, more of an aggressive team. So right now, what FPXM needs to do if they want to qualify for the playoffs is they have to win against WDC.Freeslot, and of course having to win against Doyu Gaming later on today. With them actually being 3-0 by Omega, it's not a good sign at all. And they have to make sure they take this one to make sure that they remain at the 2nd seed.
I mean, exactly, Callie. I mean, I can totally agree with you in that one here. And something about the similarities between WDC.Freeslot and FPX is that they both have lost up against Smart Omega. And, overall, just if you guys want to know just a brief backstory on how WDC.Freeslot has been, the last run that they had was on the regionals, and you can never take it against them as they were pushed down by 2 Leviathans from the side of the Philippines. Blacklist from the quarterfinals, pushing them down all the way to the bottom bracket, only to meet Smart Omega at the very end to cut off their journey there for the World Championship qualifiers. But that's the storyline right there. It remains down in the history. A different competition here in a different environment. It could be a different FPX. It could have been a different FPX, or it could be a different Freeslot.
Yeah, it's a different FPX team here because they're looking at a very different
lineup here today compared to what they have been using in China Masters Season 3 and Season 4 Championship. So right now, the struggle is real, especially when you got 5 having what? Like only having 1 kill earlier in 9 rounds of action against Smart Omega on Summit. So right now, if OnePlus Phoenix wants to win, someone has to carry the load of 5 in the game itself. But WDC.Freeslot, we don't see this team actually be in the spotlight, but I believe they are the greatest threat. Not only against FPX, but they are also a big threat right now against WDC.Freeslot. If they against WDC.Freeslot is a big threat against FPX and of course Smart Omega. If they can pull through with the win in a very sound victory here at this match number 1 that they're gonna do in the opener, and of course maybe take away a win from Doyu Gaming. So we might see the number 2 seed get decided later on at game number 5. But who knows what's gonna happen,
I mean, it's a different call here. And, just overlooking that interview right there for a set of Smart Omega and FPX, one question right there that really caught my head onto was the fact that Whoopi did call a 3-0 up against WDC.Freeslot. So to keep things interesting, guys, you better stay tuned in this very live stream so you can find out if ever Whoopi can live up to the statement right there, serving a 3-0 up against Freeslot as well, or it could be a reversal. We don't know. I don't know. Callie doesn't know. It's quite exciting in here, Callie.
Yeah, it's such a bold statement for him to say. He's been dropping all the one lines earlier, and I mean, if one line strikes, if it makes contacts, it still makes contacts, and for him to actually say that, it has to speak loud. And honestly, the last time these two met, the last time Smart Omega and WDC met, they have to force a game number 5. So I don't think it's going to be 3-0. More than likely, it's going to be a 2-1 victory, maybe in favor for Smart Omega. But who knows what's really going to happen? That's going to be a topic of discussion right after this two matches that we are going to have. So while you guys are waiting, you guys will make sure that, you guys are chill right now because things are gonna get hot in here. WDC.Freeslot hasn't played any match in here at all. They're just about to introduce themselves. So this team is actually on the climb. But right now you are gonna see FPXM in your screen. Their starting lineup in this series is going to be still the same lineup that they have against Smart Omega. Their coach, number 5, is still gonna be in the game. And they have to make sure they improve before things go worse.
I mean, I think we just have to talk about, how does it feel having a coach play for your team? I mean, you do get the whole shot calls right there. How the coach could just dictate what could be the possibility of the plays that they can offer up against their predecessors. But then again, execution is something that really is worth mentioning here because, yeah, you do got the mind, but do you have the mechanical capabilities to perform and project and actually execute the projections that you can offer up against the opposing end? Now, one thing I would love to talk about here for the set of WDC.Freeslot, as you mentioned here, Callie, this is their first matchup here for this event, and we are seeing the lineup now kicking in. We got C1, Sheik, Guitar, and Anowin, and no different from the usual WDC.Freeslot as we know them, Callie.
Yeah, exactly. This is a team that, almost the Garena 2020 representative in the main stage. So it really speaks loud of what they can offer. It's just that they've been inconsistent with every event that they entered to ever since 2021. I mean, they have stick through the same roster entirety ever since 2020. So this team's got the composition, they got the experience. All they just gotta do is find one specific factor that can boost them to the top. And maybe it is now time to see more plays from Anowin. This guy's been struggling ever since the start of stage 4. But, he could have improved. And now maybe this is a totally different WDC.Freeslot that we are gonna see because what we saw from the King of Sniper, Guitar, and they evolved to be one specific flex player that proves to be very, very attractive and of course electrifying.
Yeah, electrifying it is. And, you know, there has been such a bit of times ever since the regionals kicked in. So we might be able, and we could possibly expect a different type of WDC.Freeslot, as you would say. Now, one thing about them during the run for the regionals is they were up by 2, only control left for them to just win out, and they could have served Omega a 3-0, but you know, Omega just being Omega, they were able to reverse it down, winning the next 3 consecutive games. So really, the composition here being complacent, the WDC.Freeslot, if you can control that one out, maybe you can really rock the show. But here we go, Banton pick, Sirikali.
Oh yeah, FPX gonna ban that take-up in that Hacienda. WDC.Freeslot banning Raid, and of course, it's going to be Hacienda as well. FPX will be banning Slums on the left side, but now we do have the 3 map actions. In the first game, we are going to be seeing firing range, and this is one of the best maps of WDC.Freeslot overall when it comes to playing Hardpoint. So now we get to start match number 3. WDC.Freeslot gonna be starting on the defensive side. They are gonna have automatically control right over that auto repair shop, and they get inside the hill at the moment. Not to mention the control over the auto repair shop, and of course the white warehouse is just pure at the moment.
And so far, every factor here, or 2 of the factors that I would love to see in terms of controlling P1 has been locked on for a set of WDC. They got the white warehouse, they got ARP, I mean the auto repair shop, and they also got the influence inside the hill. So first, handful of contestment here, no shockingly, will begin for them. And so far, for the set of FPX here though, they do try, and they are trying to find this break here on the versus mid lane, completely neglecting this white warehouse or wide in the open, but they do try to get the break right there. Sinan will find this one out, but that's only 1 factor down. They still need to get themselves inside the hill.
Yeah, I mean, they got the control of the map, but they don't have the player inside a point. And that smoke really was a warning call there for FPXM. But now they do get inside the hill, but I don't think they're going to last that long, specifically when you have WDC.Freeslot having that auto repair shop control. But they do get taken down, and now the chain to P2 is on for FPXM, but sadly, they won't be able to chain it. WDC will be right in point. And talk about the gun composition in here. I mean, Guitars is rocking the PP19 Bison. Another player from them will be happy that Holger 26. So right now, Freeslot is having a lot of variety of weapons in the game, and it's been working so far. C1 shutting down that auto repair shop, and they got everything in control. Now they're just trying to limit every position that FX will move into, and now it's just going to be them claiming more time.
I was quite scared there, especially on the rotation here on towards P2. WDC, they only had 3 players around the parameter, and you know, 5 players here from the set of FPX was trying to find a break here on towards the top ends of the Hardpoint. A moment or 2 that WDC was able to hold on to, but as we can see right now, FPX, they do get the break inside the hill. 2 players here inside the hill, just influencing it all down, putting the points for their side, and in the process as well, they do get the parameting players. WDC.Freeslot selling for Nudo, they have 3 players around here, but with FPX now getting that break, they're actually able enough to, you know, lower down the lead for a set of Freeslot.
Yeah, this is a nice recovery made by FPXM. They had trouble just rotating in the early stage, but they have managed to find a way to break through using a split push right on that P2. So now that they have done that, they are single digits away from WDC, but now this score seems to grow with 2 players inside for Freeslot. And now for FPXM, this is the great way for you to bounce out that gravity vortex, and that should be able to suck down players inside of that hill. But it's P3 that where you mostly see this operator skills get involved, and that Purifier was just useful for WDC. Now you see a Nawin with that claw right in time, bought the team some time to get inside the hill as well. Reinforcements are coming through. There you go, Money Hill looking to be in the hands of Freeslot.
Yep, big Money Hills for them, and they're going to be leading the game by 40 points here. Freeslot, no way whatsoever that they want to give the hard point until now, as FPX, they do get the break here for a moment or 2. But then again, you know, we're only talking about 10 points for Cali, and in the process, alongside this take for set of FPX, looking at WDC, they're ready to settle for new. So they got 2 players here on towards Red House. That's one factor, such a very detrimental factor for them to just rock this hill. And FPX, they need to eliminate that one out, and they're looking to go for a setup here as 4 players here will be coming from the A bomb site, wrapping around here, but they're going to be losing their gunfights along the process. First initial contestment here will begin for a set of Freeslot, and it might just stay that way.
Yeah, specifically when you have number 3 in Guitar now trying to bully out the players on the back trailers. And there you go, 2 shots converted there by Guitar with the Holger 26. But Mengru will be able to manage to sneak a past few kills here at the jungles, but that's not really able to translate by a lot of margin. And honestly, for Freeslot, they have the map control. Now they have this momentum in their favor, and now when right in front of her, Screen's got a good clean shot, not only with number 4 in 5, but also number 3 in blue. So that could be a potential double kill right in front of him. And I know that could be converted and that could spawn this team all across the top side of the minimap.
Yeah, and something about kills here, Cali. If we're gonna be looking at overall the kills here in between these two teams, WDC, they're not actually going quite they're not hamming out with the kills at all. I mean, we do have player 3 here just leading the whole run right there for the eliminations. But in comparison to FPX, they tend to win more of those gunfights, just not inside a hill. So really, one key take here for FPX, if they want to bounce back onwards this game, they have to translate those kills inside a hill. And maybe till then, they can change the tides and could be leading the game in comparison to WDC.Freeslot.
Exactly. Maybe, put number 5 inside of that hill and, of course, just swarm around the perimeter and make sure that he gets all of the objective time. Because since he's the coach, not really most of the time you don't see the coach having laser aim. Most of the time they have the brain. So if you can put him inside of that hill and, of course, surround him and, of course, protect him from all of the attackers, that could be a good counter for what we are just seeing from the attacks that is being lined up by Freeslot. But it's a rough call, This Hardpoint is a 5v5 game. If one underperforms, one has to carry the load. And unfortunately for FPX, right now, they don't have that.
Yep, they really don't. I mean, it's just all a big question here. Why is this happening right now? Now, I truly believe, and I best believe that it could really... I think one factor that we got to talk about here is how well WDC.Freeslot is so... how well they are in control of the power positions. Yeah, for sure, they don't get as much kills, but they do get a lot of impact kills. And those impact kills right there comes in from them cutting off the rotation, then getting those kills inside a hill, and them just overall winning crucial gunfights. We have consolation kills that we love to talk about here. And so far, once FPX do manage to get a break inside a hill, it's only a scrap time. It's only the scrap time there, and that was wildly showcased there on towards P3.
Yeah, exactly. And for Freeslot, the thing here is that they don't know how to set up a hard point. And we did see that from the initial hard point at P2, and then they were able to chain that to P3. They did so give up the first 30 seconds at that P2, but again, they still claimed time. And that maybe that last few points, that last few scrap time at P2 was a bait to serve, because one thing that they did great was that P3, they claim a lot of time there, a money hill that was just grabbed, and not to mention the opportunity that they were able to do to chain P3 to P4. That's one hell of a great job. And FPXM, I for sure hope that they are in striking distance once we get back into the game, Warden.
Yep, once we get back into the game right there now, I know y'all are quite excited. Me and Callie are quite excited as well.
Mm-hmm.
But, if we're just going to be basing it off now here, if we're going to be basing it off here, Callie, overall, just looking at the statement right there in the situation of the game, do you think that in some way FPX could have bounced back and could take the game out away from WDC?
I honestly don't think so. Freeslot's got the momentum in this game, Warden.
Yeah, every factor there is just quite well laid down here. I don't really see how this one's going to work out. There's no statements here at all that FPX could offer. And even just by looking at the history here in the CDFI that we're having, the first game there, they were served a 3-0, lost out away from Omega. There's no history that can back them up here. It's their time to prove us wrong here, Callie.
Yeah, FPX... they've been a solid team for China Masters ever since the start of their own respective competition in there. But they won 2022. It's not been a great fourth. The greatest achievement that they had was third place in stage 3. But at the China Masters Championship, they placed 5th and 6th. So this team is fluctuating, and it's not really a good thing to see. But now we are going to be looking at the game screen once again, and it's still Freeslot having that lead. They are still on P4, and now for FPXM, they are trying to chain this to a P1 rotation, which in fact is going to be very useful for them, but they have let go of too much time on that P4. So not really a good sight to see. WDC winning much more gunfights, but we can see FPXM hanging in there. They are so well off. 5 is winning more kills, getting more kills here, and Sand, beautiful investments now. They have been able to bully out WDC.Freeslot that they spawned him on the top of the minimap. And 5 is out here burning and toasting players. So a good sign for FPXM. Again, they still need to get inside that hill.
Oh my days, the hardpoint is stagnant for like 20 seconds. I mean, everything was laid down except for the influence inside a hill. And that was more than enough for them to bounce back and could be on that even grounds with the WDC.Freeslot, but it didn't happen. And now we see the hardpoint, it turns to a collar, and guess what? It's going to be sided for Freeslot. Now, we need to see a contestant here for set of FPX as the time itself. There's more than enough time for them to end off the game. And finally, we do see that break right there in terms of the kills around the parameter, but the hardpoint stagnant not until now.
Yeah, FPXM, here we go. Sand on the top 4 control, gonna find a good 2 Ps in there. And got a beautiful 2 in a row, a lovely shot. But now WDC.Freeslot, they have let go of this P1 to chain it to a P2 rotation, and they have a solid ground on it. They got the Jeepney's control, they got 2 players inside of the hill, they got Chicks laying inside as well. 31 kills, leads the game in total kills, and right now has been very strong. They are looking to end it here, and FPX gotta move. They gotta get in fast, and 5, great initiative to be inside, but the Preds gonna line them up. No throw system were visible, and they get thrown out of the hill.
They get thrown out of the hill here, and 9 more points to claim, and WDC.Freeslot gonna be able to get that first game out away from the side of FPX. Make it 4 more points to claim, and nowhere to be found. FPX it is. The shine, the light will shine through under the belt of WDC.Freeslot. Oh my days. I mean, I don't exactly know what to tell you, Callie, aside from the fact that we was quite well expected as FPX wasn't able to bounce back and put up any statement whatsoever.
But they did clearly a lot better compared to their performance against Smart Omega on their first series. So that's I give them that. The performance was kind of better, and of course the team play is there. I mean, the only problem that FPXM had in this game is who's the player stepping inside of that hill, because what we saw there, they had the kills. Sant is doing a great job. Mangrui doing a great job at slaying as well. They only played, the only thing that wasn't really visible for FPXM was the player inside of that point. And for WDC.Freeslot, they'll take that any day.
Yeah, definitely they will do. And the moment that we see a player inside a hill, it's going to be sided for set of the WDC.Freeslot. So, I mean, it's only a hard point here said and done. But really, I'm not liking how the energy of FPX here is getting shown out. The lack of coordination and who's going to be able to step on, or who's going to be stepping on the point is a really crucial factor, because you win hard point by the points. All the way down here to search and destroy. I really hope that in some way FPX could show a little bit more of a recomposition, as coming again, just the same old thing. Coordination is really important, and who's going to be doing who. So for search and destroy here, keys to victory for the side of FPX, it's really just showing how well they can play the search and destroy fundamentally. Until then, they might be able to show off a bit more of a fight, as you would say here, up against WDC.Freeslot.
It's a tall task for them, honestly. FPXM having a rough time, mainly because Rusi is not in the game. It's like removing Yato or Whoopi for Smart Omega, and of course Yato for Blacklist International Ultimate. That's the impact that Rusi has for this team. And unfortunately for him, he won't be able to join this team today and help them qualify for that playoff. So FPX, they lose one more, it could just be the end of them. And WDC.Freeslot will be the biggest threat for Smart Omega in this Group B itself, Warden.
It truly is. It truly is. And, despite the fact that we are talking about a spotlight here reverberating around Omega, talking about Freeslot, I'm really scared on how far can FPX bring this one through, because just looking at the energy here on towards Hardpoint, and that, game number 2, as we saw there, it might be another devastating loss here for the overall series here. Not unless Search and Destroy could be a different storyline. Till then, my consciousness for how FPX will go throughout this whole competition will get cut down. But here is the team stats of the competition. Here, in terms of kills, actually, we can totally see that FPX wasn't too shabby at all in terms of getting those eliminations out in the battlefield. And where it separates them here is the hill time here, Callie.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, you know. FPXM had a solid job slaying. And I think this has been a problem for China teams exactly because earlier today we did see W Gaming play Smart Omega at Hardpoint earlier where they were able to outslay Smart Omega by a lot. A huge margin in terms of kills. But no one's playing objective. So that's really a bad year. It could be a culture that, you know, this CDM region really has. And unfortunately for them, they hang in there. But the objective time was the difference maker. Guitar and his team worked to wonder. You see, everything is just distributed. You have 4 players with a positive KD, with only C1 playing very roughly. And I mean, that's the job of the objective player. Score all the time in the hill. And you got your IQ MVP player, you know, the hardpoint player. And now in 37 kills, 4,575 total damage. And I did talk about how his impact for this team will usually help them propel to victory. And right now, he stepped up greatly here for WDC.Freeslot as they win their first game.
My guy, Callie, you've been doing so much homework, and every point that you stated before the matchup even started is just clicking quite well. I mean, oh my days, WDC.Freeslot. I mean, with the now and they're just being able to pop off, and overall, I think it's just really WDC.Freeslot here being a good role model on how a team-based factor team should work out. And something about, you know, the differences of culture here, as you would say, Callie, in terms of like the whole run here, in terms of distributing the whole roles. One thing that we commonly see now in Garena is that they consistently have 3 OBJ players or 3 players around the parameter. And that's something that I actually hardly see with the CDM teams that we have here. And that could be a total factor in why the runs here for the side of the CDM teams is much more significant in terms of the kills. But in terms of getting those crucial kills overall to win out those games and could, you know, possibly lead out to losing out championships is really all down inside the parameter.
Yeah, one thing that FPXM really did pretty well here is slaying, you know. And, you know, they have 5 slayers. No one was playing objective. And to develop a culture in Garena where you have only 2 slayers and the other 3 can be the anchor and the other 2 could just be what? They could just be objective slayers. So even though they're playing objective, they're not, you know, they're not that easy to beat because of how well they can impact Q. They have their own laser beams as well. So, I mean, that's what WDC.Freeslot was just able to show in front of you. I mean, and now when, you know, was just out there, flat out, dominating the gunfights, even though claiming some time inside of that hill. And with all that said, Garena has won more hard points compared to CDM. But now we're moving into the CDM's turf. This time around, we are going to be seeing this search and destroy, where in fact, after like 2 days of action right now, Garena has only won 1 S&D. And that's where Smart Omega was able to defeat FPXM earlier. And I think WDC has a good chance, but they better not mess it up.
Yeah, I mean, I can really just stick to your point here, Callie. Yeah, for sure, the CDM teams has this fad that they are really the gods of search and destroy. But with the first team getting a loss here for search and destroy on the side of CDM teams, it was FPX. And, you know, before this matchup overall started, we did talk about how cold FPX is. So big opportunities here for the side of WDC.Freeslot as they might be able to put through another loss here for the whole CDM region. Overall, the statistics of the CDM region for search and destroy, as the performance of FPX hasn't been so promising overall in each and every game mode.
Yes, again, we have to go back again because of the starting lineup that they have in here. Again, so those are just you in the live stream. FPX is playing with their coach inside of the game. So that's just like, you know what, like Coach Jericho playing for Smart Omega replacing Whoopi. So that's a big difference, you know. It's different. The player and a coach is very different. So again, FPXM, they gotta do what they gotta do. They gotta convert here this S&D, or it might just be over for them.
Yeah, it could be over for them. And for the side of WDC.Freeslot, is just, piece of victory for them. It's just be them, be who they were. It's just the same old WDC.Freeslot as we've been seeing for the last year now, basically. And ever since actually the start of the free slot, I mean, minor changes here and there, but it's not so significant at all. The core players is just the players that you would tend to know here for this organization of WDC. Now, one thing that I would love to call out here is that WDC being complacent. Because they had the chance to eliminate Smart Omega during the regionals, but they weren't able to do so. As I don't know if it's just going to be complacency or the fact that Smart Omega was really under fighting power mode. So it could be one factor right there that could be worth mentioning here in between this matchup. I mean, the confidence, the overall the morale is so up high there, like a Zion. It's just highest to the point. Maybe it could really go over the heads of WDC.Freeslot, but who knows, man?
Yeah, I mean, for now, FPXM actually has a chance because looking at statistics ever since the start of 2022, WDC.Freeslot are known to be a great respawn team, but they are not renowned for being an S&D squad. So right now, FPXM, as we go in the summit map, they might have a good chance. But looking at what WDC pick in here, they actually use a map where FPXM struggled earlier, and now having to pick that, they know what to do here. They know how to play against FPX. They just gotta convert, and here we go. WDC.Freeslot will be starting on the defensive side. What can we see from them? Are they gonna play fast, or are they going to play tactically? For now, the first ball is being drawn, and now it's going to be traded back. FPXM just somehow annihilated 3 players in an instant.
In an instant it is. It's a 2v4 situation here. Make it a 1v4 now. Shao will take down Guitar out of the equation. Down left we go. It's going to be Cheek with a sniper here in contact quite early as it is. And that's a quick round as well for a set of FPX. Now, complacency, Cali. Quite aggressively, WDC.Freeslot went on towards the mid lane. Just out in the open right there. Guns blazing hot. And guess what? Meng Rui was able to pick things off with a sniper. It takes down the one, and that kill led one kill to another as well, Cali. So a quick run right there. I think WDC.Freeslot, they have to take things this one out a little bit slower this time around, Cali.
Yeah, apart from that, the WDC.Freeslot, they do have the tacticals in there. They have deployed the smoke grenade, but Meng Rui was just too fast for them. So as soon as the first one was drawn, FPXM immediately got access through the mid-map. And now we're going to be looking at the second round once again. And you see FPXM this time will be pushing themselves at the bottom side. And of course, WDC.Freeslot opting for a very passive route. They won't be charging in that middle that fast, and they will force Chick to create the play. So a huge adjustment led to a first blood. Great start for WDC.Freeslot.
Great slot for them, and that's going to be just slowing down FPX just a little bit here. Quite a staggered push for them, but it's leaning towards that A bomb side. 2 players around the perimeter, just dancing around, waiting for the call now, but player 3 shot just right in there, but right around the corner is going to be a player, and Alwyn would have gone, spots him out, but does get a trade as well for the set of Xenon as well. But the damage has been done. It's 2v4 situation here. Could lower it down as Sheik once more finds a frag of his own. 2 kills under his name. Meng Rui with a sniper of his own. What can he do?
This is as tough as it goes. 4 players you have to deal with a sniper. I mean, he did have a great stroke up against Guitar earlier, but that's not more than enough here in the second round, where you have to pick up the bomb at the A side where your teammates drop it as they lose their gunfights. And it all starts with the first kill here. And I think the positioning is going to be important as well, as it's going to take the long route. So time is ticking, and he has to deal with these 4 players. And I don't think this is the most efficient way to take this 1v4. And then yes, he is buying some time. He's playing that off tempo, but it's not gonna be the difference maker in here. As soon as he gets that first kill, he has to pick up the bomb, and the next thing he knows, he has to plant it. And it's not gonna be easy to find yourself in this kind of situation. 10 seconds is left. He's gonna wait this out. This is a win for WDC.Freeslot.
Yep, unwinnable round here for the side of Freeslot. Is FPX still be able to take that round number 2 by his storm? A lot of mixed emotions right there. But, with an opening take from the side of FPX, it was really able to dictate the pace. Now, onwards is round number 3. I'm quite interested now in how the respondent of WDC.Freeslot will come in. And overall, here we go. Round number 3 could be a different case here. But with the takeaway here for the side of FPX, it could lean towards this B-bomb side. Both teams here just playing default, just finding the grasp on how this one's going to play out. So the technicalness really begins here, Cali.
All right, we got Shah here with the scope. He also has the bomb, so they're kind of positioning the bomb way towards their side. So that's a good sign. This time, they're not trying to push their bomb planter to expose himself to the enemy players. So that's a good play for them. Good adjustment. Oh, Mangrui spots a player. The second confirms it. So now the first shot has been drawn. That should be information set out for Freeslot, and now's the time for them to make a move. And FPXM, they now have dropped the bomb here at the A side. They're looking to plant it as well. The nade from Guitar will not work, but Guitar finds one player on the barrel. So now we got a 3v4 situation. WDC is tasked for the retake, and C1 equalizes the number. And even better, they now have the number advantage in their side. Yaya claims one more life, and this now a 1v3.
Yeah, 1v3 situation here into the bomb side. Spawns down, Guitar out of the equation. Spawns down C1 as well. But yeah, gets the trade-off there. Too close for comfort. But it does happen here, and a win is a win. WDC.Freeslot, they're going to be able to one-up FPX. Oh, wow. A lovely take there for a set of FPX. They were able to get the bomb planted. Something different right there. The energy was a little bit more suspensing. But, and just... Overall, this on the latter stage of that round, it was a 1v3, too close for comfort for a set of Freeslot, but they managed to pull through either way.
Exactly. Number one thing that I barged their head in there without even thinking what's going to be the counterplay of the sniper. And, it almost was a severe blow to them. But good thing Yaya was there to claim it up. Again, Mangrui deals the first blood on this round number 4. And once again, WDC will be low in numbers. FPX will be putting that bomb at the A side. Another retake here. And C1 once again kicks it off. The numbers are equalized, and it's sort of looking like the same thing that we had last round.
Yeah, looking to be the same case here. A 4v2 situation. In the glimpse of a second, WDC.Freeslot gonna be able to pick off 3 players out of the place, and Mangrui here left alone once more. Does have a Krieg and a DLQ. What can you do? Absolutely nothing no more with Guitar and at KRM shutting him down in the close quarter. Oh my days. We're just going back into the memory, to the memory lane here, Cali. Just the same old A execution here for the side of FPX. And going back, it's going to be a clutch situation here that Mangrui has to deal with. And guess what? Same result as well, as WDC.Freeslot will be able to win this one out.
Yeah, that was eerily close. And, the playmakers were the same as well. You got C1 initiating the retake. You got AA putting the pressure to mid-map, and a 1v3 to top it all off at that round number 4. Eerily close. But now, it's going to be the exact same thing. You got the first bloods exchange, a good nade from AA. Now the second will be followed up in here as he drops Shaw right exactly through the doorway. And with all that said, FPXM looking dry after winning the first round.
It's just all about the heat getting controlled out. And with the Mangrui and 5 almost gets taken out of the equation, I don't exactly know what they can pull through. But nifty shot from the side of Mangrui. A hard shot it is. C1 out of the play, but Guitar with a KRM just awaits him on the bomb side. We'll take him out. All down to Coach. And Coach cannot do anything about it. And the WDC.Freeslot, they're 4 rounds now into the search and destroy, leaving FPX down the trail. It's a hard catch-up here. And this is so devastating to see, man, for the side of FPX. This is their second time in Search and Destroy Summit. And they're really having a hard time putting their name here in the history books of this game mode.
And they just had the rotations in their favor. They had the adjustments. It's just the execution that lacks. And now WDC, you see the defense entirely. As much as possible, they would want to stack players in every angle here at the Summit map. And as soon as the bomb gets planted, they make sure that they can flank these players. And that's been the the story. That's been the game plan for this team, and that's why they are successful. And, for FPXM, they're going to fake A and rotate. They gotta have to pick up the bomb. Sand has made some damage at the B side, so that should open things up for this team. But they just need to worry about one player at a time here. The question is, they're currently at the mid-map. Where are you gonna put that bomb down? The best answer could be at the B side because they've been struggling at that A bomb site for the longest time. So now they have made their move. They have made their decision. Let's see how this goes.
It could be a possible 4v4 retake here, but early casualties here. As bomb will get planted too. Chick will be out of the equation and could be a promising round for a set of FPX as Mangrui will take down Yeah as well. Anowin wrapping around, gets spotted out, but Mangrui is not stopping at all. All left alone. C1 with a right AMR. Does have a dream as well. Spots down one. Goes for 2 shots. Didn't find a connection here and wrapping around, checking the corner. But unfortunately doesn't spot down anyone. Time is ticking as well. Up against 3 players, not much he can do. And finally, FPX, they break the heat.
Yeah, tough contest there for the last player of WDC.Freeslot. It's hard to actually come up with a victory there. Specifically when you got 4 players and the bomb ticking. And not exactly a friendly one. So, nice adjustment made by FPXM. Seems like the B bomb set is working. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're gonna go full skirmish on the second floor with C1 though creating the burst damage, but FPXM responds back with the greater numbers damage in the game. They now have only 1 player to deal with, and it's just the first 30 seconds. Chick is the only player alive, is getting rushed and closed in, but he still wins 2 gunfights. The Banana Blaster on point, but Mangrui gets it to go with the back, and now FPX is back on track. They are in striking distance, 4-3. 1 more to tie the game.
Yeah, too close now on striking distance, as you would say. Ooh, I mean, with a heat build up right there, and by the courtesy of Mangrui with 12 kills under his name, just doubling down the most of the kills here for said WDC. Close enough at least. But here we go. First initial frag. Cheek spots down Sha. Guitar as well takes on Sand as well. Quite an aggressive take here for set of FPX, and this is totally something that you wouldn't really want for them. I mean, they got quite confident here, and they're going to be going for this wraparound as well. 5 tries to make the play, does get the kill confirmed onwards Sheik, but the damage has been done. It's 4v2 here.
Well, number 5 here. This is a big play right here. I don't think the players expect him to be at the top after he repositioned from that kill right over Chick. Well, for Mangrui, he needs to win this gunfight. This tab is just so disgusting. Mangrui now has got a gun to play with, but he's going to use that scope one more time to spot C1. The connection won't be there. But 5 right here, he's off the back, but yeah, now on the flank as well. So a lot of flank on the flank is happening on the game. This is how tactical these 2 are as they play this round number 8. The bomb is going to be down. 3v2 situation for WDC. Number 5, again, if he can step up on this round, it could just turn the tide.
Possibly turn the tide. The brain and the aim is still alive for a set of FPX, but the time is ticking as well. As Mangrui will take down Anowin out of the equation. Looks for some more spots, down some more. C1 Anowin, Bella Chow. Yeah, left alone on top. Getting rushed down by player 4-5. Will try to make the play, but unfortunately does get denied. Mangrui tries to get the shot and does get the shot as well. What a nifty player. And he gets it all done. They even the grounds 4-4.
Number 5 is a great bait. I give him that.
Wow.
He's not only a great coach, but he's a great bait. And Mangrui, first with the knife, and to top it all off, the cherry on top, that 3-piece to end it. Oh my goodness. You don't see that often, but he did that. I mean, now with that victory, that could fire this player up to play well. And if you're WDC.Freeslot, you gotta think 10 times ahead because this CDM team right now has that momentum. But Cheek ends that with Mangrui shutting down. He's kind of waiting for the back player though. He knows that number 5 likes to flank, but he's not gonna have the time to do that. So 5 gets the kill. He currently has 4 at the moment, and Sha will be the playmaker right up front while Guitar shuts down 5. It's just a mix here. 3v2 though, favoring Freeslot.
I mean, we've seen this situation before, seeing it once more. We're looking like actually contact Showdown versus mid lane, and WDC.Freeslot C1 will take down Sand out of place, all down to Cena, and here hasn't been able to put up the spotlight onward search and destroy. This is totally his opportunity now, but up against 3 players. gonna be easier said than done. Has the DLQ, spots on the heady, 2 shots already being put out, no connection such as yet. And then now when we'll just wrap around there onward stairs, we'll take him out of the equation. And the lead will not change at all. It's still gonna remain for the side of Freeslot.
Yeah, Freeslot just have to continue to play this way, tactical. They now have been able to counter by using Chick as the playmaker, getting that first blood, gonna be very beneficial. You shut down Meng Rui, you increase your odds of winning the game. And for WDC, they have tried to push that A earlier, they have failed, but they're looking to do it here one more time. But an interesting take, by the way, they put 3 players on that mid-map with number 3 and Guitar on the second floor. And I don't think that's gonna be a very useful take because you have a shotgun player on the second floor, or maybe not. Maybe he could be on the ground floor. There is no actual direction that's just being laid out on the map, but now the bomb is gonna be planted. Here we go, another 5v5 retake. The first bomb would be the nade with FPX now tasked for the retake, 4v5.
Yeah, 4v5 here. Comes to continue. Connection here on towards Cheek, on towards the cable cars. Meng Rui now out of the chase. Looks for some more as well. Good angle to put up. And the pinch will come true for instead of Freeslot. And oh my days. 5 out of 5 casualties there. Decided for the side of Freeslot. And they're going to be on that match point advantage as well. Oh, wow.
The defense was just pure there. You got C1 on the second floor. You got 2 players hiding on the rocks, with Chick actually being one of the key playmaker, shutting down the sniper on the cable car platforms. And now they are 1 round in winning this game. Now they have to convert one more time, but can they end it? It's easy to start with number 4 in blue, and yes, right beside 5. Now the surprise is on. The bomb planter is down. Chick with the trade. 1v1 on that A bomb site. The bomb has been dropped, so WDC has to pick it up. Meng Rui with the play, dropping guitars, Sinan, a lot of engagements just coming through. Somehow, Anowin ends up with the only player alive for WDC, and he has to work with 3 players and has to pick up the bomb as well.
Has to pick up the bomb. A minute to be played with here. He could really dabble around and take a little bit of his time. I do believe he has that information that, at least a player will be around that A parameter. But so far, they're going to be moving here on towards the mid lane. And he does win that 1 gunfight, but a double team was coming through, and he couldn't really do anything. So FPX, they still live for another run right here. I mean, they have to come out flawless if they want to push through and force an overtime. And it's only actually 1 more round away here, Callie.
Yeah, it's totally possible. So right now, FPX just gotta confirm 1 player at a time. Play through Meng Rui, get that first blood, and follow up with the kills. Meng Rui just got 19. Looking to make that 20. The smoke shot will not connect. Chick, last player alive in this first 30 seconds. He doesn't know what happened to his teammates, but he also gets dropped down, and the overtime is gonna be activated.
Oh, wow. I mean, you weren't really kidding when you said that, FPX is just playing much better here in comparison to how they played up against Omega. This time, we're going to be seeing things more suspense. Here's the overtime will now get kicked in. So for this side right here, WDC.Freeslot, they're going to be starting off as the defense. But as soon as we move over to the next round, things will get switched up. Things a little bit slower right here. The closest of contact here is both player 1 for each end. So it's me, Xenon, and C1. So far, no blood being drawn out, but now the aggressiveness of Cheek will pay off. He will take down Shadow to play, and no trade-off will now be found.
Cheek has transcended to be one of the key players in Thailand. He's one of the best players in Thailand, and he continues to be ever reliable for Freeslot, especially when the team needs him the most. That first blood gives him the number advantage, and they're able to trade 1 more player. So we got a 4v3 situation here, and FPXM looking that they are down on the count. Now just trying to kick off 1 more player off the hardpoint, off the S&D round, and all down to Meng Rui, which, he does have 20 kills. But right now, WDC now has match point.
Have match point here. And with the aggressive nature that WDC.Freeslot can offer up against FPX, they need to double it down. Now, one key thing here that I would love to call out for a set of FPX, just maybe let go of a bomb site and stack on towards 1. Until then, force a 5v5 retake if ever your read is wrong. And so far, it could be the case here as really the defense is more lenient towards that A bomb site. Now, here we go. First round, initiate. FPX winning this one out, and they might be able to force another takeaway here. First 2 initial frags, they win it out win it out. But C1 responds back with one as well, forcing it down to a 4v3 situation.
Sinan, wow, beautiful play there, dropping Anowin. C1's the only player alive. C9's gonna be right in front. 2 players on the crosshair. Too many angles to hold. FPXM is just on. That's going to be another tie game.
Oh.
Again, if you would want to win this overtime, you gotta win 2 in a row. So it's going to be a tall order for this squad. Just looking how close this game is.
It's going to be a long game here, Cali, as the energy here is just so equal now here for the side of WDC and FPX, but a quite aggressive take here on towards the B-bomb side will kick in, but the God Nade and overall the shotguns and the Bisons will kicking in. And once again, we're seeing Mangrove here in the 5 left alone in the clutch situation, make it 5 only here. The Brazilians can be the brain. Could it be enough for him to clutch this one out? Takes on Anowin out of the chase. Cheek just right around the corner, holds down the angle. Couldn't do anything. WDC.Freeslot, they're going to be able to one-up FPX once more.
Okay, once again, the pattern was WDC wins one, FPX will win the other. So let's see if that's going to be the exact same thing, or will WDC finally ended to claim this second map itself. So now that we see it, First Bloods are important, and WDC right now go in the mid-map, guns blazing, and Mangrove finds one on the second floor. That shorty could be very useful on this engagement, but he uses the DLQ. It doesn't matter what angle or how close you are, how far you are. He's gonna take you down, and Sand won't be able to end that round number 16. FPX on another level. Round number 17 opening up in just a second.
Oh, wow. I can just see the players just trying to catch their breath here. This game is looking quite hot here, Cali. Especially for the side of Mangrove. 24 kills under his name. That guy is such a big factor here. But if ever the trend still continues, we might be able to expect WDC.Freeslot winning this one out. But the game now slowed down. This is where it all happens here. But once the first blood gets rained out, Cali, we can just see kills coming in one after the other.
The post-plan attack game plan here for FPXM is controlled at mid-map at the moment. And, you know, Mangrove is doing a great job right now. Overwatching the mid-attack right through the scout tower. So right now, FPXM, as they push through, they have to make sure Mangrove stays alive in this engagement. They have the chance to end it and, of course, advance here this round with the victory. They just gotta make sure that their winning conditions will be set, Warden.
Yeah, will be set here, and it's going to be a hard call overall on how this one's going to play out. I mean, it's just, you know, the storyline here of WDC.Freeslot, FPX, one-upping one another. And so far, FPX, they did win the round here. So we're moving over to the 18th round here at Cali. FPX, they managed to break the tide here, and they might be able to take the game out away from Freeslot as well, as Guitar and C1 left alone up against 3 players from the side of FPX. I mean, the bomb dropped here on towards the mid lane, and it's just a staggered case here in this very competition of COD Mobile here, Cali.
Yeah, you see the screen, top right side of that, top right side of your screen. Mangrove already has 27 kills in this 18 rounds of action. WDC looking to play for that bomb. They have to pick it up, but right now they have to drop 1 player to win this. And, you know, it should be C1 that deals the damage here, because right now Guitar's gun is not going to be very useful in long-range engagements. And at the moment, we now have a 2v2 situation, so this is possible, but you have to shut down Mangrove. He was just about to cause some stirrups here at this map. He picks the left corner, but Guitar wins with the shotgun. 5-0 wins the gunfight at the control tower, and right now we are forced for a 1v1. Guitar not having a gun that time to kill, but he still wings it with the shotgun. You see the laugh on these people. Oh my goodness, we are on. We are on for round number 20. It's possible.
It is possible here, my guy, and it's truly happening here. Oh my days. This is bound to be one of the longest search and destroy we're going to be seeing under the belt of Garena here. I mean, a Call of Duty competitiveness overall. But now here we go, moving along now. Oof, FPX was supposed to win the one out. They had an odds so favorable for them, but it didn't matter no more. Switching up now. This competition, FPX, looking like to go for another mid take here, just expanding their map control. Until then, they could really find the dictating phase on whether to go for the B bomb site or the A bomb site. So no bloods being drawn out here. 40 seconds has passed by.
Snipers are a main thing. Chick, it's either going to be Chick or it's going to be Meng Rui here that will end up with the first kill. Just like looking at the position that they are using right now, it could be guaranteed that C1 could get one here as soon as one player pick. And 5 right now has to play this one disciplined. Because right now, yeah, will be there for the counter. The 2-piece, make that 3. Right now, WDC up with the numbers. Has to deal with Shadow to win this round. The Bison is just pure for yeah, but can we see a clutch play here? The game freeze, and right now the clock stops and a shot turns to the left corner. He wins one gunfight. Hell to the no. Guitar will pause the screen and they will try to hit them with the cheese to win that round number 19.
Woo! WDC.Freeslot. They're going to be able to be one-upping FPX here. Oh my days. But we're going to get left in a cliffhanger here, guys. I don't know, Callie. I know you're quite shocked. I'm quite shocked. I just don't know how this one's going to get played out. But call me again. If we go back to the same fad, it might be just FPX pushing it to another round, pushing it to another overtime here. If you all don't understand the concept of overtime, you got to win 2 consecutive rounds in a row. So here we go. We're back inside this game. Can FPX live for another run, or will WDC.Freeslot shut them down?
This is the final round, by the way, Warden. So this is important. Meng Rui drops the first. Now we move into 5. Who is on the flank? Who wins against Yeah? C1 on the mid-map will get shot down by Meng Rui. That's the 29th kill, and it's all down to Guitar. The game continues to prolong. Guitar needs to survive, but he gets shot down the shorty better with the range. Here we go. FPXM versus WDC.Freeslot. Search and Destroy Summit. Approaching the final overtime round. Number 21. Who lives? Who dies? Who takes this map?
Who tells their story as well. And so far, the first initial frag. Sheik will take down 5. Quite a premature push right there. You gotta take your time. Search and Destroy has 2 minutes. He can play and dabble around. And FPX having a hard time looking for an angle to put up the grounds on an even take. Shah slides out, takes on C1, look for some more. Anawin now out of the chase, and looking like Sand will take down 1 as well. Yeah. And she's left alone for the side of Freeslot, and they're pushing. They're down in shambles. As FPX, they're gonna be able to get the bomb planted as well, and in the process, they're gonna be able to get the kills up in the board. FPX, they're one-upping WDC.Freeslot.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so pure here. And I don't think the game ends right now. I hear the clock ticking. Oh my God, we're on it. We're on it, real G, people. FPXM now have finally taken the lead, but can they wing it? Can they win it as well? Meng Rui will be shot and now has to back away. But WDC, they are not afraid to rush the players. Guitar already way behind enemy lines. Chick was able to get 1 kill with the sniper, and right now, the answer was just aggression. But C1 doesn't think this true. He gets shot down, and now it's a 2v2 situation. C9 and 5 will be shot down, and right now, it's all down to number 1. 2v1 situation, the bomb yet to be planted. And I mean, if you're WDC, just play for the trades. Sinan wins 1 against Seiya, now off to a game. Sinan has the chance to end this, but can he have the perfect timing to end this game? And now Win has to plant the bomb. Well, he's gonna defuse the situation here. Maybe put that bomb at A.
Yeah, slowing it down. But look at him.
Oh my God.
Look at Anawin. He's
Oh
going to get
my
the rotation
God.
from the back, and the timing's so surreal.
Oh
Sinan
my
spawns him
God.
out. Oh no, the timing is so surreal. It's not going to work out for Sinan now. Oh my days. Wraps around. Sinan gets the kill and gets the win for the side of FPX. Oh, wow.
FPXM survives the overtime. True comeback.
I don't exactly know. I mean, the thought process for Anawin. I mean, I do get the projection, but it wasn't really the smartest of choice. Had that opportunity to get that bomb planted on towards the A bomb site, but just neglects the one out. Wanted to go for the eliminations. And honestly, if I was in this situation, I just get that bomb planted as we're down by 1. We're in overtime. We have to extend this one out. We got to win this specific round to extend overtime furthermore. But just decides to go for the elimination. It didn't really work out quite well. FPX, oh my days, overall the game. Oh, that was one of the longest search and destroy I've ever witnessed. Actually, my longest search and destroy I've ever witnessed, Callie.
I think I have to go with you. This is my first time as well. So I didn't really know whether it's going to be the last round or not. So to just see that happen, I am lost for words. But, FPXM, after all the hard work that they've done, after all the hard carry that Meng Rui just did inside the game, they end up with the victory. And I think that's the sweetest taste of victory, Warden. Having to come back, carry the load, and of course, set the league record in total kills in S&D and overtime. Crazy.
Yeah, it's really, really crazy, my guy. I mean, what a long run here. What a long run here in between the matchup of FPX and WDC.Freeslot. But guess what? It's just going to get extended furthermore. We're going to be having control up next after Search and Destroy. You best not to believe that, the game is now set and over. FPX team managed to put through a statement, but no, it doesn't end there. We're moving over to control, but looking at the statistics here, Callie, it's on the even grounds what's more, but the kills actually sided more for instead of FPX.
Yeah, all because of Meng Rui. I want to see how much kills does he have in this game number 2, because I feel like he did 40% of the kills for this team. But you really have to commend the resilience and the tactical brilliance of FPXM. Again, they don't have Rusi with them. They don't have their ace player. But the total team effort and the hard carry made by Meng Rui. 30 kills out of the 83 in total of FPXM, combining for 36% of the kills for this team. Mention the impact, mention the scope. This guy, he is out of the world.
Out of the world. And, if not stating the obvious, obviously, yep, MVP Meng Rui. It was so titled to be in that case right there. If ever FPX, in the middle of the game, I was telling myself, if FPX wins, Meng Rui will get that MVP. And for so many times as well that he encountered the clutch situation, some of the times as well, he was just having a hard time capitalizing. But, it was best well deserved, really big factor on why FPX took that overtime by a storm out away from Freeslot. Now, Callie. Control up next here. I want to talk about Meng Rui even more. Do you think we can see him use the scopes on control?
It's highly possible that he can use that right tech AMR to full use. But here, we have a quick listen in to FPXM and their win ways. Oh, there you go. I mean, Warden, what can you say? They, they were quiet before that attack just happened, but well-deserved win for these guys, and C9 was prepared for that gunfight.
I mean, one thing that I just want to talk about, obviously that part of the segment right there. One key take is that you can really feel the suspense. Even though I myself don't really understand what they're saying, you can really feel the energy, the suspense. Overall, it's just giving me goosebumps all over my body right there. And just the resilience, the fighting power of FPX. So quite well laid down right there. But oh my days. Soon enough, Callie, we're going to be heading over to control here. And I'm going to be putting you in the hot seat for this one. Is it going to be FPX or is it going to be WDC.Freeslot?
I think Rusi just gave Meng Rui the power. So I believe FPXM can actually take this game away. But again, taking a look at the personality of WDC.Freeslot, what we know so far after all of majors in Garena, they are a strong respawn team, undeniably one of the best. And there's a reason why. Of course, Smart Omega struggled against this team because they are a hard-hitting mainstay top competitor in Garena itself. So again, the big question is, FPXM got the momentum. They probably will have, of course, the emotion, the boost itself in their favor. But again, WDC.Freeslot, these guys are going to face. Even though they lose that SMD, best believe they're going to come right at you, guns blazing.
Yep. I mean, best to believe. I mean, one in terms of like the whole mentality here for a set of FPX, we can really expect them that their morale is way, way up there right now. But in the comparison here for the side of WDC.Freeslot, the frustration must be getting into them. If not, I'd be really glad. I mean, it's going to take a lot of mental composition for you to just overall accept the fact that, it's said and over with. We're moving over to control, and we can really change the tides from then on forward. So for control, we're going to be moving over to standoff here. And I don't really exactly know what to call out. I mean, it's easier to point out once the game starts here overall. But the personality that are on towards Hardpoint from the side of WDC.Freeslot might be present here, especially in the map control, as they're really good at it, Callie. But now here we go, round number 1 opening up. Let's see who can take the first blow.
Yeah, Mengrui will take the first spot here, dropping guitar, but there's going to be a sniper battle here. That's going to be a mainstay at this game. Mengrui and Chick will battle it out, battle for control, and of course angles that's going to give the team a chance to win games. And WDC.Freeslot at the moment is having a rough time controlling one of the segments here, but the good thing that Yaya will be here to actually reinforce and, of course, remove all the segments claimed here by FPXM. But again, Meng Rui still using that DLQ33. That's going to be 2 in a row now. I mean, this guy just got the hot hand. Just can't stop.
Yep, can't stop. And overall, the aggression here for the side of WDC.Freeslot is now quite shown here as well. The map control quite present as player 5 from the side of WDC. Anawin just roaming around here from the back alley, but Sand spots him out, turns around as well, spots on guitar. And this guy now slowly but surely making a lot of influence here on towards P2. But on the process, on the contrary as well, for the side of FPX, they really need to establish a foothold into one control point. And looking like the A control point is where they're headed to.
Yeah, that's exactly the very good spot actually to take away from WDC.Freeslot. 25 seconds is left and you gotta make sure you come in fast, but Guitar is just marvelous with that movements. But finally, 5 gets his first kill and is doing the capture all by himself here at this A control point, while 2 of the players of Freeslot are gonna come through and initiate the pinch. 5 gets shot down. They will fail the A control attack and they will be sent out back to their spawns. So not a good thing here right now. They are trapped in their spawns and Mengrui has to pull out the shorty to win 1 in advance. 11-5 life count, and Nawin and Cheek combines for 2 once again, aiming down their sight against FXM. They are looking to end this round number 1. C1 leads the final blow, and there you go. It's going to be 1-0.
1-0, 1-0, 1-0. And one glimmer of hopes they have for the set of FPX here is we're talking about control, obviously. And in terms of playing defense, it's much more preferred compared to playing offense. So let's just see if FPX can showcase a bit more of a defensive takeaway here. I mean, so far, the first frags here not really looking so bright here no more. As WDC.Freeslot, they're actually going to be extending on towards the B control point by the courtesy of Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, FPXM, they're dropping like flies here. Every time we did see them in POV, they get gunned down immediately. And alone, claiming that B side. And it's a divide and conquer that which you don't see more often than not. And now they bring out the claw to just kind of pacify the things. But the damage has already been done. You see, WDC.Freeslot looking to claim time at the A control. But Mengrui saves it for the last second. So now they will be able to reduce down the clock. Mengrui will be able to build up some good streaks. But here's the thing. WDC has built up their own as well. 17-20 currently in the live count department. FPXM doing a better job in terms of slaying. But right now the objective for Freeslot is kind of it's kind of there now, Warden.
It's kind of there now. FPX have more control here, but Guitar with investment here. The Purifier will come through, takes on Mang Rui and Sha out of the equation here, and that's going to be a clearance for that A control point for them to get a capture hold on to, and could be extending the time further more. A control point said and done here, but with an extension here for Sinan with a Purifier could really be a key factor in how they could cancel out the capture here onwards the A control point. San needs to win this gunfight. He managed to do so as well. And FPX here, they're back to cruising and on the driver's seat as well. 9-12, time is ticking here. WDC really having a hard time to put up a response, but their main priority right now is getting that A control point, which is quite hard for them to do so.
Yeah, I think it's because they are attacking individually. And if they can focus on one area at a time, they might have been able to claim this. But no, they are not playing that. And not until now where you see Yeah finally stepping inside this hill to actually, of course, make sure that the time will be extended, but it's not looking good. FPXM is fighting back. C1 though wins the gunfight, but it's too late. Meng Rui's damage is just too good for WDC.Freeslot, and he was a key player on that second round. The angles that he took, and of course, was able to make sure his team will be able to advance slowly into the map, and having more better control means you're going to have more defense and, of course, counters to your opponent. And that's what just happened. 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 here. And, that round number 2 right there, I was really expecting that WDC.Freeslot could be able to, take that one out by a storm. But with that play right there from Meng Rui, that was really able to slow down the pacing in the WDC.Freeslot and was able to really take the game out of the way. So here we go. Round number 3 opening up, and so far the first handful of contestment or kills will be won over by the side of the WDC.Freeslot. And just like that, man. I mean, the map control here, it's just so consistent from them. And this is exactly what you would want to see, especially if you're playing offense.
It's just a flat out field here. Of course, for WDC.Freeslot, FPXM, the carrier, Meng Rui's got 21. Take a look at the coach though. Not exactly having a good day. You're having a bad day, you got 3 kills. And that's not going to help at all when you got respawns. Chick got a huge double there. Now they are slowly enabling that spawn trap here. But I don't think that's going to be the viable cost. Just make sure FPXM get pressured with time. And I think that's the best way for you to win this one. But, WDC, they like to play with their personality, get aggressive, turn the heat on, and just kick off the party. 10 seconds is left for FPXM to capture any sort of flag. They aren't even able to advance away from their spawns. And wow, what a massive total defensive lockdown for Freeslot. They win at round number 3.
The lockdown there is just such a big statement there for the side of WDC, as they didn't even have to, just win out by the eliminations. They were able to just trap them down and just stall out the time. That's just the resilience of WDC.Freeslot here. Here we go. Match point advantage now for this control. Here's WDC.Freeslot. They have 2 rounds already under their belt. Let's see if FPX can respond back with one as well. So far, first intention here for Freeslot, heading over towards the grannies and really putting down their control inside the stake.
Freeslot right now, they have to correct what they had earlier, which is an error, focusing on too many things. Right now, they gotta focus on one area, and I believe the A control point is the best thing for them to control. Right now, they have done one segment in already, with number 4 in Yeah doing majority of the work. Well, for Meng Rui, as much as he's been doing a lot of damage for FPXM, his teammate needs to help him. He needs some support in order for them to win this game, because right now they're letting go so much of that A side. And I mean, that could be a good tactic for them to funnel down the players to the B side where Meng Rui can play for advantage. Now I totally get why they are doing that. So there you go. Right now it's equally tied up, but the numbers and of course the minutes will be adjusted to an extra 1 minute for Freeslot as they captured an A control point. But FPXM, they gotta stand, they gotta force that round number 5.
You force your onwards to round number 5. I don't know. I mean, 9-16 here. The game looking quite slower this time around. But with the extension here by the side of Freeslot, just cutting off the rotation here onwards Barn. And now when we'll take down 1, look for some more. But Meng Rui from the back end will take him out of the equation. Until then, the kills here still set for the side of Freeslot. 1 last B control point here that FPX needs to hold on to. But with Freeslot here slowly but surely trying to work through a pinch. I don't exactly know how could FPX win this one out. I mean, the life is still on the deficit side for the side of FPX. It's looking quite scary here. And so far, the breakaway will try to come through. Shake with a purifier here, just extending towards the spawn. And this could be a big pinch coming through, but it does get denied by Sand as well. Until then, Freeslot, they're still on that lead.
Oh my god. Freeslot are on the verge of ending this. FPXM now has to pull in the big guns. If not, it's just over for them. The chance to play for the playoffs. Once this game ends with a Freeslot victory, it's all over for them. Sinan trying to make a play right up front. He gets shot down. FPXM down to their final 3 players. They could still turn this game around. They just gotta play passively and wait for Mangrui to create some plays at the mid-map. He spots the first player, but the smoke is there to counter, but Hit won't stop him from getting all of these eliminations. 3-2 situation. Yeah, finds one on the broken wall. He finds one on the corner, and Freeslot, they end the game. Winning 3-1 on Control. They win the overall series, claiming 2 points over 1 from FPXM.
Ooh, I mean, overall a good setback there for the set of WDC.Freeslot. They did lose that second round, but they were able to put through and just win out the next 2. FPX, they get served another L for the series here. Freeslot smiling. And overall, I mean, I really just want to talk about what FPX went through for today. You know, they went up against Smart Omega, aka the second seed team here for Garena, and up against WDC.Freeslot as well. They're not too shabby in terms of the entitlement that they offer in the competition of Call of Duty Mobile. It hasn't been an easy ride for FPX. And unfortunately, it was just too hard for them to deal with here for today's competition.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, we have some news in here as well. There's been a rumor that FPXM actually would be retiring its club, and that really hurts a lot. You know, there's a lot of gems that the season here for FPXM. It's just that they were hit with an unfortunate circumstance. You know, if Rusi could have been here, things could have changed. You know, a lot could be said about what that guy can offer, especially with him out there with Mangrui. They could be that deadly duo that could just end all of the players here for DYG, Omega, and of course WDC.Freeslot. But that's not the case here. You know, they gotta play on the spot, and you know, having to have that coach in the game itself, it's a huge improvisation, Warden.
It's a huge improvisation here. And, you know, as people would say, both teams here are playing in a very fatigued situation here. So, I best believe, I hope that in some way that these 2 teams here could rest up, because they still have a lot more matches to go. We're only halfway through for today's series here, guys. So there's still a lot more to unfold. Now, overlooking here the history of FPX, I mean, hearing the news as well, Callie, it's quite... you know, devastating for me to hear out, and things is just not going so well no more. But you know, it's really good that they're showing a good run here and maximum effort in this competition.
You know, FPXM could just maybe, you know, retire their club, but the players are still going to be highly available for use. I mean, Mangrui is a good value player, so any top tier team that would want to raise their, you know, that would want to raise their firepower up high, they could just get him. But you know, it's a totally different discussion for another day. Right now, team stats, game 3 all said and done. WDC wins it 3-1, and they win with a dominant margin in terms of staying power. 109 kills compared to 86. I mean, that's a huge difference that we're talking about. 23 is a lot, especially if you would want to win some rounds. So again, a good solid effort for FPXM. WDC just cleared a lot better in respawns. And the case continues today, as this team won 2 respawn gameplays, Hardpoint and Control, and you know, still living up to their name that they are not a solid hard S&D team. But you know, we did see some incredible improvements from Chic, especially with that scope. They have showed some promise, but FPXM still beat them. And you know, Rusi is not here. They got beaten by a team that has 4 players and 1 coach inside the game.
Yeah. Ooh. Now, with Freeslot here getting this win up against FPX, I think that one thing here that I would love to mention now is obviously Freeslot. There's still a little bit more to go here for today's matchup. After this, they're going to be going up against DYG. So that's something worth mentioning here, because DYG, they won their series here. Freeslot, they won theirs as well. But in the competition here on towards match number 4, only one team can win out. And if I'm going to be putting you in the hot seat for this one here, Callie, once more, Who do you think is it going to be? Is it going to be DYG or is it going to be Freeslot?
Oh my God, that's a very tough question. I don't know why you have to ask me that. I did not come and prepare, but for me, just looking at what just happened, DYG was able to beat Smart Omega in their best game mode, and of course in Control, where in CDM they don't often play Control. So I feel like DYG's got a strong edge against WDC in the coming game. But who knows? WDC, but you pair up with them with how electrifying and how aggressive these guys are, they might totally surprise DYG later on.
Yeah, could be a big surprise here. DYG, they have this tactical list going on in their environment here. I mean, all odds might be in favor for them, but with WDC.Freeslot putting off a shocker here up against FPX, despite the fall there onto Search and Destroy, it could be a mix-up between fire and water here, Cali. And so far, I mean, let's put DYG on fire here. No, okay, just a bad comparison here. I'll take that back. Okay? I'm playing with my words too much here.
Okay.
It's just Freeslot and DYG. It's a both different personality that we might be able to see on towards match number 4. So I'm personally not going to be betting on anything at all. I just want to see how that one's going to play out.
I mean, it is what it is, Warden. If you master that mindset, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, that game right there could be a decisive decision. That could be a decisive game. If WDC will be able to win against W Gaming, not only will they shock the world and of course everyone in the live stream, but they are also gonna mess up the scoring system. So if they're able to do that, we might even see them at the playoffs, which is going to be more surprising.
Could be more surprising as well. And in terms of playoffs appearance here, WDC.Freeslot, they're not a shocker by any means at all. They're quite consistent in terms of qualifying for the playoffs, especially has been seen on the regionals. It's just that their journey just gets cut off quite early on, as I would love to bring back during the regionals run. WDC.Freeslot, they were up against Blacklist International Ultimate on that first round. Then they lost that one out, getting forced down on the lowest bracket up against Smart Omega, and that's where their journey gets cut off. Now, one thing about the statistics here that I would love to mention is that, Yeah, and Guitar, alongside with Anawan as well, aka your favorite player, I suppose, to call out here, Cali, is really one key factor that I would love to bring back once more for the side of DYG, as they've been truly detrimental in terms of rocking the heat for their team.
Yeah, I mean, Anawin, especially on response, he plays well, this team will play well. Guaranteed that Guitar and Nia will do their respective slays. So, WDC, they have been always, I have to agree with you, they're a mainstay, top competitor. They can kick and fight tooth to nail. But the problem is the discipline this team have is the problem. And that's the reason why they haven't found much success to reach the top. And, the discipline we did see from Search and Destroy earlier, 10 and 11, favorite FPXM. Supposed to say you have to play that passively, but they attack so aggressive that they risk everything. And unfortunately, they have to lose that. But again, if they can work a little bit on that, we might see them, rise to the ranks once again. But again, looking at FPXM, it was a great fight. It's just really sad, again, to not see Rusi in here, man. I would love to see him because of how well he did on the King of Snipers, and I've heard in the comments that he's a very impactful player.
Yeah, truly he is, my guy. And no disregarding overall, full respect to the Brainiac of FPX5, wasn't really performing quite well mechanically, as he's 6 to 22. You hate to see it in Control. With Rusi being part of the equation here, it could really be a different takeaway because, coming again, we did see earlier, like for the matchup between Omega, it only takes Candy to pop off, and it could really rock the tide. If Rusi and Meng Rui was heated up for this very matchup, it could have been a different storyline here. It could have been possibly them winning up against WDC.Freeslot, but Cali, as we would say, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. And right now, if we're looking at the current standings, DYG will be standing at the top with 2 points. And of course, with this recent victory that WDC.Freeslot have up against FPXM, they will be having 2 points as well. So they're technically right above Smart Omega right now in terms of points in the map wins. So again, right now, WDC.Freeslot, the goal here is to reach a lot more points compared to Smart Omega and shock them. So the game right up next against Douyu Gaming is going to be important. Same thing at the match number 12 where we do have to see a Garena show match between Smart Omega and WDC.Freeslot.
Yeah, we would want to see that again, Callie. I mean, the call out right there by Whoopi when how the standing would be later on for tonight if ever they do go in. Once they do go against each other, Whoopi said it's 3-0. As you would say, and as I would say, it's really a hard call here. It's hard for me to believe, as the last time they saw each other during the regionals, it was 3-2. It reached onwards a game number 5. One key thing that WDC has to bring into is the fact that they can't stop. I mean, they can't be complacent here. They have to be fully composed. They got to play passively time to time and then to just put off a contrast on how their predecessor play out. But here we go. The MVP for the series here. Gotta give it to our man. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 29 kills. This guy really knows how to use that KRM. In a game, in a meta where the SMGs, the Holgers dominate, this guy can wield the shotgun in SMDs. He can wield the Bison. He can use that sniper as well. One of the best flex players that the Thailandese can offer. But just to correct what I just said earlier, I forgot that Smart Omega actually played a game earlier up against FPXM. So right now, the current standing is Omega with 4 points, Douyu Gaming and WDC.Freeslot standing at 2 points each, with FPXM only having 1 point in their current grouping. So right now, the key here is for Douyu Gaming and WDC.Freeslot to battle each other out, which will happen later on after this game. So again, whoever wins that could just decide the overall series.
Oop, it could be the case. It could be the case for Callie. Oh my days. Now, in terms of the MVP actually as well, I was somewhat hoping that it could. I was also somewhat, calculating that it could be an Awen. But it's quite well deserved here for Ye, yeah. Because despite that, some spotlight wasn't really on directly towards him, he was really able to do his job quite well done, and supporting the fact that he was able to perform it in a stellar way as well, 29 kills. For the side of Anawin, one premature mistake earlier that kind of bit me back from calling him out as the MVP was just that play, that one round to extend the series furthermore on towards control. The 1v1, there was a big question mark there overall. But, the shades of the shadow will get taken out away from him as the spotlight overall will shine upon for the side of Freeslot.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So with all that said, WDC.Freeslot, they will be having 2 points. Their next key victory has to be up against Douyu Gaming. If they can secure 2 wins there, they will be able to advance to the playoffs. But now, we will be seeing the interview for WDC because right now, they are hot and ready for it.
So say hi to the audience, yeah.
สวัสดีครับให้พี่สวัสดีทุกคนเลยครับ
今天的第一个问题是赢下这场。
ทุกคนเลยครับผมสวัสดีครับเดียจาก WDC.Freeslot ครับ
欢迎来到赛后采访席。今天的第一个问题是你赢下比赛之后，现在的心情如何
So the first question is, how do you feel after winning this game?
เกมแรกโดยรวม3เกมที่ผ่านมาที่ชนะพี่รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับโดยรวม3เกมดีครับผมแต่น่าเสียดายวางบอมที่เราไปพลาดปิดวินไม่ได้ครับ
overall is really good, but we have messed up at the S&D, but we have to keep practice up.
总体来说，我们队伍的表现还是很不错的。虽然说在爆破模式的时候，可能因为配合出了一点问题，最后输了，但是最后我们还是很幸运的赢下了比赛。
让我们看到你们的实力。今天的第二个问题是，因为你是第一次接受我们国服赛区的采访，想问一下，你能不能够简单的介绍一下你们队伍的特色？
As this is your first interview, can you briefly introduce the style of your team?
โอเคครับเขาอยากทราบว่าสไตล์การเล่นของทีมพี่เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ใช้สกิลเพย์เข้าสู้ครับสู้ไม่กลัวใครแล้วก็สู้จนกว่าวินาทีสุดท้าย
as he said we're gonna keep play like with our skill to against the enemy until we lost
我们这支队伍呢是比较有侵略性的一支队伍，会不断的去进攻，不断的精进自己的技能，直到打败对方。
确实，今天赛场中看到你们的特色了。第三个问题是因为你的发色以及你的枪法和外形和我们国服赛区的一位叫卢卡斯的选手非常的相似，想问一下你本人是不是也是一位性格非常外向的选手？
The third question is, we think you really look like one of the players of the CDM team Wolves, whose name is Lucas. So, are you also an outstanding player?
คำถามที่3พี่เขาถามว่าพี่เนี่ยมีรูปร่างที่คล้ายกับทีมจีนทีมหนึ่งพี่เนี่ยเล่นเอาท์เพลย์เป็นยังไงบ้างครับเหมือนเขาบ้างหรือเปล่า
ไม่น่าจะเหมือนนะครับน่าจะคนละสไตล์ครับผมสไตล์ของผมน่าจะเป็นแนววัดสุดจนกว่าตัวเองจะตายมากกว่าครับ
he said maybe we look like together but his aggressive style
OK， 他可能看上去是一个比较外向的选手，但实际上是一个内心很具有侵略性的选手，很喜欢去不断的进攻，然后打败对手。
那看来和卢卡斯的相似度来到了90%啊。今天最后一个问题是，下场比赛你们将对阵到深圳 DYG 啊，他们是一个非常强力的对手，想问一下你们有什么话想对他们说的吗？
So the last question is, you will play with Shenzhen DYG next time. So do you have anything to say to them?
คำถามสุดท้ายพี่ที่กำลังจะเจอ DYG พี่มีอะไรจะฝากบอกถึงเขาไหมครับ
เอามือให้ผมหน่อยนะครับผม
Please don't destroy us.
OK， 他认为 DYG 是一支很强的队伍，希望他们手下留情。
也是期待这场比赛会更加的精彩。我们稍后比赛更加精彩。
Thank you.
The very start of the
time, but they're able to manage to bring it down.
on the other side of the wall has to anticipate two players, and he does that absolutely well with the kill. Then you're making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes Purcell. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. The numbers shouldn't be much of an issue, and if you're not keeping it fresh, the pressure on Lynx, 30 seconds to get this done, which is so dominant with all of the gunfights. What's all?
Very great man.
Center, one guy inside of mid once again. Trying to work on their strategy very early on in the matchup. They've already taken the spawn away from the surfboard with a few seconds scrap points. And here will be they can see if they can get that repeated once again here. Chachi, good positioning, straight the spot and out. Goes in for the spray. Able to fight back from the bomb. Has already been right now missing the shots, but the push is on the back up. Right there, that's on fire. After that, ABC Sports are doing well so far. It's already. I mean, that gun is just absolutely. You're not gonna have anybody playing that extra bit of distraction, taking away much more easier than offense when it comes to.
Makes the H pick up the pace here.
Yeah, there's one thing when you make the mission, it's also an early in there coming from Change World, but it will not hold as the rest of Lynx will take them down.
Here, we're finally getting some slack off of the dominating ones that we got in the first two series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here. Emo
Change World right now who needs to make a hold, and there's a point. We have Emo right now with that UQ9
and time around we're looking quite solid, especially with 2-1 ratio in here right now with 13 seconds left. And
or just this moment, 2 points, 2 lives ahead to fight back. Then it is now a trade up after trade up from what we've seen earlier. We still
might if we go.
With the bread might have been a bars, but not so much of a takedown. But with that heavy, a double kill once again.
With the gun that I managed to spot, I don't know if that was a misplay. Everyone is the only one playing and a little bit of an offense. I say that Zed quickly takes the position to hold the spawn for the Malaysian side. That's the kind of leaves. And you know, this was something that we talked about.
I think this will continue on. Evans is still in there with Crush on the backstab, but a trade off against Esper will be in the pocket.
equal for the side of Huntsman. This is the kind of what gives you that extra bit of advantage. And as soon as the player gets it back, 3 kills now. Can he get more out there? Not just an MSP.
But Rush right now going in for a rotation.
Blacklist International Ultimate, and now with the warehouse hold, just taking the fight straight up. Look at the investments of the score streaks coming through from the Indian plan, and that plan is to take over the early hold onto B3. You can see the
that trade and has the guy on the side of number 2 in blue can have
good position, but Aimler's the one that gets the sledge. You can take it out at her. Time is running out, Cali.
Right now, the push comes to stop. Slowly and truly getting this time to ultimate. They get
investment off the Sparrow, and Okan's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Stern are so close, and Okan wasn't punished. Manages to...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022. So far, we've seen 3 series overall, and WDC.Freeslot was able to win the previous one. Now they will be back onto the 4th series, and this time they will be challenging Douyu Gaming, the team that has brought Smart Omega on a 2-1 streak. Now we'll have to find out who among these teams will be able to make that dub. And as your casters, it's me, Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is Cali Gaming. And Cali, what do you think will be the preparation, and is it really the message that WDC.Freeslot has for Douyu Gaming not to destroy them?
I don't think the impact that we did see from WDC.Freeslot earlier against FPXM is enough to take down Douyu Gaming, though. So, because they lost one game where, you know, 1 player was a coach, 4 players were, of course, pro players. But again, it's not enough. But again, this one's very key for both ends. You know, if DYG wins this series, they will be able to take that number 1 spot. But if WDC.Freeslot take this one away from them, it could spark a chaos here at these groupings.
Yeah, I will agree in that. But then again, I mean, we are looking for the top 2 from this group. This is Group B, and so far, Douyu Gaming, Smart Omega, WDC.Freeslot, and FPX has been playing this. And a lot more will be seen from FPX later on after this one. But Douyu Gaming, as we mentioned earlier, like they were able to make 2 wins against Smart Omega. And WDC.Freeslot this time, even if they lost that hard-fought search and destroy. I would say that's a hard-fought search and destroy. 22 rounds of battle, and it was been back and forth, especially for that overtime. The longest that I've seen so far as well, similar to, I think, you, Cali, and Warden. But, again, I am looking forward to how these teams going to play search and destroy. Hardpoint would be first. Later on, we're going to see which of the maps they're going to play it on. But because so far, we've seen firing range, slums, and raid. Even from yesterday, like firing range just came out a little bit late from the lineup that we have on the maps, but this time they started early and it went in for all of the series overall. And we're interested. I'm interested to see as to which map these teams of Douyu Gaming as well as WDC.Freeslot will be taking for all the modes.
It's possible that we could see that summit map open up once again unless WDC.Freeslot bans it. So it's going all down to the map bans and picture for this squads that will help us determine who actually has the better edge. But what a surprise from Douyu Gaming earlier up against Smart Omega. Able to defeat them in the best game mode of Smart Omega, which is Search and Destroy. Not to mention the CDM squads, the entire region barely played Control at all, but they are able to surprise us in many of ways. And Douyu Gaming was one of the teams that, of course, outperformed Smart Omega in that game mode itself.
Yeah, the scoreline was 3-1 in there from that raid control. And for the search and destroy, well, that was 7-4 in slum. So Douyu Gaming really is a different kind of monster when it's faced against Garena teams, and they are going to face WDC.Freeslot. Though WDC.Freeslot, I mentioned earlier, has lost, but not that significantly because of the multiple overtimes. They were able to come back every time, apart from the last moment, wherein like I was watching that, and I would agree with the questionable move as well, not going for the plan, but going for the slay. Thus, WDC.Freeslot Freeslot really lost that game, wherein they can still extend it a lot more. But this is what excites me right now. If Doyu Gaming, though they have a few series rest, a couple of series of rest, and they will be coming back, and after this they will be playing 2 consecutive. So if it's fatigue that's factored to bring down the performance of Doyu Gaming, then this might be it after 2 series. For WDC.Freeslot, the same question goes, because they just ended 1 series, and the length of that search and destroy really brings in a lot of I would say a toll on your performance, though it didn't show off on standoff when they went in on that control mode, but it might happen this time against DYG or Doyu Gaming. Again, it is what it is from the past games. We've been talking about in the background, and fun plus Phoenix right now. Though we didn't see Rossi, I really want to see Rossi in there in that game, especially with the movement, the fast-paced movement that he have with the sniper. That's one thing that he can utilize, especially in respawn mode, when he is equipped not with a sniper but with an SMG, because I can see how he can play. It looks like some of the players from Garena, I would say from Speed, but before that was before the update. So the recent update has changed the movement of some of the teams, and I would say to the better, because from what we've seen in Search and from what we've seen from other teams in Garena, the patience as well as the slow-paced gameplay that gives them the advantage, especially from what we see in Doyu Gaming as well against Smart Omega. So slow-paced, patient gameplay from Doyu Gaming. We'll see what WDC.Freeslot has to offer against them.
Yeah, once again, here we have, Doyu Gaming. They got Fenta, Little Fox, No, Chu1, and of course, the last player, which I didn't see, but you already know, these guys, they are tactical. And again, the last player was Little Fox. And, we saw this guy play in the King of Snipers, and we kind of expected him to play great. And he did so, specifically in the match against Smart Omega on the control. The sniper alongside his teammate Ma, they were able to create the difference. But a lovely pet here for Nono to his teammate. I love that. Can I get the pet also?
Free head pats right now from Nono at this point, and Chu and M. This guy, I would say, this guy, though he looks so meek, once he go in the good angle and good position, he really brings the slay. And talk about slay, we've seen how Ma was in there slaying with that sniper. I'm just surprised he was not part of the King of Snipers. But let's take a look at WDC.Freeslot right now. We have C1 Cheek, yeah, Guitar, and Anawin. We're in, was an MVP. He was interviewed earlier, and I'm pretty sure that was like a that's not sincere when they ask not to be destroyed by Doyu Gaming, because I'm pretty sure they are prepared. They came prepared, and it might have been a 3-0 against FPX earlier, not like because of that. Just because of that search and destroy, they lost 1 series. But there's a lot of talents out here from this Thailand team.
Yeah, exactly. And WDC, if we are to compare the personality compared to DYG, this guy's plays Rampage. He just get full on batch your head in, and of course win their gunfights. But right now for DYG, if we are to compare the personality as well, they have to play tactical. So a battle of concepts here coming right up next. Rampage versus tactical. And honestly, for me, I feel like WDC has a lot to offer, specifically in respawns. And that's where they're particularly good at. So if they can find themselves a good eye on the map bans and pick, we could see them play well here. So as we look at it, the bans and picks, Doyu Gaming, they ban Takeoff and Raid. WDC, they ban Hacienda and Slums. And of course, the operator skills will be banned Whoopi, that Annihilator, and of course, that's Sparrow. As we specifically said earlier, it's likely that we see Summit, but I expect it to be on SMDs. But here this time, we're going to see it game number 1, a map pick by WDC.Freeslot. So they're using a map to their advantage. As we all know, WDC, they love to play fast, they love to play aggressive, and the close quarter combat will gladly favor them here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, that would be an advantage for them. WDC.Freeslot going against DYG at this point, or Doyu Gaming. The game is on, and it's starting right now. Now, we'll have to find out who will be able to take the control on P1 and P2, how close it is, especially on this map. Good free fire from Lil Fox right now, but not seeing one, but C1, sees one, and takes him down.
Yeah, there was a great start here by WDC.Freeslot. Now the question is, how long can they continue this consistency? As we now see Doyu Gaming Ju1 break the hill. Again, one of the key players that you have to eye out for. If he stays hot, it's going to be a hard game for you. But Freeslot doing what they do best, play aggressive, put all out the tactical gameplays, and of course use these close quarter combats to their advantage. And they have claimed all time. Most of the time you see at P1, or exactly the middle of the map, it's tightly contested. But here right now, Freeslot is unmatched. They know how to slay inside.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that they need to do. They need to slay those folks inside that hill. With 12 seconds remaining, WDC.Freeslot, I think they will be able to overtake a lot of points and not even letting go for the scrap points. 42-3 right now, and Doyu Gaming needs to go for that early rotation. We mentioned that earlier, that this is their weakest point, going for the early rotation as well as sticking that, and that is one reason as well why most of the time, like, team from CDM has been losing the hardpoint. They will be going for the slays, but not so much on the stay. So that's what they need to do. Stay on those hills and keep the work on those kills.
Yeah, stay in balance, by the way, because right now what they are doing is they're winning gunfights, yes, but Freeslot is also winning their gunfights. So you have to be very efficient to find a way inside of the hill. And I feel like this passive gameplay for DYG is gonna take them somewhere. So a good 5 in a row for Nono at the moment. They're slowly building up that momentum, and now they are finally claiming time. But the split spawns from Freeslot could just be a nuisance here at this P2. So now the scrap time is likely going to be picked up by DYG. So now the next answer for Freeslot is rotating to that P3. Go to the left-hand side of most of the minimap, and of course, get that anchor ready, prepare for the gunfights, and stay inside the hill to claim the time. 6 seconds before P3 opens up, a potential money hill right in front of Freeslot. Can they get it?
Yeah, we'll have to find out if they will be able to get it. Lined up right now, C1 goes for that first kill, as Yeah right now will be lining up, or will line up the enemies as well on that entrance. And here comes Ju1 with that purifier, and was able to clear that up, taking a few more points, 40 seconds remaining. And even if the spawns is favorable for WDC.Freeslot, with the manpower as well as the damage that DYG can put up, I mean, it's really difficult to go in for the rush. It's fortunate for WDC. Anawin is in there with a KRM, a little bit too quick with the mobility as well as the damage. He can easily put down 2, but the moment that 1 turns around on him, he will be taken out.
It's such an interesting gun composition taker for WDC.Freeslot. More often than not, you would only see 1 player rock that shotgun, but for WDC, they have actually 2 players using it here to the full extent. Guitar and of course Anowin using those KRMs, and being the overall difference maker on the close range engagements could likely be the deal. I mean, a 1 shot, 1 kill, and now the claw is going to be used here by Anowin. The investment is on. The question is, can they use this effectively to break the hill? Right now, they will be able to take down the players inside, and Anowin is on the rotation. Chick wins a huge key gunfight off the spawns and will be able to find another connection there. But right now, it's just all chaos in the battlefield, and DYG slowly taking a move in the spawns itself, and now they will be able to break the hill for the second time.
There you have it. Doyu Gaming was able to go and pinch them out. 30 seconds remaining in here, but it will only bring them to a certain point that they still need to catch up against WDC.Freeslot. And as we can see, the rotations right now preparing onto the next point. The push of WDC.Freeslot, hopefully they are not risking that much in terms of manpower and life advantage. Though this is not control, this is hardpoint. But once you have a respawn a little bit too far from that P1, it will be difficult for them to catch back. Plus, as well as once you have DYG in that hill, you might not be able to take it back. So hopefully for WDC.Freeslot, power positions will maintain their lives out here, as well as the Slay, especially with Yeah right here. 2 angles that he can hold, and so far no one has taken us down.
Yeah, no one's taken down yet here. Again, a strong start for WDC.Freeslot. What we've learned so far since the start of this game is WDC loves to cash a lot of money in this B1 itself, utilizing the 2 shotgun in full extent. I mean, it's been so effective. The total team effort to garner a lot of kills in here is just so effective for WDC right now. DYG can't have no answers to it, and now this is how you use a purifier, you know, close range engagements, burn these players down, force them to walk so long, and buy your team more time inside the hill. But unfortunately, that won't be the thing for Freeslot as they get kicked out of the hill and now has to worry about power positions on the coming hill. And it's going to be a 50-50 on this one. But one thing more than likely that we have is WU Gaming. They got the second floor in control. They also have players inside the hill. So a great start to this magnificent game that they might have about to have.
Yeah, for WU Gaming, that P2 is their money hill. That's where they have a lot of points. That's where they were able to catch up. Apart from P4 earlier, wherein they pushed out WDC from that. But we'll have to find out if the catching up will be ending here and they will be able to overtake on that lead. But compared to what we've seen earlier with the score streak, as well as the operators that can be used right now late in this game, it might not be that easy. DYG still on the run, still on the chase for the points. Damage is being done, especially from G1M, who has a 22 already and Mao with 20. But it's not a matter of slays. It's more of the time spent on the hill, and they need that time. Even for the scrap time, they need not to give it up.
Yeah, everything is very important here. You know, you never know what might happen in the future. And right now, everything has to be, you know, calculated more than likely, because 1 point could just be the difference maker in this game itself. But right now, as we see, P3 is going to be opening up. C1 is going to be the anchor here for WDC.Freeslot. While 4 of the players are inside his hill, this guy is busy waiting for the next gunfight to happen. He has been able to predict one, but right now he's about to get swarmed here. A potential pinch being made by DYG, and what a beautiful turnaround. C1 loses his gunfight, and now Freeslot, despite the early rotation, will not see themselves inside this hill. DYG playing like a film. They have chained P2 to P3, and now it's stimming time and looking to come back.
Yeah, favorable response as well will be taken by WU Gaming this time. Chuan on that hunt and on that guard. 1, 2 down already. Third will be going for the hands of Anawin, but he was taken down. But Ma on the back of still maintaining that point. But WDC.Freeslot was able to overtake with the help of No. They might be able to clear that up with 6 seconds remaining. They give it up that easily. It's only a few points, less than 20 for them to catch up, and they need to make that early rotation. This is what we're asking. This is what they're doing. But I think it's still a little bit too late because WDC is in there. They need to put in the slays for WU Gaming to take more of that time.
Oh, watch out. There's going to be one player taken down by that Predator missile. So the anchor player, Freeslot, actually got taken down. So DYG will be forcing their players to spawn at the right side of the map. So just the attention of detail for the Predator missile to kick out the anchor player, Freeslot, just mainly did the job for DYG. Only 1 kill to Severe. And of course, strike this Freeslot squad out of the play. 191 to 179. DYG, you know, we did see them trail 43-3 earlier, but right now they are in striking distance. But Chick with the huge 3-piece, but that won't end it just yet. The claw investment from No is very valuable right now, as we are caught in the crossfire for both ends. Right now, WDC is going to be inside, but Fenta finds himself to stick past the defensive enemy lines, but still gets shot down. Both ends just fighting back and forth. 205 to 183 as we close out this P4, moving into the third reset of the Hardpoint. As what we've all seen so far for WDC, this is where they can strike the most of the points in the hill. So let's see if they can do that in here one more time.
Yeah, the double century mark has been reached by WDC.Freeslot, and it's only 10 points for DYG to reach that as well. 2-1 right now, clearing off the area, but still one remains inside that hard point. He has been taken down, and KRM still does damage for that double kill. And we'll have to find out. Guitar will be doing more, trying to slide, trying to get away, still managed to survive, and there we have it. Guitar will still be playing it, and the final music for Guitar until that final time.
No one can smash the Guitar right now because he's been strumming and just deafening all the players inside of the hill. Again, they are, and they really love this P1. I mean, they have scored 30 points inside of the hill already, and they're likely to get more with the way they've been able to eliminate the players of DYG. But here's the catch. They may be able to scrap all of the kills here at this P1, but can they end it at this P2? Because right now, DYG is going to be on rotation. They have already one player settling down in the power position. The anchor responses are going to be favoring DYG as well. But the task here for Guitar is actually remove the second floor player. And once he does so get that, get the victory to secure the pinch. But that won't happen as well. The gate continues to lead, but the Predator missile to just seal it. One kill made, and WDC.Freeslot is inside the hill. Guitar just needs to find one more elimination. That could just be the dagger. Freeslot, they win map number 1.
Oh my goodness, I mean, that was a great gameplay, especially for that P4 cleanup with a Purifier. 3 players has been slayed, opens up the avenue for them to put in a lot more points. And then once they move into that P1, like the movement that they have with those KRMs, and I think that is one reason why they're using that weapon. Not so much, not a lot of players can use a KRM efficiently compared to what we've seen WDC.Freeslot has done this time. Because the movement, it's very difficult for them to be caught off guard. And also, if they are accurate enough in using that KRM, they can go for several kills before going down. Compared to what we've seen from Guitar earlier, he managed to survive even for the final moment. He's the one who ends it. So even without looking at the numbers, my MVP this time is Guitar.
Yeah, he's the playmaker there in the game, you know, just playing the rhythm. He played that game like a film despite it being a song. I mean, the guy was just able to chain one thing over the other. And he was a key playmaker at the end, you know, the way he was able to dance around that P1 at the final set of hardpoints that we had, and the opportunity that he has when the operator skill was available, he used it, only needing one more kill to seal the deal. And now they have won over DYG. That's 1-0 now. We're talking about the series here. And if they can win this S&D or this control, they might just be in contention for the playoffs.
Yeah, but it's still a big ask. If we look at the past, if we look at the history, Doyu Gaming going against Smart Omega, like Hardpoint really is not their strong point. It's just so close in there, similar to what we've seen against Smart Omega. So it's a 250, and I forgot what score did DYG get, but it's around the 200 mark. Now, once we jump in on SND and control, we might be seeing the damage that Ma as well as UNM has to offer. And looking at the aggressiveness of WDC.Freeslot, they might be caught off guard. The patience of Doyu Gaming really provides them that advantage that they can slay even if the first frag is not, if the initial frag is not coming from them.
And now we see the team stats in here. Again, DYG having 4 more kills, surprisingly. I mean, this has been the thing for them. You know, we did see the same thing from this team against Smart Omega earlier, where they had 4 more kills, but no objective time claim, enough for them to win the game. So that really hurts the game a lot for this team, because we know that they have the slaying power. But in order for you to win an objective-based game, you gotta step inside of that hill. Kills doesn't matter if you aren't able to convert and score some time. And now you're going to see the player stats in here as well. Guitar, our personal MVP, was able to get 28 kills with 31 deaths in a 0.9 KD. So pretty much impressive for this guy. And I mean, he was using the KRM in the map itself, and you know, having to score a lot with 28 with a KRM speaks a lot of what this guy can do. But you know, you got to give the credits where it's due. Chick played totally out of his mind, scoring 36, and of course, it's going to be the highest in total for WDC.Freeslot.
Yeah, but as you can see at the hill scores, 3 players is in there moving up above 300. We're in from Doyu Gaming, like it's only 2 players, and like 2 of them not even reaching. Ma barely reaching 100 at this point. So that tells you the story of the story of what's missing in terms of Hardpoint. It's the time spent and the scores that you need to be on that hill. So Doyu Gaming, I think they are learning a lot so far in the games that they've seen against greener players. But the MVP this time is Cheek. 36 on the slays, 4150 on the damage, 6 streaks, and the first MVP for WDC.Freeslot. So even from the first game that they went into, this is the first time that Cheek has been recognized as the MVP. And well, this is deserved by Cheek at this point. If I'm not mistaken, he was the one who cleaned up that P4 to open up the scrap points from that area.
Yeah, the specialist skills was very important there. It was a turning point for WDC.Freeslot, and having him there in the right time and of course right in perfect position, he was able to score a lot of loads for the squad. The scrap time was very, very useful, and at the end of the day, it was WDC that ended up with the victory. This was the player right here that we were mentioning. You know, Chick was able to clear out the room entirely all by himself, and of course, the guy just outlasted all of the players of DYG in front of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it is Hardpoint. Not so much the CDM has been showing up in this mode, but we are now stepping in to Search and Destroy. This is more of their strongest suit. They've only lost 1, and this is against Smart Omega. We're talking about FPX earlier, and out of all the SNDs, no one can beat the CDM region like multiple times. Smart Omega is one of the team who was able to do that, but continuously almost being done by WDC.Freeslot. So with that closeness of a fight between WDC.Freeslot and FPX, can that be brought into this game against Doyu Gaming?
Yeah, it's more than likely that we are going to see that here. But again, Doyu Gaming, they are tactical. They think way up ahead compared to the rampage that's just being brought and rained down upon by WDC.Freeslot every time they head into a map. But, you know, the map is not Summit here this time around. So the shotguns are not going to be a viable option. So rocking that 2 shotguns are not going to be useful, especially in a long-range map. Like, oh, I thought it was firing range, but never mind. Okay, shotgun is still pretty useful. Standoff is going to be the map pick here. So there can be close quarter combat, especially in the A-bomb side and in the mid-map itself towards Grannies. But Doyu Gaming, there's a reason why they would want to pick this map. Again, they have to play Chuma and of course, Little Fox. The snipers, the jump shots that can be seen in this map is a lot. And WDC.Freeslot, they gotta be aware of where the snipers of DYG will be located at. If not, it could just be a disaster.
Yeah, looking forward to how Cheek will be responding to those snipers' battle. But there we have it. A little bit of quick move into that alpha from DYG. And I don't think it was expected by WDC.Freeslot. And the plant is still not going as they are preoccupied right now trying to defend and looking for 1. But yeah, has been found by Ma. And there goes the plant. And 3 are left from WDC.Freeslot. Guitar has a chance to go for the kill. But with 3 members in there staying in that point, it's very difficult for him to really make a lot of slays. He might be able to take 1, but not all of them.
Yeah, it's very tough here, but timing is everything. But he gets sprayed down by Chu1, who's been a key playmaker in every SMD that DYG has already played in this matchup. And well, is looking to venture up for one more option, the headshot right through Chick. And that ends round number 1. And to see DYG, who is very tactical in a very passive team, just to attack aggressively at that A-bomb site is just exciting to see. It means they're very confident when they are in here up against Freeslot. And there's a reason why. Ma is backing them up. This guy can shoot lights out and, of course, core some load for this team.
Yeah, I really love how Chua, despite of the movement he's trying to do, his crosshairs is not leaving where he should have. Like, anyone who entered it, whether he steps left or right, he will be able to make that kill. But the first kill will be done in here by Lil Fox and another sniper in help of Ma will be in play. So double sniper will be in here. Fenta was able to take and now win taken down as well. And it's now left with 2. Guitar still on the KRM, and again, it's a question of why they're pulling out this weapon. It's not very effective because there's not so much of damage being done, especially against Douyu Gaming.
And that's already two misplaced there for WDC.Freeslot. You can't afford more. The more you play this one recklessly, the more you get punished here by DYG. And there's a reason why this team is top 3, you know? They have read all throughout the patterns. This guy has done a lot of repetitions, and to play them in their own map, it's going to be hard for you to win. But great play there for C1. The nade connected. They used the smoke to advance way behind enemy lines. So now they have the bomb drop in hostage, and DYG has the force to pick it up.
Yeah, and it is against the top fragger that the frag grenade has been laid onto. But Fenta right now going in on gas station, trying to take a peek right now. We're a little too far from the rest of the team, but it is the bomb really the focus of this team of DYG. They need to take down who's guarding it, but it is a smart move from WDC.Freeslot. They need not to move. They just want to wait, and patience is key at this point. There's no other virtue that they need to think about. It's only patience.
And if you're DYG, you know, how do you get this bomb? Can you use those smoke grenades to make your team actually advance? Unfortunately not, but that wallbang from Little Fox could have almost connected. No, now coming with a flank. He gets the bomb, but the trade's coming through. Great play for Nawin. They have chopped the bomb at the mid-map, and a mishap for DYG could just lead to a Freeslot win. But anything is still possible. Little Fox can just turn this game around, but the timing is just everything here. And Little Fox connects against Nawin. So they now have a free roam inside the map, but they haven't picked up the bomb yet. And WDC doing a great job controlling the map right now.
Yeah, but here comes Little Fox right now trying to make a move. Yeah, goes in for the backstab. Bomb still in the ground. Here comes the slay. Yeah, for the treble. And there goes the point. The first point for WDC.Freeslot in this search and destroy. And this might be a chance for them, but they need to do the same thing. If they can take out U1M once again, leave that bomb out in the open, that will stop the progress of Douyu Gaming.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Chu1 is so versatile, and it can be a lacerator sometimes in terms of close range engagements. So you just have to eliminate them. But I mean, the rush play here for WDC.Freeslot could not just be the key, especially when you don't have anything planned right after you rush. So with 2 players down, DYG will be likely pushing that A bomb side at the moment. But again, they are just waiting this out, maybe to try to find a couple of picks here to see whether Freeslot would find more overextension. But right now, it would be on C1. But DYG, this play from C1, if he hears this, it could just be the play. He finds one, but no, the sprint transfer is not enough. But he has made some damage here, though. 2v4.
Yeah. 2v4 right now. Cheek is still alive. He has a good sight of this area where Chu1 might be exiting, but still no movement for them. Lil Fox takes down Cheek, and this might be a chance. I mean, they might not need to plant that, but there goes Guitar for the kill against Ma, and it is now a 1v3 situation. Guitar, though, with the movement that he can offer on the KRM, they did not to risk that. They want to go for the plant, cutting down the time and buying it until Guitar steps out. But that is the thing. Will he be able to step out and make the slay, or will he be slayed himself?
And the best thing he can do is pick up a gun. And there you go. Speaking of the devil, this guy just picked up a sniper and take down Little Fox. Cheeky bastard. But now we're going to push through 1v2. 22 seconds left. The clock is ticking. He has to make one more elimination here. He spot the guy on the tunnels or in the tractors, but that guy won't pop his head off. So now he has to advance close range. But it's Chu1 that he has to face. He fires. He pulls the trigger. Will have the hit mark in his favor, but not the headshot. So again, it's going to be, it's going to be your boys from DYG taking that round number 4.
It's just unfortunate for him. Like, he made that shot. The heady was in favor of a DYG, and like few pixels up, that might have been a done for, and he might be able to go and fake that defuse or probably continue on defusal, because we saw one member of the DYG so a little bit too far from that area of alpha. But we'll have to find out how will this continue on. Still, it's 2-point lead by DYG. Great potential for WDC.Freeslot right now, releasing that smoke, giving them time to go for the rush as well as for the flank, but Fenta will be waiting for them, and yeah will not be saying oh yeah anymore.
Yeah, just kind of unfortunate for him at the moment, but C1 actually finally has an advantage point here. He's got a chance to remove one player at a time. He fires, he pulls, the straight transfer connects. That's a 2-piece. One more at the bottom. The timing is just impeccable. Fenta wins that, but they have been able to trade, so it's a 3v3 situation. A good mix there. I would love a chestnut, by the way, but hey, DYG will now push the bomb at the A side, but now we're on the long range with that Krieg 6, and I mean, this gun just shreds.
Indeed, I mean, he shredded, stopped the time for that guy and just killed him on the spot. But there goes name being thrown at him. Ma right now barely missing that, but no miss on him on the snipe. This is the sniper god of DYG right here, and still in the battle against Anawin. It's a 1v2 situation, but not anymore. The slay, the kill, the snipe. This guy is hype.
He's got the quick flick on that wrist. Ma, every time he's around and every time he plays his crosshair, it always feels like it's the perfect spot. And I mean, you gotta have to really admire the way this guy has been putting off, investing the aim and the accuracy with that sniper. You know, he's a solid threat overall for DYG. If you don't shut him down, worst case is you're gonna find yourself at the end of the scope getting taken down. So for WDC, here is 2 winning ways. First, you either take down Chuan or you take down Ma. One of the two. That risk, that play right there could just, you know, increase your odds of winning rounds. And the second should be Guitar removing that KRM. Because right now, with all the range that DYG is playing, he is rendered useless out there in the map.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it needs to let go of that KRM, probably use it as SMG, because there's a lot more potential for him to get that kill. And there goes Sheik right now for the double, backs away reposition, and there goes the backup as well for him to give that cover. Sheik right now trying to peek in on the right-hand side, good rotation for him, and still complete squad from WDC.Freeslot, taking him the advantage. No will be said no by Nawin. And Fenta is the only guy left on the top of the map, while we are still looking at Ma, the deadly sniper in there in the middle. But again, going back to your point, if they can take down Chuan and as well as Ma, that would be a good fight for them. But who can take out this guy? Ma is in there. The moment he sees you, he will go for that flick and for that kill. But Ma right now is in trouble on a 1v4. Snipes might not be working this time, and this is where you can pull out the KRM for that rush.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, the sniper is really on a disadvantage, the close range engagements. But, you know, C1's gonna take him out with that mid-range. That Krieg 6, again, has been proved to be a very useful gun, not only for WDC, but every team competing out here in CDFI 2022. It has proven that it's been useful, but, you know, there's a lot of our guns that are really very viable. Apart from that Krieg 6, the Holger has shown some promises, and of course the Bison that Yaya has been using. And speaking of the devil, he got one nade, and C1 followed up with his nade of himself, and Yaya finds us up with a 2-piece. And wow, amazing start on the attacking side. They planted that bomb and they ripped down Ma and of course Chuan.
Yeah, I mean, that's a win condition. That is a win condition for them. The key for success. Cheek right now on the head against Lil Fox. And now win for the backstab. And there goes a DYG. 1 more point for them to catch up. 2 more points for them to take the lead. But still, the battle continues. The challenge is not that easy for WDC.Freeslot. But on the attacker side, they can dictate the pace of the game. Whether it's fast or slow, it's up to them. Depending on who they kill first. As mentioned, Ma is one. Q1M is the other, but it seems like we're talking about it. It's an easy task. It's very difficult. It's just up to this team of WDC.Freeslot to make it do no for the kill on that second floor. And Q1M right now. Oh, guitar in there proves effective on the KRM. Now what a 2v3.
Wow. I have to eat my word down because Guitar right now, especially on the attacking side, is finally finding himself of good value. He has managed to rush the 2 players of DYG and has been forced to lay down upon Nono as the final player.
Nice.
The Marceline is on for Guitar. I think I thought about it. It's kind of pretty slow. I mean, the movement nerf for that zigzag is already kicking in this server. But right now, Nono's trying to make himself stay alive, kind of playing with his type right in the open. But finally, we'll be able to back down. 35 seconds on the clock, has to do with 3 players. It's a rough load of work. A tall order up in front of him. And well, it might be better off that he attacked, maybe going into the tank section. And there, he finds the first player, but he has to quickly reposition. And I mean, he has the mid-map control, but Chick is just too pure with that scope. He deals that now tie game.
Yeah, I mean, Guitar right now, how quick it is, trying to get away from all gunshots. And like most of the time, once you get hit with a Krieg 6, you're going down. But not Guitar. He can move left and right, front and center, and he will still survive even from the side and backstab. But it will not be going down that easily. But the same doesn't go for Anawin. He has been taken down in there by Ma, and Guitar right now going for the sides. Chua M, the one who has been slaying all throughout, is there. Though the point is tied, it's looking that DYG will be taking over once again.
Yeah, perfectly timed there. Little Fox adds a bit more than that. 2v5 situation. The guys just had the perfect timing. They are in the perfect position, and of course, they got the accuracy to back them up. And it's very risky to put the bomb down here, specifically when you have 5 players from DYG about to hit that retake whenever the bomb gets down. So maybe help Chick find an answer, and of course, find a counter first. And that one is going to be first on map. Right now has to relocate back and forth. The angle he takes is not going to be enough. And right now, yeah, is forced to be on his own. And he's going to get taken down as well. DYG remains to be on top. They take the lead once again.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know how Yeah will be able to survive in there because of the manpower. But for that final moment, I think he stepped in a little bit too far, a little bit too deep for him to get away. If it didn't move away, like, quite that far from that wall, he might be able to survive, go turn around, and probably take 1 or 2 more. But that it is what it is. It's 4-5 right now. Ma still on the slays, and Chick is the first one to go down, and it will be detrimental for WDC.Freeslot losing their sniper as well as Guitar, the ones who run away.
Oh, wow. I mean, DYG, they had trouble playing passive. So they what they tried to take the hit here is play aggressive, and it worked. You know, they have dropped the 2 playmakers of WDC at the moment, and Ma continues to hit the shot. I mean, 10 kills already, pushing gold status right now, getting that huge 2 Ps, and he's been the overall sniper in the entire group itself. Only maybe second to Meng Rui of FPXM, but you know, this guy has been so efficient with the scope and has provided DYG that range enough for them to pressure every team that they face. Close range and long range, they are deadly.
What? Ma, why didn't you join the King of the Snipers? You could have been topping that from the get-go. And as you can see, Guitar right now going for the rush, going in for the double kill, and still no stopping the KRM pod once he gets in. But there goes Cheek as well for the follow-up, and now in for the kill against Nono, and Fenta is the only one alive, and we'll have to find out who's going for the Fenta kill. There goes a Fenta kill by Guitar.
Oh, Guitar just hit him with the G string there to actually end it all off. It's 5 and 6 on the scoreboard. They're still in striking distance, but, you know, one more round for DYG, and it's all over. So Freeslot has to play this one tactically. And, you know, we might be able to see overtime if they do hope to get that first blood. But I think Ma in here is just too good. And, you know, the follow-up from Chuan with that nade is not going to help the win rate of WDC increase at all. But Chick is on the mid-map. He finds the first player on the tanks, and Chuan could just pop a little bit to the right. He could get elimination, but no. Chick is just there. Chick pulled the trigger. What? He misses. And I think that's going to be an elimination for DYG. Guitar is on his own. DYG about to end things, and they win it in 12 rounds. DYG forced a tie series.
Oh my goodness. But I would say it is a good fight. It was a great fight in there between DYG and WDC.Freeslot. And it just proves to show that speed doesn't always solve the problem in killing and slaying, as well as winning Search and Destroy. You need to be tactical and you need to get a better sniper. You saw that final moment, the final kill on that second floor in the hotel yard. Like, he missed the first one and went through the window thinking that one will be moving up in there and made that kill. Matt right now, he might be a bit beat, but he will not be missing a slay because he knows where the enemies will be popping off. Matt, I would say, is king of snipers for DYG at this point, but still a lot more can be seen and said about these teams. Their battle against WDC.Freeslot continues on for that control map.
And just like what we saw from these two squads, for WDC.Freeslot, they win Hardpoint, they lose S&T. And it's expected because, again, their name is they are a super team. And of course, in the Respawn game, but they are a below average S&D team. But they can put up a great fight, just like what we saw from FPXM earlier. And what they can see, what we did see here up against DYG. But, they can shine the most in control. And maybe if they take this control map away from DYG is where we get a lot of mixed up later on.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I'm looking forward to. They can put in the slays. We've seen that earlier. A little bit too close from that hard point compared to DYG. So if they can play that live advantage and, well, probably movement speed as well for Guitar, you might be able to survive a little bit longer, leading the pack in terms of lives. But it's more of the tactics as well that needs to be put into, and with a sniper in the name of Ma, as well as the patience guy who is Q1M, the patience slayer. Well, it's very difficult really to find out, to gauge if WDC.Freeslot has what it takes to really beat DYG on a huge lead. I would say it will be close. But still, DYG is still in favor of this one.
Yeah, exactly. Firing range is the map. So Ma obviously will likely gain control either of that auto repair shop or the white warehouse later on. But looking at what just happened, here is the team stats for the game 2 of Search and Destroy. It reached 12 rounds, but it's Doyu Gaming who came up on top, winning 7-5. And for Doyu Gaming, having 4 better KD and of course more kills, it automatically equals to having a good performance for them. It has been it. And looking at the players' stats, we did see that WDC had a great chance of actually winning games, but they are just a step too late, especially when Ma is out there causing stir up in the game. Only player that reached a 2.0 KD. Can you believe it? 14 kills and 7 deaths.
Yeah, I mean, as a sniper, you are expected to have a lot or a less more deaths because you might be the one guy who will be left alive in there once all your teammates has been taken down. But that is not the case. If in case Ma will not be slayed that easily, some of the players will be able to end the game as quickly as that. Ma will just be sitting in there in the background. As we can see, the MVP of the game, 3rd MVP this time for Ma, 4th on the streak, and 14 on the slay. This guy really is a different kind of sniper. One guy that can easily take that king of sniper slot.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I am so surprised why DYG did not send this guy over, and of course take the glory away from maybe Wolves
hiding
or
stretch
for Q9, right? But I mean, maybe it happens for a reason, So it's an element of surprise for this Garena teams. After all, the element of surprise can get you, and that's what happened against Smart Omega. And here is a quick listen in at the winning ways of DYG versus WDC.Freeslot.
区大胆往一包看，区大胆往一包看，来吧，区大胆往一包看。我闪，狙楼下垃圾箱盘好，能抽他吗？来看我。来，我来。闪给了，给闪的。近点掉一个。
Yeah, similar to what we've seen earlier, they're not that much on like talking together. One guy talks, gives the call, and the other guys respond. Depend, especially the position, special position. If Ma will not be able to take that site, then he might be able to be given some information to have his crosshair into one side. And I would say with the triple kill that Ma has did there, especially with the shorty, even at close range, he will be able to make that slay. So Ma really is the MVP, an integral factor in this game. And a lot more can be opened up in here in terms of who's the MVP for Douyu Gaming because of the talent that we have from the CDM team.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be mine. You know, the impact that he just had there against WDC.Freeslot is more than enough for him to be called as the MVP of this game. And honestly, Chu1 also did great, especially in the close range engagements. You know, Ma is in charge of that long range. Chu1 is there for the close range engagements, and he's been doing a hell of a job. And DYG is looking like a big threat, you know, eyeing for that #1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that has been offered already for the third placer in the China Masters Championship. We're just talking about the third, and they put in a lot of damage already from the like 4 degree in the team. So looking forward to how they are going to end this game, the number of points that they can take. And I'm pretty sure they are in a good running. They are in the lead in terms of points. So we'll have to find out how much more, or probably not yet in the lead, but close to that once they finish this and win this final fight against WDC.Freeslot. But once again, if in case they loses this, they will be going against FPX later on. And from what we've seen Smart Omega did, they might be easily taking that donut or giving out that donut to FPX. That yet to be seen, because we've seen the difference of gameplay once it comes to CDM versus CDM. It's quite different of a result against a CDM versus Garena. So it's playing with the meta right now, the region meta. So we'll have to find out which of the meta will be most effective in these games before we go in there. We're going to prepare for firing range. And you did mention about the position that can be taken by either Cheek or Ma in that auto repair shop, the second floor. And there's a lot more of angles that they can take in there to take advantage and slay in this mode.
Now you're looking at the map bans and picks here once again as we do a quick recap of what just happened between DYG and WDC.Freeslot. It has been a total back and forth, specifically that Summit Hardpoint where we did see WDC.Freeslot ends up with the victory. It was a solid finish, but they were lackluster on that S&D, and now they do have to prepare for the worst, because at Control is where we've seen Douyu Gaming in their best form yet. I mean, being able to 3-1 one of the best Control teams in Garena in a absolutely impossible way whatsoever, it's going to take a hard toll here for WDC.Freeslot. So now let's do see what's gonna happen in this game. You know, a 250 to 201 victory for WDC.Freeslot in their own map pick, a 7-5 victory here for Douyu Gaming at the stand-ups. And again, looking at the stats, looking at the numbers, it's close. But this firing range right here, again, it's more important that you get the defensive side, and it's going to really increase your odds of winning games right when you have control over that auto repair shop as well. And of course, if either Chick or Ma gets into that position, it's a guaranteed a lot of kills. And now we begin this game, the final round, the final match between WDC and DYG starts now, and DYG is on to take the attacking side, and they start to strike with the B side.
Yeah, the B side right now being captured, almost being captured. The perimeter has been covered right now. C1, the sneaky guy, will be seeing one from that other side, and Lil Fox gates that initial frag. Now C1 will just be waiting, but a good thing Ma steps in onto that plate and was able to get that kill. Lil Fox on her hand was able to get away from that frag, waiting for a little bit of audio cues before releasing this grenade, and here comes the double tick for that Bravo. DYG will be or might be ending this easily because of the movement that they've done.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 2 segments in, and they have only lost 3 lives here. And I mean, both ends are just trying to play with their lives here, but DYG is taking care of theirs a lot better. As you can see, an efficient B control point attack, which is successfully done here. And the next goal is take over the A control point. And you don't have the initial operator skills to help you break through this. So you're going to have to trust your gunfights and the trades to line up for your team. And again, for Freeslot, they love taking off angles. And this right here from Guitar is going to be very useful for them. But DYG's got a good angle onto them. You know, they got the auto repair shop. So they can trap these players immediately.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we've seen how patient DYG has been doing it, and they're not focusing more of the movement. It's more of where can they expect WDC.Freeslot to pop off, to show up in their visuals. And now right now was able to take care. There's a second floor of the auto repair shop, but they need to make their move because it is about time for them to make the slays as it's the lead of 14. Oh, take it back. It is 5 now. The lead that DYG has in terms of life, and 2-1S starts to step in that point.
And you know, the Predator missile and of course the kills, the amount of DYG getting is gonna do WDC more harm than good. So right now they have to take care of their lives, wherein they do not. They are attacking as an individual and not going by 2. So the trades are not gonna line up for them at the moment, and they are down to their final 4 players. Chu1 wins a huge key gunfight inside of the hill, and they win through an elimination. So great start on the attacking side, but for WDC, you can't just let a huge blow right in front of them.
Yeah, I would agree, especially from earlier when we saw Chu1M. I'm talking about the first series. Chu1M hiding out, waiting from that white warehouse. You understand how well this guy understood this map, this area of that map, and he should be the one moving in onto that capture. But as a defense, they also understand the winning conditions, and they are preventing WDC.Freeslot to do so. First off, with that slays, plus trying to spawn them on like starting a spawn trap against them, but not so much that they will be risking a lot of their lives. Nono right now still on the second floor. Yeah, on the other hand, taking this Bravo this time.
So now WDC.Freeslot, after failing to get a hold of that A control point, they now try to take the hit here with Yeah leading the pack. And of course, they have done 1 segment already, so that's a good thing. They have already sent 1 player into the hill, and of course, 1 player guarding the perimeter. So that's a good 2 system there that they can use. So very efficient-wise, they are good to go. And they have also been able to tie up the number in terms of the kill department. And they have garnered up the chance to distract the players of DYG and have stolen away the A control point, which is the hardest point to control whatsoever in the map itself. So a very smart tactic there for this team, and they are just going the distance here. But Penta is there to pick up the kills and clean out the point. But Freeslot, objective-wise, have made some good progress.
I love the claw fight in there from that. Like, just trying to ricochet the claw from that rim of the door. And both Penta and Anawan has been doing that. It's just that Penta was able to move in a little bit closer and get a little bit more of accuracy. As they step in onto this hill, we are going to see if Chu1 will be able to defend this. And defend, he did. 2 kills already, another 1 incoming. But no, he missed that shot. He turned in, probably missed a gyro a little bit. C1 right now trying to move in, and there you go. C1 and Jake with multiple kills and a chance to take this alpha, the hardest point that they can take, and it's easy for them to move in later on Bravo. But DYG has a more life in terms of a life advantage, and we're talking about, it's side down right now. Things are now in, and this might be a win that we might be seeing from WDC.Freeslot.
Yeah, slight miss up there from Chu1 that led to Freeslot having momentum here. Guitar now just have the Purifier, was able to burn 1. 6 to 7 life count. It's fairly close, but Nono brings out the claw and now is able to score in some shots that should be more than enough for this team to cause more damage to the hands of Freeslot. 50 seconds is enough for this team to win through elimination, or they can just wind up the clock down. But looks like they're going to end up with kills here. And Ma, with that shorty, wins one in the close range, almost wins in the long range engagement, and now it's very close. Yeah, now flies to play the risk, but no! They get shut down. I love the risk, but it's just too good to be true, and they get shut down.
It's very difficult really to move in that quick against the patient gameplay that DYG has been showing, especially with Ma on the final moment. On a shorty, just proning Untergal, waiting for unexpected visitors, and he was able to take down 2. And once he rushed out, he just pulls out either a snipe or a shorty, but the slay still goes to him. And speaking of slays right now, WDC has started it off, taking down 4 of the lives of DYG. Though this might be the chance for WDC.Freeslot to take advantage, but we know how DYG works. They will work it out by the end of this game. So looking forward to the WDC.Freeslot to turn this around.
Yeah, C1 there. A potential hideout could just occur in 3 kills if only he had made. And of course, if only he had wait for a few points and a few seconds. And Anawin will be right on the flank. So right now, it's a good play for Freeslot, but that will not work anymore. And DYG has shifted their attention to the B control point. And for now, Freeslot is debating on whether attacking up front or doing both. So now it's a great play for them. 23-21, they have been winning more of the gunfights, and they have been ridding DYG away from these points. So they just have to continue doing that. And now on the flank wins 1, gets the second as well against Fenta. One more up front. Oh no, almost fried him, but C1 is there for the backup. So they are winding the clock down, and that should be the key to victory. And C1, whenever that guy can push, he could just deliver with that Purifier. 5 seconds is left, and it's totally looking like a Freeslot victory. But I'm afraid the operator skills that they have invested here at round number 3 could just cost them the game later on.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find out if that is the case, but I love the hold that has been done by WDC.Freeslot. Not giving out any points, putting like a good split of 2 and 3, focusing more on Alpha, and Bravo has been taken by 2. The moment that 1 goes down, they can easily rotate and take over. So that is what WDC.Freeslot has done on defense, but on the attack, WDC.Freeslot just loses it in the start of the game, especially with the firepower that we're seeing from DYG.
Yeah, the defensive rounds is where DYG can be fully effective the most. As you can see, No just denied 3 players in just one magazine. Now is looking to be on a mission, streaking for his team, building up with a Predator missile. 18 live counts out of a sudden for Freeslot. They're jumping like flies, and it's all because of No. Shredding terror inside the battlefield. No one is able to shut him down, and Freeslot is dwindling down 1 by 1 in just a matter of 1 minute. They have dropped their live count to 6, and the offensive power from DYG is just too much. The Freeslot is stuck in one area, and they can't seem to win at all. DYG looking to end things here through elimination. They have shown their dominance, and they continue to widen out. Just take a look at the kill department margin. 2-21. No way Freeslot gets to advance and win this. With the way Freeslot is just playing, they are too reckless, and DYG ends it in the most offensive and strongest control round I've ever seen.
I would say that is contributed to the movement as well as the position that has been taken by No. He stayed in there on the barracks hut, just went in for the slays. Every time someone spawns, he goes for the kill, switching over for the AR, for the Krieg 6 and the Claw. Just there's no stopping this guy to get a lot of kills before being taken down. And it is not a surprise if No and the rest of the gang will be getting close to that 2.0 KD, or if not, like even above that. But we'll have to find out later on once we have shown that player stats. But I would say that final moment, that is how you play attack in control. Just don't give a chance for them to live or to respawn and just take over. Trigger that spawn trap as early as that and kill them every time they spawn. that was just magic right there that we've seen from Dono and the rest of DYG.
And with that win right there, that's 2 series, that's 2 map wins for DYG. So right now in the current standing, they have 4 points, 4 map wins. And assuming that they 3-0 FPXM later on, that's an equivalent of 7 points. So WDC.Freeslot only gains 1 here, so that's total 3 points for them. And the only way for them to advance is to take away, and of course, to win against Smart Omega 3-0. So that's very tough right there.
Yeah, it's a very tough call for WDC.Freeslot, but I'm seeing great potential for WDC.Freeslot for later's game. But I like to hear out the challenge, the claim that Whoopi mentioned earlier. It will be a 3-0, a donut that can be served against WDC.Freeslot. So that yet to be seen, because by the end of this game of DYG and WDC.Freeslot, it is 2-1, but they still have a potential to take 3 more points in here against FPX. A lot more can be seen from Doyu Gaming. This is one heck of a monster that we're seeing right now from CDM, and this compared to what we've seen yesterday, Q9 is like, I would say the top 3 are monsters from the CDM region. I like to see the ones on the top, the first place, the champions of that China Master Championship, because we might be mind blown even more once they play.
And the mind blowing fact here is that Wolves, the number 1 of Garena, or the number 1 of CDM, will be happen to be in the same group of what? The Garena, so that's AMT. So it's going to be very tough there. Not to mention Dunya Games is in that group as well. So anyway, with all that said, we got the team stats in here happening right round 2. DYG just completely annihilates WDC in every aspect. You get kills, assists, total score, and in the round series as well. 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, WDC.Freeslot has shown us that this mode can be won in a great fashion when you are in defense. But though you gaming just turned it around, it's not a defensive oriented mode anymore. You can go for the attack, just go straight head on, slay the enemy and spawn trap them. Though You Gaming is that team who can do that. And there you have it. We have 2 players in here, Chu&M and Nono, with that 2.0 and 2.2 KD, whereas WDC.Freeslot, unfortunate for them, none of them was able to reach that 1.
Yeah, everyone is negative, and not to mention, no one reached 20 plus kills. So it's really hard. When you are trying to play respawns, you gotta win gunfights, and of course, try to play the objectives as well. And both were not seen in WDC side. So now, here you see the MVP of that control up against WDC.Freeslot. It's DYG Nono with 24 kills and a total damage of 2,652, 9 streak, and 1 MVP count. And I mean, the impactful play that he did on that 4th round, where first it was the Craig 6, and of course the chaos with the claw. That just still there. That nailed WDC.Freeslot.
Yeah, and there's no other way that you can play that, especially once you're in the white warehouse. The claw is proven very efficient, especially in close quarter and in close space. That's what we've seen earlier between 2. I forgot already who I mentioned earlier that we've seen the claw battle, but we are going to see the interview on DYG after the battle against WDC.Freeslot. Right after that, we're going for a quick break. Once we return, we're going to see the battle of DYG and FPX.
Hello， 大家好，我是深圳 DYG 的马。
还是要恭喜你们今天拿到了第2场的胜利。第一个问题是，今天在热点战当中，其实遇到了一些困难，当时发生了些什么？
我觉得是因为典礼的拼抢没有对面的就是实力强劲嘛。
说到典礼的拼抢，不得不提 WDC 的那把喷子 Gita， 你觉得他的实力如何？
我觉得他实力很强，因为他的身法还有枪法都特别好。
OK， 如果类比我们国内大师赛的顶尖喷子的话，你觉得他的打法会偏向于谁一些？
我觉得他的打法在国内大师赛的话是很少见的，就是第一次见这样的打法。
第一次大家可以学习他这样的打法。第二个问题是，可以发现你们在这个 BP 上的处理啊，和秦九一样，对于发射基地的班的优先级会比较高啊。为什么会出现这样的情况？
因为我们把发射基地作为我们手上的一张底牌吧。
底牌。那如果当他选出来的时候，会是你们的一张王炸吗？
因为平常训练了很久这张地图嘛，如果拿出来肯定是王炸。
期待你们后续的一个发挥了。第三个问题是啊，其实国服对于控制模式来说是比较陌生的，想问一下你们对于这个模式当中训练的时间大概是多久呢？
我们从这个模式刚出来就有在训练吧，然后我们也借鉴了很多国外还有国内战队的一些打法。
然后形成了一套自己独特的体系。可以发现你们今天这2场控制都是拿下来了。想问一下马哥啊，对于控制模式当中啊，有2个获胜的方式，一个是杀人，一个是站点。那你们队伍对于哪一种方式的获胜优先级会高一些？
我觉得我们战队会选择杀人吧。
杀人更偏向进攻型一些。也是感谢马教授的采访，期待你们后续有更加精彩的表现，加油！我们稍休息，稍后比赛更加精彩。
Today is going to be needed. They get this win versus WPM, they clean. Right now, firing range is going to be kind of deadly in here. You get the speed to
One has been left in there by the win that kill before and gets activated.
Does and they're going to clear out and bully WPM loadings badly. Take a look at the lead right now, 100 points
for that next hit.
And it's gonna hurt WPM loadings the most in here.
The Moors will continue on.
Oh well.
Loadings in the lead, and they are not slowing down with this guy named Whoopi.
Whoopi is getting terminated by an Terminator. Look at the plays coming shits to get the good versions, but still finds nothing. Aver, big play there. Only making an ingress here, dropping down F-box, creating the distance in the basketball court, and Galo using that sniper to add him in at the control points.
Alpha is going to be captured. Last hit remains for this.
Once again, the defense is strong for Smart Omega. They got better map control, but Timor slowly gliding. One way to find it out again. When we head into this first map, a lot in here, they have to try to break the speed too. Frank on
just got a perfect setup at this money hill, and if you are Junior Games, you should be able. 26 Junior Games, 4 more seconds, and it looks like complete.
Might be able to get this. Lag of perfect timing there. Gunzi though will shut one player down right through the kitchens, and Gunzi look at the good 4.
Lily's gonna be the top superstar here. Spots out the play. Oh, turn it around, Lily! Does exactly that! Headshot of Gibran! Can Lily get the final kill? And you, with 14 seconds to go, means that Junior Games has gotten the win. Calm down, Fred. Purifier. Ray and Leng Ji becomes fried chicken out there on the battlefield. Black stoves it up as well. Red window for MGU as Junior Games looks super serious to take this dub. One final one. Envisioning, they are already in the worst half of the numbers, and now they take this spawn over from that special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot. There are places where they gain a majority of these points.
They are being cut short by an Awin, and the backup will be coming in from G, and with 1-by-1 conditioning,
doing a lot out there. 30 more seconds, and the challenge comes through from G. Great engagement, you lie.
But they are left with Luffy, and there's no one to stand up. They will be gunning them down.
See a slow pace control matchup. We just do not need to rush into it. Yes, the timer is ticking, but you have time. It's pretty much predictable as well because they're just doing the pro points everywhere.
Look, depending on the stats.
Things are going to be kind of one-sided. Now,
for that, we need to win engagement as well. Gabby and Joe go in against
with that huge engagement. Final 10 seconds is left with a P1 and ZZ already, and they win the initial hold.
It was a good play from
in here with that 15-point log. ZZX with a total numbers advantage and gets Sky going to take the risk of the ace, and now has to go with the more.
No, this map that back of their hands, and that blue stick for the blue smoke to put them in, but the still 5 AC scores slowly. They are taking down live after live.
Be the guy that will continue to annoy Ace Esports. ZZX on the control. They're wanting to get more than that, and Zen with an access to one story.
be 100% designed.
They step inside this trap time, but Smart Omega, they're changing P1 to P2 and moving to this display where they unfortunately can't candy on the hot wins 1v1 battle for rotation. That's just what they
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022. This time we are going to see DouYu Gaming once again, and they are being challenged by Fun Plus Phoenix. Now, we've seen this team go on for a 2-1 against Smart Omega, as well as the previous one, WDC.Freeslot. We'll have to find out if this will be a 3-0 against FPX, or if FPX has something to show at this point. I am Neptune the Jammer Garcia. Together with me is the Warden, and we will be your shoutcaster for this series.
Well, hello there, guys. FPX. I mean, despite the fact that FPX has been under the shadow, I'm actually going to be putting the spotlight on towards them. They're on danger zone, man. It's a really hard call here. They're at the very bottom of this bracket right now, and for them to show off a little bit more of a fight, they got to take down DYG in a 3-0 manner, and we all know it's really a hard call to put the one onto the table here. FPX season, once again, this is something that I was willing to point out earlier from a mic I caught off, was the fact that, FPX's peak season was found during the dates of 2020 of March till the 2021 of June. And, in between the season, they were able to accumulate 6 to 7 championships along the way. Unfortunately, with every good storyline, ever since their peak season, they've been having a hard time being in the championship radar. And teams like, as we all know right now, top 4 teams right now in the competition, you got Q9, DouYu Gaming, Weibo Games, and the All Gamers. They were the main obstacles in why FPX has been having a hard time putting their names up in the board, And just looking at this game day that we have here, they only won one game. They only won one game up against WDC.Freeslot on Search and Destroy.
Yeah, Search and Destroy. I mean, the longest game of Search and Destroy that we've ever seen, and that is against WDC.Freeslot. But this might be the, for this battle, this is China region against China region, and this is where we're going to see probably one of them, and I would say DouYu Gaming, break that streak of loss in terms of Hardpoint, because we've seen so much that it's not the strongest suit. Every time they have a potential to go in for a 3-0, but once they jump into Hardpoint, they have the slaying power, but not so much on the hill time.
And that's something that actually FPX can provide contrast onto as well. Actually could share similarities with DouYu Gaming, because both teams here can share one thing in common in Hardpoint. They are so mechanically blessed. They're really good. But the systemization that they offer here around the perimeter, inside the hill, and overall calling off and putting themselves in a much better case in terms of rotations, that's where they falter here for Hardpoint. So only one team. It's either going to be either DYG or FPX breaking the fat of the loss here in Hardpoint. Till then, it's going to be a hard call here. But if I was going to be put on the hot seat, I don't actually know. Both of these teams, if we're going to be sticking to the statistics, I don't actually want to bet on anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, especially if you're gauging a similar result from Hardpoint at this, even from the previous games that they played. But we just got a word, this is the farewell game of FPX. For their esports club before 2023. And I heard that earlier, as Callie mentioned, and it's sad that, but I would say it's a good run for them. If they will be able to perform well against DouYu Gaming, probably blow our minds a little bit in terms of the gameplay difference compared to what we've seen from Smart Omega and DouYu Gaming, then this will be a good run for them, a really good showing for FPX at this point. But I don't think DouYu Gaming will be giving out a point. They want to take over. They want that #1 spot. We've seen Q9 does the same, and DouYu Gaming is a different kind of monster that can do the same thing.
I mean, it could be the same thing. It could be the same thing here, Neptune.
Yeah.
But one thing about the run here for DouYu Gaming here, especially in the China region, they were out of the championship radar for at least 17 months after all. And one key factor and one team that they always faced up against as well was FPX themselves. But we know for a fact FPX has went through a lot of lineup changes. And adding more information, instead of Rusi playing, it's gonna be Coach 5.
Yeah.
So it's really hindering the full potential of FPX here. Now, in terms of DYG, I want to put out the spotlight there for the set of Ma. This guy. At first, he was able to ball off on control sniper with his sniper gameplay, and he was really able to rock the crowd. And something about DYG, they're so good in terms of burning down the right type of bridges. They know how to put the distance down to shut off a player like Guitar with his KRM. They know exactly how to play around him, play around against him basically. So that player, the significant player that they have to go against, can't really pop off. Until then, they really know how to control the tempo.
Yeah, I would agree. And even just in case Ma misses the beat, Chuan-M will be in there waiting. He's just the patience guy. Even if I would say he's the patience rusher. He's always in there early in the middle and then just waiting. Once he hear that audio cue that someone will be running on him, it's either he takes down 1 or 2 because he understands where they will be moving out, where they can line him up. Similar to what we've seen from Ma earlier on that standoff, search and destroy. He knows where everyone will be popping off. So it's such a great potential for this, for DouYu Gaming at this point. And we're just talking about 2 players out here. We're not even citing a lot more, especially No in there, who got the MVP from the previous round. A lot more of a great potential from this team. Fenza, Lil Fox, No, Chuan-M, and Ma right here. Lil Fox was expected to be the main sniper, but it was Ma. So I think that was hiding strats in there for the King of Snipers from the early parts of this Invitational. And this is where they show us that Ma really is the guy on the snipes.
Yeah, it's quite crazy that Ma shines to the sniper despite not being included in the sniper. I mean, like not being able to, put his name up there in the sniper showdown overall. So it's really quite interesting then as well. Maybe it could be a big statement that DYG is a really versatile team that anyone can snipe. I don't know. Maybe it's not just Ma or a Little Fox that can snipe. Maybe it's Huan as well. So there's DYG is filled with a lot of surprises here, and I just can't wait what they can offer up against FPX. They're, the CDM region. There's always a constant rivalry here. This time it's a new event. It's a new vibe. It's a new aura here, and it's just a new day for each ends to prove each other worthy. Is it going to be FPX or is it going to be DYG? I don't know. Neptune, you don't know. But coming again now to line up here for a set of FPX, we got Sinan, Meng Rui, Coach 5 as we love to call him, and Sha alongside with him as well is going to be Sand.
Oh my God! I mean, and despite of Coach 5 in there stepping in, I'm really still looking forward to Rusi, but unfortunately because of something that happened to him, he wasn't able to jump in. But I'm looking forward to how they are going to fare this time. And as mentioned earlier, probably the last tournament they will be jumping into, but you can see they are chill. There's no pressure from them. They just want to play this game, and I'm just hoping that they're also enjoying, because this is like competition is just one part of tournaments. It's more of how fun it is that you're going to play in. And given the name Fun Plus Phoenix, hopefully they're having a plus fun in there in this game. Regardless of who's they're going against, they bring out the fun, they bring out the enjoyment apart from the challenge that they are facing right now.
I mean, I can assure you that I think they are truly having fun here, despite the odds looking so unfavorable for them at one point earlier in one of the matches that they had. They were still playing the way that they would love to play, aggressively, filled with surprises, don't play by the pace of the enemy. Until then, we can really just see the pride and dignity that FPX can offer here. DYG, you better watch out, as FPX, they still have that fighting power within them. Now, for a set of DYG, the one keys to victory for them is that, just put up a little bit more of a fight on towards Hardpoint. Until then, they might be able to serve them a 3-0, as the statistics hasn't been so promising for the set of FPX. But here we go, ban and pick, Neptune.
Yeah, we have Summit right now, starting it off on Hardpoint. Standoff will be Search and Destroy, and they will be ending it in Raid. And this is the first part is similar to DouYu Gaming going against the WDC.Freeslot, but that Raid control is where DouYu Gaming got the win against Smart Omega. So we'll have to find out who will be taking advantage. Summit right now will be up on your screen, and this is FPX against DYG. The battle starts right now from the CDM teams.
Well, let's give it up now. FPX and DYG. Hardpoint now, soon gonna open up, and looking like both teams are trying to prioritize the catwalks here. So far, the gunfight's much more favorable for the set of FPX, as they do get the initial time here instead of catwalks, but they do let go for a moment or two as well. And in return, DYG, they get back influence inside a hill.
Yeah, Vento right now trying to take a hold of this opening for them. Catwalks is a good start for them, and Rui brings out the KRM. I think they got a page from the books of WDC.Freeslot that they can pull out that KRM and bring in that slays, but it's not working this time because of that multiple slays against DYG. They have given up on that hard point, but a quick takeover by Nono right now. Contention is there, but still being put down. Points will still be going to FPX at this point. 10 points remaining, scrap point remains, and they need to prepare for P2.
I mean, P1 is as expected to be a very scrappy hill. Here, it's an open hill after all. So P2, this is where we're going to be able to start to see the definition kick in. As Fenta here alongside with his teammates here popping off on towards P2. He's in full control right now. Spots on 2 more players here on towards Dark, but unfortunately does get faltered down. Little Fox here trying to respond back with 1 as well to get the trade. Unfortunately, no shot. Starts to pop off with 3 of his kills of his own. And he does manage to get the clearance for the time being here for the set of FPX.
Is it 3 players or all players from DYG carrying the KRM at this point? And we'll have to find out if that's the case. And there you have it. We are seeing a little bit of turnaround right now from this point, but not so much. DYG still remains, but FPX will be able to take a few more time in there. But as quickly as that, with the damage potential that FPX has, you just need to make the shots count. But it will be a avenue for DYG to take over this point. And there goes Rui right now from FPX going in for that slay. Sand right now will try to go for anchor to make sure that they will spawn next to that P3.
There's no change of significance whatsoever on who can really lead the game here, but one thing for sure, DYG, they are on that lead, and they might be able to extend that one furthermore. If ever they do get the clearance inside the hill, they got the spawns, they get the proper positions, they got the proper rotations. All left alone is the influence inside the hill, and they managed to get it one as well, who won with a purifier in the main entrance. This is really going to be a hard call here for FPX if ever they can manage to find its break, as there's a lot of investments being put through. It's really well fortified here. Swan will be spraying this purifier, will take down 2. Nono as well. The coordination of the purifiers is just remarkably well here for the side of DYG, and the lead just get extended furthermore in FPX. Now they are nowhere to be found.
They're nowhere to be found, and they need to show up this time. 29 seconds before this hard point ends, and stepping in onto the next one, trying to clear it up. No, Purifier still looking for those kills, but there you have it. Finds one on the catwalks, but still needs to move forward a little bit more. He has been taken out with a grenade in there by 5, but not so much damage will be taken by DYG. They are preparing to go on to the next point, but DYG already taken position. Anchor spawns will be taken by Little Fox, and this might be a takeover, a huge lead taken by DYG.
I don't exactly know how does it happen, you know, on the process for the rotation here from P3 to P4. FPX, they had it intention right now, but the only player here in terms of the right side of the minimap was Sand, and he does get taken out of the equation. Until then, the hard point could open up here and could be decided for the set of DYG. They get the clearance now inside a hill. FPX now, a long way they go. They need to gut back inside the game, because if not, it's just going to get so much convincing for the side of DYG. Hardpoint now remaining in blue for a moment, but DYG, with the spawn so sighted for them, they just have no troubles in terms of getting back.
Yeah, I mean, the moment that it has been taken by FPX is only a few seconds, and later on, getting back is DYG. And as we prepare for the next one, 23 seconds remaining, and no one else from FPX is was able to step in onto that hill. Even Nono right now has brought up the KRM, and Sinan for the possible of backstab has been taken down in there. Switchblade has been put out, so I guess this is a chance for DYG to pull out a lot of different weaponry compared to the gameplay that we've seen from them earlier on. But it still remains a P19 Bison from FPX, and we'll have to see on what damage he can do, but not so much. He didn't survive that, but Chuan M6 him down. 136 to 57 onto the run. 56 seconds in this point. Will they be able to take that full minute? FPX might be able to catch up.
I mean, they need it badly. They really need it badly. But even till then, if ever they do get that full 60, DYG, they will end it all off with still a 30-point, 36-point lead perhaps. So really, it's a big setback here for FPX, especially if they want to put through a comeback. But here we go. Both teams now contesting this very hill. And looking like DYG getting more influence now up and within. Player 5 and player 1 now left alone. Left alone now is going to be player 5, and he's going to be out of the equation as well. And DYG, they get that initial break inside the hill, and the lead just get extended furthermore. 141 to 77 now. FPX just slowed down once more. This is completely a chaotic run here. So dominantly won over by DYG.
And DYG right now is just like, I would say, they're just running around with this game. They pull out the KRMs and they are just running, slaying, and not even like they don't put a lot more in hill time at this point. It's more of the slay, step into the hill a little bit further, and then the number of kills will just carry on. They can pull out a lot of those score streaks, and as you can see, 30 already from Nono, 20 from Ma, and 20 from Chuan. It's more of a slaying game at this point, not so much on taking that hard point, and this might take a little bit longer to this game because not everyone is prioritizing that hill.
Not anyone until now. FPX, they have 3 players accumulated there right around the parameter, and they also got the green spawn as well. This is looking a bit more promising here compared to their previous runs for this hard points, but with a Purifier here from the side of 1, and alongside with Nono as well, just clearing out the hard point. It's really canceling out the momentum here from the side of FPX, but till then, the perseverance of FPX being shown out right here. A lot of investments being put through, but the Predator missile will slow things down. But till then, a lot more points here for the side of FPX accumulated on towards P2. We're approaching on to P3 as well, as they do get that early rotations. Meng Rui by the courtesy of him, and 3 players around the parameter, 1 player roaming around on towards the Green Raider. Maybe this is the set of cards that they have been wishing and that have been needing to come back on towards this game, but a Purifier will come in, and DYG, they get the break once more.
I was just surprised he let go of that Purifier. Probably just expired in there, and he has a grenade in hand and not even switching to his main weapon. But here comes Fenta right now, missing that shot and being taken down. But the FPX right now needs to take over this hill. 39 seconds, and they are getting that century mark. On the other side, DYG has already reached that double century, and it's only a matter of time before DOU Gaming takes this win. They are just playing around back and forth in terms of capturing this hill, and it might go to the next one before it ended, but I don't think that is the main plan of DOU Gaming. They just want to get as much kills as possible, and the hill time is just part of the game. They just step in and out most of the time.
I love the call here for a set of DYG, but they better watch out. FPX has catch up to it, and they're on the rotation as well. With only 1 player here from the back end for the set of DYG, this is looking to be in big trouble for them. Player 2 right there, just Fanta anchoring for the team. But looking like the rotation as well for DYG. You're like circling around here for the spawns, and they might be able to secure this one out, but for now, so far, we could really expect that the influence will be sided for the side of FPX. Hardpoint in blue now, it starts to tick down, and the spawns here really quite far away from the side of DYG. This might be another good run for FPX.
Yeah, indeed, and Fenta is in here going for the backstab against Meng Rui, and it is Ma who takes him down, but Fenta will be controlling spawns at this point, and I think this might be it. Once the spawn has been triggered, and they will have more time in this hill, though it might not end here because of the time left for that P4, but once they go in onto the cycle of P1, that might be it. 425 and still counting up, 13 seconds remaining, and a lot more to offer by DYG at this point. FPX might be in shambles right now. There's no chance for them to take it back.
I mean, no chance at all. The game is not over, not until it's over, though, Neptune. With 10 more points to claim here for DYG, it should be an easy piece of cake. But, you know, one thing about DYG, they move in so quickly. I was making a point out that FPX had full control of the spawns, and all of a sudden, a blink for a moment, then the spawns now set for the side of DYG. And that's exactly how P4 ended off to. Here we go. Hardpoint number 1 now. We're approaching on towards the 3rd reset here. We're looking like the first few points here will be sided for the side of FPX. DYG, though, they're securing the parameter. And that's exactly one key take I would love to see, especially if you want to secure the hardpoint. 7 more points to claim here, and they're absolutely nowhere to be found. FPX did it. There's 3 more points to claim here. They do go for a desperation run, but till then, it does get denied. 1 more point to claim, and DYG, they take game number 1.
And they did take game number 1 with a lot of frags. 41 is the highest, if I'm not mistaken, of the number of frags. 1 point goes to DYG at this point. Like, I would say FPX was enjoying that game. Regardless of the situation, they were enjoying. They pulled out the KRM as well, similar to what we've seen from DOU Gaming. And that's one thing that they can bring in. Just maintain the balance of that weaponry in here, and I was just hoping that FPX will spend a little more time of securing the spawns as well as those hills, because we didn't see that from either team. They were just going for the slays and not so much on focus on controlling the spawns to get those points.
You know, Neptune, we were talking about the personality of these two teams earlier. What do they share the most? Slaying. They don't like to play around the hill. For a moment or two, I did remember you saying that, you know, this might be a long game as no team here is prioritizing the hill. And it really shows. But fortunately, in terms of, you know, if they share two similarities, one team had to be better. And guess what? Exactly. It was DYG being better at the slaying department. And it just brought them the victory in a very long manner. It was so convincing for them.
Yeah, I mean, though it is expected because it was a little bit too late for FPX to reach that 100 mark. It's quite double in terms of numbers, and it's only time, but time that was not spent by DYG to take those hills. At some point, some instances, we've seen them step off, give out not even scrap points, a lot of points in there for FPX, and they just went and roam around for the slay. So there you have it, the end of the first round right now. Still, DYG remains victorious.
Yep, they remain victorious here. And guess what? They break the trend of Hardpoint for them. They won their first Hardpoint here. Bravo to you for a set of FPX. Unfortunately, it's just the same old storyline here. And this is something that I would love to mention, you know. The energy that I saw in between DYG and Omega shares the same personality here with FPX. Once it was dictated, it's really going to come in a long, long while. I could really expect this one to go for the side of DYG once more, as their search and destroy is quite resilient as well. Worth mentioning the matchup there in between Smart Omega in a very unconventional map. It just shows how familiar they are. But then again, we're talking about two CDM teams here in this competition of search and destroy, so it could still go both ways.
Yeah, it still could go both ways, but as we look at the team stats right now, in terms of kills, 164 and 123 in favor of DYG. Assist is 50, but the hill time, well, I would say a lot more, and it should be because they got a lot of points. But this is one thing, it's average hill time, so it's not like a lot of players staying in there. It's just that a few members has that role of staying into those hills, and the rest will be going for the slay. As we can see right now in the number of kills, 38 for Map, 23 for Lil Fox, 35 for Shuan, 41 for No, 28 for Panta. That is a huge number of kills for this game of Hardpoint. Though it's respawn, they can risk it. On the other side, it's only a Sha who was able to reach that 30 mark.
I mean, yeah, for sure, points really wins you games, but kills really is a big factor in why you're instead of hill overall. But, you know, talking about the MVP there onwards, Hardpoint, obviously, wasn't it obvious? It's gonna be your boy from the side of DYG. No. 41 kills, 4,300 total damage, a 7-streak combo spree. That's actually quite insane, and 2 MVP counts for that too.
Yeah, second MVP for him. The last time that we saw him made that wonderful slay was from the previous matchup against WDC.Freeslot on that control mode. Highlights being shown right now as we prepare for the next battle at hand. Standoff, search and destroy. We've seen DOU Gaming went against WDC.Freeslot on the same map, and we haven't seen FPX on this map for search and destroy. But we all know SND is the favorites of the CDM region. Looking forward to who's going to win, and I guess for the first few games we're going to understand how that happens. But let's listen in to how this ended, or how it went through for that Hardpoint game for DYG.
有风暴，差不到我活该。走啊！C 漏了，赶快来，来补4点，4点踩。我在踩。血掉一个，还有。血在我在。OK， 我不漏了。大了喷，老六啊！龙喷， C1枪吧，C1去人了，我知道。这么喷，C两个。
And like Warden, I'm listening in right now. Compared to what we heard earlier, it is quite different. They are, I would say, they are talking a lot. They are giving out a lot of communication at this point compared to the other games that we've seen them play in. Wherein they're pretty much silent, just one doing the talk, and the rest would just be waiting in for any commands. This time, like they're just giving out all the information for that game. But I guess that is it for Hardpoint because this is the first time that Hardpoint will be won by Douyu Gaming. So it's a different gameplay compared to when they won Search and Destroy as well as Control. But I would say I enjoy the changes, the difference of the game style this time of FPX. But unfortunately for them, they have been beat by the slaying power of DYG.
Yeah, and for the side of DYG, I think it's just going to come a long way forward. True, this is. I mean, the difference between DYG now, as you said, they're having a little bit more of, just having fun, just composing themselves up, and they had the taste already of how it feels to winning Hardpoint. So once they get the familiarity and why they won that one out, maybe they can just go back to the drawing boards, look at how they lost out up against their predecessors earlier, and maybe till then they can win more Hardpoints in the near future. Because till then, as soon as we advance to the next stage of the competition, Hardpoint will be found once more by them. So it's really something that they have to worth mention to the whole team overall. For the side of FPX, though, Search and Destroy earlier, they were able to break their curse of taking the L's in Search and Destroy up against WDC.Freeslot. So we might be able to expect them to at least put up a fight here up against DYG.
Yeah, but how can you do that? Especially when we pointed out Ma as well as Q and M to be the top two players or the integral players in terms of S&D for DYG, and like we're in comparison for FPX, it's very difficult to find like those two players on to that team. So hopefully they can pull out a little bit of ace against DYG at this point. Standoff, Search and Destroy. I'm really excited on what else Matt can do, or probably someone else will be popping off this time. It might be Little Fox who will be bearing the sniper because he joined the sniper solo battles, the challenge. But I don't know. I don't think Matt will be giving out that crosshair for a different members. But there we have it. Let's go and check out the preparation for the next battle, Search and Destroy in Standoff. And as we can see, the DYG is still having fun in the background while they're waiting. And I really love how Juwon is being annoyed this time by No.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a banter there. Just, just letting the mood just, slow down just a little bit. Just cool off, prepare yourself up. For a set of FPX, you might be able to expect the same thing as well. We do see Coach 5 right here. I think they're having a little bit of a talk on what they exactly have to do against DYG. But, one thing I want to bring back here, as you said, if you got Ma, if you got, Little Fox for the side of DYG, I best believe you that if ever Meng Rui can pop off, he could possibly double it down and could be enough of a factor for them to win this game without away from DYG. Though it's a big and bold statement right there.
Yeah.
It could really, it only takes one player. It's really only going to take one player to pop off to really rock the tides. And speaking about one player overall, I know everyone has been looking for Rusi, but, not going to be here for this one out. But here we go. Back to the Benson picks here. First game has been won by the side of DYG, 250 to 149, not even reaching 150 there for a set of FPX. All the way here towards game number 2. This is a map chosen by DYG as well. Looking quite scary here for the set of FPX, but if ever they can make it work out, then it's going to be a big shocker here.
Yeah, looking forward for that shocker being shown by FPX right now. And battle starts at this point. The attackers will be FPX, so they will be able to dictate the pace and the split right now in there. Whoa, the damage. A little bit of damage has been put into by FPX against DYG. But we know G1M, he will be waiting in there, proning and just waiting for that perfect opportunity. No, this time has pulled out a sniper, and I completely forgot. He also joined the King of the Sniper solo challenge. So that is one thing that I expected from him. Lil Fox in here as well, I think, has also pulled out the snipes.
Come on. 4 snipers here for a set of BYG. Guy. Mangarui with a sniper of his own as well. And Sand is of a Krieg. It's a 2v4 situation here. Sand wrapping around here towards the back alley. Ma turns around. Very astonishing bad timing. Sand spots him out, but the information will be relayed on to one player on towards the black band. No. Holding down the angle. I mean, the numbers quite lowered down. And but till then, though, it's going to be a hard call here for the set of FPX. I mean, the bomb drop here on towards the A bomb site, and they're trying to reallocate themselves. Sand might be able to push through and get this pinch up in the board, and he managed to do so. Nice. Thanks to Juan. There's a big of a miscommunication here. Player 3 Nono lets that one slide.
Sand was able to go for that kill. It's now a 2v2 situation. Fenta will be failing in there against Mingrui's Shorty. And Nono right now will be flanking on the left-hand side. Mingrui is just waiting for that opportunity. Shorty reload a little bit too late right now. Nono on the 50 Gs right now. Pressure being put on the bomb planter. But it is a 1v2 situation. Sand and Mingrui. And we remember Sand earlier bearing that Krieg 6. So if Nono goes in a little bit closer, it might be Sand who puts him down.
So he really needs to make a move here. So far, time is ticking as well. This is looking to be a very unwinnable round, not until he can pull through any miracles whatsoever. No. And to make the push, but one player, Sand, in that little room will take him out of the equation. That's gonna be the first round decided for them. I mean, I don't exactly know, but I mean, there's just one thing that I would love to call out. One, let that one slide. I mean. Overall, you can't really let that one happen again. I mean, that's a little bit of a big miscommunication on their end. That's exactly how FPX managed to take that round up in the board. So let's just see if they can learn from their mistakes here. So round number 2 opening up this time around. Both teams looking quite slower this time around here.
Yeah, and this time they had a change of mind. We are seeing a switchblade right now from Chuan, and if I'm not mistaken, Fenta as well as Lil Fox has bared the Krieg 6. So it is a double sniper from Nono and Ma. And I was expecting Lil Fox to go for the snipes, but it's okay. As long as they don't go all snipes at this point, then they might be able to take that win. And because of that one loss, I think that is decided already. And I won't be surprised, and after this, they can go all throughout getting multiple wins back to back because they are getting serious. And compared to earlier, when during preparation, they were just having fun. They're just enjoying and chilling out. But this time, I think they want to bring it on. Fenta goes in for that initial frag against 5.
Ooh, big kills coming through, but no trade-off whatsoever for a set of FPX. Sha, try to make it played. Angle. Looking for the angle. Moose is right there, but doesn't really find it out. But on the process, Mangarui will take on Ma. Trade off here back and forth. Making 3 kills now for the set of FPX. Sha will find a connection. No, my days. Laugh alone. Little Fox and Nono. Nono in contact here with a 50 GS. Mangarui out of the equation. Sinan spots him out. Sinan looks for some more as well. 2 shots with the Shorty. Not going to be able to find a connection. Till then, Little Fox going to be able to lower it down to a 1v2 situation. Time is ticking as well. Up against Sha and Sand. What can you do?
Yeah, Lil Fox right now pulling out a little bit of frag grenade in there as well as a spray down, but wasn't able to go in for the kill just yet. Lil Fox slowly moving in 20 seconds in the time, and Sand puts him down. And FPX right now showing up at this game at 2 points already.
Love it. I love it a lot. I mean, this is really what you would call, in terms of the whole statistics of search and destroy here at this very game day. FPX, he managed to take this one out by a storm, DYG as well. But this is where we can really be just left blindsided, We don't exactly know how this one's going to get played out. We're talking about 2 master teams here for search and destroy. But so far, it's going to be FPX showing a little bit more mastery here in this competition. Round number 3 here. Looking like FPX playing this one on a default situation, just finding a grasp on what's the defense going to be, and it's actually leaning towards Granny's area. Player 1, player 3 just roaming around, leaving the A bomb site quite open actually. So if ever FPX bites down to this, it could be a possible 5v5 retake.
Yeah, but I don't think they will be moving into Bravo right now. They have been preparing for Alpha. We've seen 5 in there just waiting out. And with that side, no from the second floor. I think the information has been relayed and the rotation will be done by DYG. There goes the nade against Sha. And no surprise, they've read that off from the start that they might be taking a different approach this time. But oh my goodness. Chu and M still in the slays, just going ring around the rosy right now. Before that slay, it is Penta and Nono, and Sand goes in for the spray as well, but takes down Ma in the process.
Takes on one out of the process, but unfortunately it stops right there. One will find him out, and it's gonna be the first round for a set of DYG. Recomposition, exactly what you had to do. And you know, I was questioning at first, why leave the bomb set open? Oh wait, they have a lineup, and that's exactly the tactical brilliance of DYG. So with them pulling that one out, I think FPX, they could still go for the same play, but just have an extra trophy perhaps, and maybe till then they could really stay inside that A bomb site here. But more of an aggressive take here. Only one player on that A bomb site, but on the process here, Manger Weem putting a lot of noise here on towards Grannies. Little Fox does get trades him out of the equation. Till then, let's look for some more. Sand gonna go for the pinch with a shorty in hand, spots him out and takes him out of play. But till then, the bomb starts to tick down. It's a 3v3 situation here, Neptune.
3v3 situation makes that 2v3 in favor of FPX, and Sand going in, falling for the trap, but not anymore. Short kill from both the players, and there goes the point for FPX. I mean, it's getting really excited. When we thought they were just fooling around from the start of the game because of that sniper lineup that we have from the start, but they are getting serious. Even like FPX has been serious all along, but DYG is now getting serious, and they are being put down 2 points below. Now we'll have to see what will be the response of DYG right now. Nono will go in for the gas station and will try to go for the initial kill, but needs to back off because nothing is happening at this point. They might need to go and turn around and go back to that Bravo hold. There goes Lil Fox for the surprise and the takedown, as well as the initial frag.
Initial frag being put through. FPX looking to get that refrag, but Little Fox actually does get taken down, but Nono is right there to avenge him quite quickly as well. The numbers so convincing for the set of DYG. Not no more, as Sand will take Nono out of the equation. Such a devastating hit mark. Till then, the map control here so much dominant here for the set of FPX until now, as Mao will take down 2 out of the play. Coach and Sand out of the chase, left alone Sha with the right AMR. Once was a 3v3 down to 2v1 situation. Only gets 1. The game just moves so quickly here. DYG. Oh wow, what a quick 2-piece to just change the tide here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, again, we pointed out Ma and Chu1M really changed the pace. Chu1M is more like, if you remember the gameplay yesterday from Ghost, he's more of like that. You can't see him until he's shooting you down. And that is one thing that is important, especially in Search and Destroy, because you need to be silent. You need to be surprising your enemy and making those slays. And that's what's happening right now. Unfortunately, Meng Rui will be taken down, but the trade-off against Lil Fox will be happening as well. 5 right now trying to hold off their path onto Alpha, but they need to change a little bit of their tactics. They've been going for A so many times, and they have been put down a couple.
I mean, they're leaning towards the same play here, Neptune. I don't exactly know how this one's gonna get played out. That's one, and you know, Fanta right there is just holding their grounds against a 3-man pusher for the set of FPX. This could really go both ways. The push will not try to come through. They're clearing the angles now. Fanta holding down the angle. Doesn't really spot down any information whatsoever, but the bomb is gonna get ticked down. 1 will take down 1, slides in some more, finds 2, and that's just a big, good play there for a set of DYG. Left alone now. Coach 5, aka player 4 here for a set of FPX. It's gonna be a hard call here. Swan is on the heady. Let's have the SPX as well. 2 players now for the side of DYG. Spotted inside the bomb side. If ever player 5 needs to can win this one out, it's gonna be a hard call here.
F5 right now, he might have been spotted already. We'll have to see. And that heady will not be working. Oh, potential for a double. And there goes the peak. There goes no saying no to the coach.
Oh my days! You get onto a heady. I'll get onto a heady as well. I'll go on top of the tractor and just get that elevation advantage. Until then, good call there for a set of DYG. They're now on the even grounds here, man.
Yeah, I mean, but if you look at the frags right now, Sand has 14 frags already. He has been serious with that Craig 6 so many times, even from the start of that game. And like, it's just fortunate for them that they are tied up. But if that is not the case, like, it's easy for FPX to really take the lead at this point, especially the performance of Sand in this game. It's just that the other members of FPX really not performing in terms of slays as well as the plant and the fuse. So we'll have to see if that will be the case at this point. There goes the slay. DYG has lost one. Sand will just be waiting, and the shoulder hit will not work at first, but there's a second chance.
Quite a nail-biting moment. Sand just turns it around, expected to get it killed, but on the process now. Trade-offs back and go. Player 4, player 5. Left alone for a set of FPX against player 1 and 2. Minus player 1 and 3. Make it only player 5 here for a set of FPX. Give me Sand for you. The MVP he truly is. Trilton 1 sprays down. Little Fox no more. It's a 1v1 situation. No. With a sniper in hand against scope with a Krieg. Let's have the bomb as well to plant it onto. It's going to be a hard, precise shot for Sand. I mean, for Nono to get this one out. But till then, does have the advantage here. Sand out in the mid lane. I don't exactly know how he can pull through this one out, but, you know, let's just come and see.
Yeah, Sand right now going for the flank. No signs of Nono just yet, but that turnaround might be the cause of Sand, and there goes the hit. If in case he moved in a little bit more quicker, surprising Nona at that point, that could have been a quick win for FPX. But that's not the case. The lead right now has been taken by DYG. It's 4-3 on the scores right here. And 2 more for the match point, 3 more for the win. We'll have to find out if FPX will respond for another point.
I mean, if ever the ping pong battle just continues here, we might be able to expect another overtime here. Now back to this round here, DYG showing a lot of aggression here on towards the A-bomb side. And it's going to be a clearance for them, not unless there's at least like a nade lineup perhaps to back them up. Looking like there's going to be nothing at all. FPX really aggressive retake for them, but he was making a triple as well. Sand, Sinan, overall, you're out of the chase. DYG, is on the heat.
Like, Ma is just making it look easy. It's not. It's difficult. I tried that, but Ma is a different kind of sniper monster. Mangroe will try to respond again. No. But there we have it. We just seen a great triple kill succession from Ma. But we'll have to find out that is case at this point. I think he still survives 3v4 situation for DYG and FPX right now. Lil Fox might be able to balance it off, but a little bit too close for comfort right here and needs to back out.
To back out. I don't know. I mean, FPX here looking to be in a very favorable spot, but until now they're getting a bit too aggressive for my liking here. But with Mangarui taking down one player on that elbow, Lil Fox out of the chase. The 3v2 situation here. The last 2 here for set of DYG playing around the back ends of P2. The bomb drop on towards the A-bomb site. I mean, they do have enough time to wrap around from back alley all the way towards Blue House, but looking like they're not going to settle for that one here. Pushing all the way to Grannies, might be able to get themselves in contact against Mangarui, but they're really hesitant on what they exactly have to do here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting information. Ma doesn't have not that much of angle to find out if they have an opening in terms of getting the bomb. So Fenta is trying to find a way for him, clean up the way for him. Shai is just waiting, shorty in hand. But with the combination of Fenta as well as Ma in there, he might be able to take down Fenta at this point, but he will be taken out by Ma. There goes the spray, a little bit too high right there. Shot takes him down, but Ma responded that quickly. It is now 1v2 situation, and I think he can pull this off, but that would there goes a quick hit against Mengru, and Mengru stand no chance. Zinan right now, we've seen his gameplay coming from the teammates of Ma, but he went the other way. The bomb has been taken, and Ma right now will be expecting Zinan to pop up at this point, but the time has been lost, and it is now tied 4-4.
I mean, if I was FPX, I would be gladly grateful that there wasn't enough time for Matt to just dabble around the map. That was such a doable situation, but unfortunately, it just took a little bit of a time right there. Now, here we go, DYG They're still on that lead. FPX need to respond back here, and it's just gonna be. I'm just gonna be hoping that at least if I really want to extend this game furthermore, just a little bit more of a tighter defense and just watch your corners. Till then, they might be able to even this one up for the side of DYG, leaning towards that A bomb side. But they are looking for that wraparound right there. By the courtesy of Little Fox, by the way. For the side of DYG, Little Fox has been so aggressive, especially on the back alleyway. Yeah. And he's really living up to the name, being such a nuisance overall, leaving DYG and, overall FPX in a very questionable take here. But now, here we go. They might be able to lean towards the A bomb side soon enough here, Neptune.
And let's see if the frags will go through. CNN still alive and kicking. 1-2 split right now. They pushes through, but Sand backs off that quickly. He heard the push, and there goes the shot. Shot survives and takes down using the shorty. Another one is shorty. It will be a longie at some point, and there goes the fight. Ma will be left in this area. Will try to push through, but Mengrui sees him, and Lil Fox taken down once again. A 1v3 situation and a chance for FPX to tie this game.
Tiebreaker could be the case, and it truly is going to be a tiebreaker here for this next round right there. And keep in mind, whoever gets the lead in the round number 11, it's going to be on that match point advantage there. But if ever your predecessor or the other end could get on the round, it's going to be a forceful overtime here. So here we go, round number 11. Whoever wins this one up can get the match point advantage here. FPX played really passively on the previous round, but showing a little bit more aggression this time around. Sand here left out in the open, but fortunately for him, DYG, they're playing quite passively as well, except for this player Juan, and just playing around boxes here. But really good map control for the side of FPX. I mean, they have the signal right now that it's not gonna be totally the A execution that DYG has been doing. So they are really sitting comfortable here, especially if Sand could make the play.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find out if the play will be made right now. Good backup for Juan at this point. Sand will be hanging back a little bit, waiting for that cue. And it is now stalemate. I mean, they're just buying time at this point, and it might be in favor of FPX because DYG was not moving. The smoke has been released for them to cross that little road, but there goes Sand being taken down. A little bit of surprise hit from DYG, a little too quick for them with that 3 frags that quickly. But there goes the 4th one. 5 is the only one remaining at this point. They can go for the plan, and I will be shocked if 5 can clutch this. A 1v5 situation, and 5 will be sighted and killed in there, and the point will be taken by DYG.
Hello, surprise. I'm Fenta, and I'm watching the back ends, but you can't do anything. Until then, DYG, they're going to be able to get that match point advantage from their side here. FPX, you better watch out. I mean, as we did talk about earlier, DYG is just filled with surprises. I didn't mention about them pushing in a surprise manner as well. That's just another card that they can offer out away from FPX. This time around, FPX Sand once more playing so aggressively here on this mid lane. This time around, though, around the elbow, he could really catch off people. He just needs to find the perfect connection here. So DYG, this is exactly how they love to play now. Just slowly but surely, and it surely could cut the chase.
Fox right now providing a little bit of distraction. No takes down Meng Rui, and Sha is just preparing for the push, and it might be happening in the alpha. Sand in there for the kill against Fente, and it's now 4v4 situation. We'll have to see what the response is from those teammates. Who is near Sand? There goes backstab by Lil Fox, and it is now a 3v3 as quickly as that Sha responds against Q1. Now Lil Fox will have a side, probably a little bit of 3v aim, and there goes damage, but information has been relayed, but not so much of the kill. Shot with a shorty, and I would say that was a shotty.
Oh, shotty got the map on bottom jeans, brother. But mom, I was silent, my guy. I was silent. But he knew, and I knew for a fact what he was about to do. Lighting it up, jumping around, served them the final blow to win Search and Destroy as well. FPX, they get taken down 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0, and once they jump into Control right now, we've seen that, Control is one of the map that DYG can really play through. They have managed to go and take that 3-1 scoreline against Smart Omega, and seeing the result from FPX and WDC Freeslot, it is similar, but it is against FPX. So we might see a 3-1, probably a 3-0. We'll have to find out depending on the gameplay as well as the game style, but they will be standing into raid. And it is the same story for DYG.
You know, it's just coming out to the conclusion as, you know, our brother AJ would say sometimes, you know, not my monkey, not my circus. It's really not the show of FPX no more here. They're just getting trampled down. They're falling into shambles. They're scattered like glass. Name every, you know, analogy out there. It's really just relating for a set of FPX. And, you know, there are always going to be some sort of eras where it's your time to shine. For now, really, DYG is owning this night, owning our nights here in the history books of CDFI. Such a very proudful team to see in this competition here for the set of FPX. I mean, I love the efforts, really good efforts from them, with the coach playing, putting in a lot of maximal effort as well. You can see it in their faces, you know, you can feel the energy, you can feel the passion that they want to showcase. It's just unfortunately not enough up against DYG.
Yeah, I mean, it's DYG that we're talking about. It is a strong team. And if we look at the scoreline right now from this battle, it's 75. And we've seen history of Smart Omega at 74. So it's a little bit more better for FPX at this point. And we've seen the gameplay that has been done by FPX. We've seen some tremendous strides that has been done by his team, challenging Ma, Chuan M, and Lil Fox at that point. No as well. And, well, there's a lot of better gameplays that we can see from Sha. I think this is the first time that Sha really popped off in the game Search and Destroy compared to the previous one that they played. So if a player can pop off in there, or all the players can pop off similar to what we've seen from Sha, then it might be a different story for this standoff SND. But looking at the team stats right now, DYG, the score lines is 75, 7 wins, 5 losses for FPX, and we have 49-39. Not so much in terms of kill differences, and it's more of the KDs that really geared towards DYG at this point.
Yeah, and in terms of KD, I mean, with FPX 5 here with 2 kills and 10 deaths, it's not really the situation you'd want to see. That's just basically putting the whole team in a handicapped situation. But, you know, till then, maximum effort for them was being shown out. For the side of FPX and, I mean, quite well deserved. A 2.0 KD really brought the team here. Really a big factor in why it all had to reach round number 12, if I'm not mistaken. Here for the side of DYG, I mean, the kills looking to be quite equally spread out. I mean, yeah, for sure you can nitpick on Fenta here, but if you're going to be looking at his role on how he played that one out, he was anchoring for the team. But enough about Fenta. Let's talk about Matt, the sniper he is. He's going to be the MVP there for Search and Destroy. 13 kills under his name, 107.42 ADR, a streak of 4, and MVP count of 4 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's no doubt. We've praised, we've mentioned Ma so many times, and especially with this gameplay, hopefully we'll be able to see that triple kill that Ma has did in that area of that tractors, because that really was surprising. And he's a guy that we're expecting, or, well, we were not expecting, but we're hoping to be part of the King of Solo Snipers from the early part. This is the play that I was talking about. The 2 successions on that snipe, plus that third one, and let's listen into the gameplay that we've seen from the last game.
那个没电的，这放一包了好像。防爆给你了，
看见我有一个，
你给我防爆 ，OK， 下包。
就好了，沙皇干。
沙皇跑了，这边很能进了。
这2个掉完了。
Yeah.
好，沙皇。我的摸逼到。
That was just so calm in terms of comms. But, like, if you see the movement of Ma at that point, I mean, it was just flicking his fingers right there, and the 3 kills really is a different kind of gameplay.
You know, one thing I love about Man, that very play right there, he heard the comms, and he got the triple right there. He just celebrated with the whole of his teammates. Nothing too flashy of a celebration right there. Yeah. I mean, that's something that I love to adopt myself in terms of mentality. Don't overly, you know, celebrate, as, you know, the job is not over, not just yet. Then again, we're only talking about the group stages here for CDFI. There's still a lot more to go. Save your smile, save your excitement until the very end, if ever you do reach to the end of the competition here. But Neptune, 2-0 already. DYG, they're on the heat, they're on the spree, they're on the prowl, deserving another donut here for a set of FPX. Could it happen? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it is possible that Donut will be served in raid. It is possible as well as No will be popping off, just starting off triggering that spawn trap. We'll find out later on because they are in the momentum right now with that 2 wins against FPX. Even if FPX really provide a little bit of challenge out there, I think the final 2 rounds of that SND really pumped up the blood in the veins of DYG, and they will carry it on this control map. And I won't be surprised if it will end with a lot of lives for each round for the side of DYG because they have the slaying power. It's more of the tactics that FPX really needs to put out for them to escape the trap that might be triggered, as well as smart DYG in this game.
Yeah, so technically here, I think really one key take that FPX has to play around here is, I think they have to go in contrast with the aggression and the mechanical capabilities of DYG. Yeah. And how do you do that? Let's say, for example, if DYG is going to be playing defense and you're playing offense, you should be able to expect DYG to be more aggressive with their takeaway there, especially on a map like Raid. If the defensive side starts becoming aggressive, it's going to be a hard take for you to bounce back in the competition here. So slowing it down, just finding the grass. After all, there is a time limit, but there is an ample amount of time for you to just wait it out and look for the perfect timing. Till then, FPX could really show off a fight here up against DYG.
I would agree. I mean, the change of pace, a little bit of change of pace from FPX might disrupt the gameplay of DYG, but not so much to the extent that they will be losing that quickly. They still need to be prepared with their usual tactics, with their accuracy, as well as the gameplay that we've seen from that search and destroy. So, as we start the battle right now, we take a review of what happened so far. The 2 wins from that Hardpoint, as well as SND, 250, 149 the points on Summit, and 7 and 5 on that standoff. We are now going to jump into Raid for that control game, and looking forward to how each of this team respond and put into play.
One thing about control Raid that I love to do here, especially on attacking, is really prioritizing the sculpture. Going for the B control point could be something that DYG would really offer here in the first initial take. So here we go. Game number 3 opening up now. DYG, they're up by 2. Can FPX score a blow as well? Or will DYG just rock this one through and serve a 3-0? First initial gunfight here on towards the B control point will be shown out. And looking like DYG will get the clearance here on towards the B control point.
B control point right now will be taken a little bit too early right now. First take is already over. Chu1M still not being taken down. 3 kills already to his name and taking over that laundries. But he needs to back out because of the timing that he spent. Shot right now, providing that information, and as well as the slay and scene and for the backstab against Chu1M, and multiple kills right now to take over. But I think it's a little bit too late. 2 ticks done, and 1 more Bravo will be taken. But they can put up the fight and reduce the life point of DYG at this point.
I mean, yeah, for sure, the capture here for a set of DYG is basically done. I love the fact that FPX was able to hustle them down and put the lives in a bit of a lower case. Yeah, for sure, they're also trailing, but they did show off a fight here, and it's exactly what you wouldn't want to see, especially on defending on control. A control point, a different topic here. This is a much harder control point to capture, and if ever done right, in terms of the defense here for FPX, they might be able to bounce back and could even things up, but for now, till then, the lives still on the lead, DYG.
I love the position that San has been placed in here, but with multiple enemies, he can be taken down that easily. No, on the other hand, has taken the kitchen to go into the mid and going for the spawn trap, but a little bit too early in there and reload, and then not backing off that quickly. Shot right now, trying to move into mid garden, trying to go in and hunt enemies as well. But in terms of life points, it's 18 to 10, and like it's quickly as that FPX is starting losing life. They need to be cautious on their approach. Sinan was able to put in a little bit more in there, but not so much in the speed that we've seen DYG does it against FPX.
I mean, the live tier is double down for the side of DYG, 6-10 for the side of them, 8 for the side of FPX. But FPX is slowly but surely going for a desperation hold here. And they do have kitchen control. I mean, if ever they can retain this one out, maybe till then they can lower down the tides. And Shah is going to go on a spree here on towards mid lane. Going to go look for some more. Does spot down some more. Lowering down the lives, but till then, DYG, they still have it double down. 5 lives remaining here for the set of FPX. And DYG, honestly, they don't even need to get a capture. They do still have a little bit of a time left for them to just go blazing hot, but they need to show a little bit more discipline this time around.
And the YG Fenta right now securing the bedrooms, and yeah, they don't need that much of a capture because of the life that has been spent by FPX. 3 lives remain for them, and J1M is the guy that can pull that through, but he has been taken down. 2 lives already shot, slowly moving in and trying to take cover and make sure he is safe at this point. Possibility for a takedown, and there goes the turn, but we'll have to find out who takes him down. There goes no for the kill, and 1 life left. 14 seconds into this hill, and it is no waiting for Sand. Who will, or which one will run out first, the lives or that point? We'll have to find out. This might be a good win for FPX, and there you have it, outsmarted in terms of defense.
I think that DYG forgot about the time factor. They had 2 players. They could have just set it up for a trade, and they could have won it round. A little bit of a misconception in how the control works out there. So FPX, they're going to be able to steal the first round out away from DYG. But here we go, decides to switch this time around. And actually, FPX should be happy. I mean, they won the first defensive side. They start off as defense as well. If ever they can win this one out, it could be really convincing for them as they head over here for this B control point. They do have a lot of investments as well. This Gravity Vortex, quite a while. And fast timing it is. Little Fox out of the equation, spots down some more. Matt out of the chase. Until then, this B control point might be a clearance for the side of FPX.
FPX right now slowly dwindling down the lives of DYG, but the response of DYG right now is we are going to balance it off. The second tick of that Bravo almost taken, but it might be cleaned up right now. Meng Rui with that opening and with that quick scope, but with 2 members in here on the Bravo will not give him that chance, and the first tick will be left out of the second that was almost taken. Fenta on the other hand will be going for the Slay 2021. Claw has been pulled out, but he has been taken down as well.
Down as well. The game still continues here. No. Puts up in contact with player 5. Look for some more. Cena out of the chase. Let's get in contact here up against Shaw. Gets trailed down. Does get pitted out of the equation here. But till then, this B control point here looking to be a total warfare here. But looking to finally do get the clearance here is Mang Rui from instead of FPX, and will invest at Claw, but the God Nade will find him onto 15-15 here. And we're not even talking about this individual control point at all. It's still on the spree, it's still on the roll. And finally the B control point will get captured, but in return, the lives are taken on for both ends here. Still on the even ground. If FPX Sand can still maintain this control here in their spawns, this is looking to be a big troublesome take here for the side of DYG.
Yeah, I mean, who better to stay in on the spawn control than Sand? He had a lot of kills earlier, not only in that SND, but also on that hard point. But Sand right now just reducing the numbers of DYG down to 4, and it's up to the rest of the teams right now to continue on. 3 left in terms of live. FPX is looking good, looking fine in this game.
Looking fine, looking quite hot, but till then, the game is not over, and until it's over, 2 more lives remaining here for the side of DYG, 5 for the side of FPX. Until then, DYG, they might be able to bleed here on towards control. And game now slowed down. Tacticalness being present here, but 2 kills from the side of DYG will come into the play, make a tree as well. And FPX, it's quickly a turnaround here. 1 more for the kill. Gravity Vortex stops Sinan down. And DYG, they're going to be able to even things up. 1-1.
Still manages to survive that. He just needs to wait. He just needs to get that slate and pull out the grab vortex for his advantage. And no one can get away from that. With the guns, you can slide away. But with the grab vortex, you will just be pulled in and taken down. Now, we'll have to find out if that's the case for this one, because back onto the defense would be FPX, and a little bit too cheeky on that melee kill.
Cheeky melee kill for them. A disgusting play right there. I love it a lot. Now back to the game, it continues. FPX here trying to hold his ground here onwards to B control point. Needs to worry about 1 more player here. Just gonna be Sand for the side of DYG. Trying to clear this one up. Dancing around. Matt out of the equation now. And they clean up the control point. But till then, the perseverance of DYG remains here on towards this B control point. And they actually win majority of the gunfight as well. Until then, I think it's just best to believe that FPX should just leave this one out and play for the A control point instead.
Yeah, they can funnel in DYG onto that A, and they just need to stick together. There comes 5 right now, backing off. At least the information has been shared, and Sand can be waiting onto that back garden. But we'll have to find out how will they make this work. Lil Fox right now ready on Tiki and ready to go into stepping into this hill, and let's see if he will be taken out easily. No, Sand was taken down, and Lil Fox still alive and kicking, but one tick not yet over.
One tick not over yet, but the lives so nicely done here for set of DYG. Little Fox inside a hill, but Sand takes him out of the equation with a claw in hand, making a lot of noise. DYG putting in a lot of cuts here on towards the outside of the kitchen. No for you. Popping off. Spots down 2. Mangrui out of the equation. Turns around as well. What a player he is. Sha out of the chase. Until then, 3 more players here around the parameter, and they could start putting in the influence inside the hill. 12 to 18 now, but a lot of investments being put through here for set of FPX. It does get denied as well. Until then, FPX, they're getting slowed down big time here, man.
What? No right now is in a killing spree. A lot of slays already, and he is out in distance. Now, what more if he is up close and personal, but I don't think he will be taking that risk. As long as they are in there investing their lives and putting in the slays, DYG will take this win with only 1 left. And there we have it, a quick 2-1 in there for DYG, and they will not be falling for the same trap of losing time. They will be taking the slays as well as taking cover not to be killed.
Change the tempo, just change the tempo, be more a little bit more of an aggressive team. Until the Neptune, it's really just going to be putting FPX in a shocker. Here we go. Round number 4 opening up. FPX, a lot of priorities here being showcased here on towards the B control point, but the first initial wave will get cancelled out. DYG winning majority of the gunfights now, and they have a lot of control here in this very map. On the B control point, on towards the mid lane as well, by the courtesy of Little Fox, shutting people down. 20 kills under his name here. Might be able to make it a 21st as well if he swings to the right. Absolutely, yes sir, he does get it all done. Until then, FPX having a hard time putting their foothold on this very map.
Yeah, and there goes Fenta right now, slowly moving in. I think they are pushing FPX onto the spawns and triggering that spawn trap. But Fenta needs to survive this onto... Oh, the prone saved him. And Fenta will be taken down there from the side by Sinan. Now we'll have to see if the capture will be happening, extending the time for FPX. The 2-1M is trying to defend and prevent them from doing that. But the first stick is already there, stopping time for DYG. And we'll have to find out if this is the case. Ma is back in play, cleanup is done, and the spray and pray not yet over.
Yeah. With FPX, you're getting slowed down. They gotta remember the time is ticking here. No in corner here. Gonna be able to spot down 2, gets the kill off, and with the FPX just being so conscious here on for their lives, they're slowing down big time. They only have 13 seconds left, and guess what? This is looking to be a very unwinnable situation here for the set of FPX. 12 more seconds remaining here, 9 more lives for DYD to reap out away from FPX, and it's gonna be game over here, but it's not gonna be the lives. It's gonna be the time taking down 2 more seconds here, and DYG, they'll offer a donut for FPX.
One thing's for sure, I'm reading it off that DYG is sore loser. They lost off to the time, and they just responded. Okay, we lost off for you for time. We're going to give you the same, and that 3 consecutive win really is a statement by DYG. But still, kudos to FPX. We've seen a lot of gameplays as well as a lot of fight from them, but donut has been served. The scores right now, once again, 3-1 in raid, and DYG still remains victorious in this fight. But I'm quite surprised that DYG didn't bring up a 3-0 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, quite surprised, but you know. Oh wait, I actually said that one right there, but you know, it's really a big run for DYG. FPX devastating for them, but you know, but it is what it is. That's just gonna be the last run here for FPX to show off a statement right there. But they missed a chance. They only won at least 1 game here, if I'm not mistaken, here in Neptune for the whole day here, and it's just a really big setback that they have to put through. Basically they're out of the equation now. It's just a lot. It's just too much damage to fix your Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. But I would say for the final run from that fight against DYG, FPX really showed up. Sand, especially with the slaying power that he can do, if in case like this is the last run for FPX, the run for Sand is not yet over. He can easily be scouted and taken by a different team, probably already had been. And looking forward to more of these players. But still, DYG is becoming another threat for this invitational. They will be in there on the top of the seed, and later on we're going to find out if the remaining or if the points for Smart Omega and WDC.Freeslot is enough to catch up on the points. If I'm not mistaken, DYG now has a total of 7 points.
Wow.
And if Smart Omega will be able to go for a 3-0 as they promised, then they will be able to tie it up.
Wow. I mean, I don't know about that statement right there for Smart Omega, but it's going to be a hard call there if ever to do so. But then again, looking at the team stats here for the control, everything there is just laid down. This is the farewell game of FPX, by the way, guys. So it's really devastating to see, but it is what it is. I mean, I really don't want to talk about it no more. I mean, we're just following the same fads ever since the start of their run here in the CDFI. I mean, there's really not much of a difference here. We do get time to time players like Mang Rui, Sand popping off alongside with Sha as well. But it's a 5-way factor of a game. You know, it takes 5 to tango in this very competition. And really, in terms of tangoing all the 5 players in the team, DYG, they just have it much better compared to FPX.
Yeah, they like, I think they have more of a right foot. Like, no one has 2 left foot at this point. But Venta at this point was able to take that MVP. First time for this guy. 23 on the kills, 26-44 in total damage, and 4 kill streak. And this is, I think we've already listed off everyone from DYG as an MVP just for this game. And that it's about time, because this is the last game for Doyu Gaming as well as Fun Plus Phoenix. And this is like, one thing about this round is the next one, Smart Omega and WDC.Freeslot was able to take a few series of rest, if not only one, because it was the 3rd or 4th one that we've seen WDC.Freeslot first, and the first 2 of this day was Smart Omega. So plenty of time for them to practice, even thought of a tactic, or even pull out a gameplay from DYG or Fun Plus Phoenix, depending on who they want to challenge. And I think this will be a little bit more exciting for the next battle.
Yeah, it's truly going to be a very exciting take here, Neptune. I mean, with you mentioning that we basically tallied the whole team of DYG in the MVP count right here, it's really just showing how well DYG is in terms of the competition, of the talents that they have here for this. One, DYG, props to you for really putting this team through. And we just hope that, you know, those mistakes that they showcased there in the previous takeaways that they had, where they falter exactly, they could just, you know, sweep that one out and, you know, improve that one furthermore, as it could be a much more convincing take for them in the competition of CDFI.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we often look for, the improvement of the team in each game that they jump into. And as we look at the highlights right now, it will be followed by the interview of DYG. And after that, we will be going for the quick break. Once that ends, there will be Smart Omega as well as WD.Freeslot for the next game.
Hello，大家好，我是深圳 DY 的 NONO。
首先要恭喜你们今天拿下了所有比赛的胜利。今天第一个问题是热点模式，发现你起到了喷子，并且有41个的击杀拿到了本局的 MVP。想问一下，为什么会做到这样的一个选择？
因为我们第一局打 WDCF 的雪山热点，我们被喷烂了，然后我怕对面这把也起喷子喷我，然后我就带了一把。
啊，能够打败对方的只有自己的喷子。今天打爽了吗？第一局
还行吧，
还行，很谦虚。第二个问题是，今天在爆破的时候，其实算是遇到了一些困难啊。当时出现的是什么问题？怎么去解决这个问题的？
我觉得是我们犯病了，要道具没道具。
哦，这个问题是第一次出现吗？还是说今天突然断电了？
训练赛都还好吧，就今天突然断电了吧？
突然断电，稍后要改进一下。下一个问题是今天的控制模式当中啊，在第2场的时候很焦灼，你们最后时刻是被沙皇卡了一波复活点，命数是4-9落后的，而且你们打的也很保守，基本上全员后缩，但是最后时刻是以2个命数领先了。并且翻盘成功，当时你们是怎么做决策的呢？
因为当时我们被沙皇刷回复活点了嘛，然后我就怕他们在我们复活点在蹲我们就出去了嘛，因为那时候马还没有死嘛，然后让他看他自己能打出来一波发挥，当个超人吧。
确实，这个超人当得很成功，也是带领队伍拿下胜利啊。说到沙皇昨天是在社交媒体当中发了一个类似于短暂告别我们舞台的视频。知道你和沙皇场上是对手，但场下是好朋友，什么话想对沙皇说的呢？
其实他是一个非常可敬的对手吧，因为他很努力。但是我还是希望他留在大师赛的舞台上，
期待能够继续当对手。今天最后一个问题是，你们今天拿下了这场比赛之后，基本上已经锁定了小组第1，将会对阵到的对手是 BL， 在下周的时候，对 BL 有什么样的研究吗？
对他们的研究的话，我觉得就还是热点和控制嘛，因为打卡瑞纳赛区的话，我们还需要在热点和控上下足功夫。
那就可以理解为你们的决胜点可能会是在这2个模式当中啊。那这2个模式当中，你对于哪个模式现在会更加有信心一些呢？
我觉得我现在的话，我觉得都挺有信心的吧。
那会做什么针对性的准备和部署吗？
针对性的部署的话，就是我们回去看看他们的录像，然后看他们的控制的进攻路线，还有热点的打法。
赶快做好准备，迎战下周的淘汰赛，也是期待你们有更好的表现和发挥。下周继续加油！稍事休息，稍后比赛更加精彩。
Rated out by Candy. I tell you, Smart Omega really open stairs. I got it. He backs away. He's a little scared.
Top of the show early up to get kills. They will be able to get the first blood in the second as well. Beautiful attacks bring down upon the Smart Omega right now. And you see Whoopi already
gets exactly. We have the sunset. Just an engagement wise. Just in the ring. This engagement between Indra as well as Lily. Who's gonna be able to win it out? Lily gets the shot. Indra, go back home. Sit down, boy. 19-11. NTU still has it.
Well, that win. The opening that they get now, they just have to think AJ.
Incendio making one small mistake, and now beautiful slide punishes for itself. How could he miss that? It doesn't matter. Iris should be able to straighten this out. Incendio says, hell no. Jeffro protects his brother by dropping it.
The good news is here, we're finally getting some slack off of the dominating ones that we got in the first 2 series. Now we're starting to see some very close one in here.
Emo for the investment of the Sparrow, and Ogat's already hopping on it in for the spawn trap. Skirt are so close, and Ogat wasn't punished. Manages to get forward in. Smart Omega has already taken the lead as well as control on Hardpoint in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of 3 games is showing a little bit of ARB. Yeah, I mean, it pretty much acts like a sniper in there. It should be used as a sniper. And Skirt right now is doing that in a double right there. Triple! And what a kill! And the Skirt's really popping off right now. I think we want to spot an MVP at this point, but missing those 2. Well, looking in if we're going to hit one.
Yeah, exactly. And quick plays are often the most exciting part of the stage. But Linksy Asians, slightly making an ingress here.
Quite a bit of points here, but it is Hardpoint at the end of the day. You've got one super hill for yourself. You should be able to make it all the way back to Crush on Fine. Lily's gonna be the top superstar here. Spots out the play. Turn it around, Lily! That's exactly that! Headshot up to Brad! Can Lily get the final kill? They've got the numbers, and now they take the spawn over from the special forces base. Intentionally or unintentionally, it seems to be favoring them a lot here right now. No one's still moving in. It's more of that window, but then I will be able to protect that. And MIB with the backstab, stepping onto that field will be a miss for them. Good thing. Waiting
to stay inside. Right now, good positioning for MGU, but Kilo is about to bump out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this spiral once again to get 2 picks in. With that 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for that kill.
and you're gonna stand a good chance. And that same exact thing works for the side of WDC.Freeslot as well. But the first engagement here takes out and now in from the side of WDC, King with the head shot, but that was not easy. Played the head glitch to perfection. Good see, bad bounce on the nade. And one could sneak away the majority of points from this B1, and an early rotation into B2, where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeffro steps up for the team. Indonesia Pride on the side of Almighty as well. Lion City representing Jeffro this time round. Gets that single slay, but he was
actually trying to do. The number one C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. We're getting one more against FPX, and now lining it up. Lifting Black was on fire. It's C1 making the play.
That information, but not in the desk yet. There goes takedown. Send brings it to the 1v1.
Crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Sen really needs to win this out for his team. Got a KSP in hand. Rotates around towards the basketball court.
I feel like that's the perfect one.
And I'm not sure what's happening to Smart Omega right now. Positioning, if they are losing. What is up, peeps? Welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022. The fight for the spot on the playoffs is still on. W Gaming is currently sitting at the number 1 seed of Group B, and now we are down to the final game of the day. And it's not just any game. It's a decisive one. Whoever wins this series advances to the playoffs next week. So, Smart Omega and WDC.Freeslot, this game is a decider of who will be advancing to the playoffs. It's a big one.
And it's really a big one here, especially as Smart Omega Whoopi put up a little bit of a statement there after their matchup up against FPX. I do believe, they called out a 3-0 possible win for them here up against WDC.Freeslot. But me and Callie was elaborating, is it truly a possible thing? I mean, the last time that WDC.Freeslot and Smart Omega went against each other, it was during the regionals here on the bottom bracket after the loss of, relevant. All that matters is that it reached to a game number 5.
Yeah, exactly. And the key take there was, WDC.Freeslot had a 2-0 victory. And that's the 2-0 lead on the best of 5 series. Only to get destroyed and was to reverse swept by Smart Omega on the stage 4, the lower bracket, and to get kicked out of the playoffs. So again, it's a big game for both ends. And, if you are Smart Omega, as much as you want to play hard, you gotta just make sure that you at least win 2 maps in here. Avoid losing the respawns. That's the key take here, Warden.
And it's a hard key take here, Callie, because, we're talking about Smart Omega. Yeah, for sure. Number 2 in Garena right now to represent the World Championship Stage 5. But then again, it was not easy at all. It wasn't too easy at all from our perspectives here in terms of their victory up against WDC.Freeslot on the regionals. So really, they can't get too complacent here, just like how we can talk about WDC.Freeslot being complacent as well. It's just all about showing your true motive here and true being here as a player or as a team overall. So there's a lot of factors we can talk about here, but one thing as well, who's having the better day?
I mean, it is definitely Smart Omega after a good win over FPX earlier, where they were able to serve a donut. But again, they also struggle against DYG. They only won the Hardpoint. And, both of this end, one thing that they faced today was, of course, a win through FPX and a loss to DYG. So they currently stand at 1-1 in terms of the series wins that they have. So right now, as much as you would like to see it, whoever wins this series really do, in fact, will be advancing to the next stage. And, WDC.Freeslot has a lot of possibilities here that they can use to actually take down Smart Omega. So it's a pretty close call here for both ends. But, one thing that we can always see at the end of the day is Smart Omega shining in when they face adversity. And, this team, they really love to face adversity. It's just like they add like a +5 value off of their attributes after they are facing a very bad one, Warden.
Yeah, in terms of attributes, you could really set it for them for that side right there. But who can really put on the takeover badge is what I'm questioning here. Because if you can rock the heat there on towards Hardpoint, it could really come a long way here for the series overall. I'm looking at these two teams here, Smart Omega and WDC.Freeslot. They're really a momentum-based game. Once you rock the momentum for them, once it starts to get heated up, it's a really hard thing to take it away from them. So here we go, line for side of Smart Omega. We got Whoopi, Risky, Rage, Idra, and Kendi.
And the key thing here is Whoopi stepping up early game. If he gets involved, the team plays better overall. And not to mention, the impact that Kendi and Risky has already added once they were facing Doyu Gaming, it's more than enough. Now, what we need to see from them is 2 map wins up against WDC.Freeslot to advance to the playoffs next week.
Oh, advancement, stakes up high. They need to double it down. They only need to win 2. They projected 3. But for the side of WDC.Freeslot, we got C1, Cheek, yeah, Guitar, and Anowin. And Anowin today has been popping off as well. But the previous MVP before the series ended earlier, it was ya boy, yeah.
And just as much as Smart Omega wants this victory, WDC has all the power to actually mess up the rhythm and the tempo of Smart Omega, specifically here at this series. And again, it all goes down to the map bans and picks. And I believe the aggression of WDC is one of the key weakness of Smart Omega. So if they play their cards right, they might just be able to stun Smart Omega and do the unimaginable. But looking at it realistically, Smart Omega's gonna have more of the advantage in here. And now, it's time to see the map bans and picks brought to you by IQ. Smart Omega will be banning Slums and of course Takeoff. WDC, they will be banning Firing Range and of course Ashenda. With four of those maps banned, we have Hardpoint at Raid, Standoff at S&D. But first, let's talk about Hardpoint, WDC.Freeslot will be going in here in a map pick by Smart Omega, and Raid actually is one of the better maps of Omega itself. So let's see if they can use this to spark a run and of course build the momentum on their side. Here we go. Final game of the day to decide who will be the second seed of Group B. Smart Omega and WDC.Freeslot kicking things off at Raid Hardpoint.
Here we go. We're now onto the Sculpture here. A battle in between the Capture and Sculpture. And so far, WDC.Freeslot playing this one down to the fundamentals. They do have the map control as well onwards driveway on the laundries. And they do have the influence inside a hill. Smart Omega down to Narnia. Now they need to find this break. And it's looking to be a very hard call here as they're really far away from the Hardpoint.
But, Whoopi was able to manage to pass two players and, of course, get some eliminations done in here. A huge 3 spree there to make sure that the team will be supplied in the hill. And, of course, Rage will be there to clean up more players coming through around the Dora driveway. So, kill-wise, Omega doing a great job. But C1, Freeslot, they know really what to do here at P1. This has always been a key thing for them. It has been a culture where they always grab a lot of points in those first hard points. But now, it all goes down to how well you rotate and how well you chain. And Smart Omega, they will be dropping the key scrap time at P1 to set up greatly here at P2. You see number 4 in Risky setting up the anchor spawn in Idra, guarding this swimming pool as well. So right now, the position is on. WDC.Freeslot, the only way for them to make sure that they can break this, and of course, is bash their head in, which they do. But Kendi and Risky is there to clean them up.
And looking like the respondent for them as well, especially with their heads bashing there onwards front entrance, settle for back ends instead. They're going to be able to take this time here. They're going to go for this wraparound. Could really take the tide here out away from Smart Omega, and they managed to do so as well. And we do see now Smart Omega all the way to the left side of the minimap. That's exactly where you don't want to be in. And it's a really hard rotation here. A player from the mid lane onwards there. C1 for you, cutting off the rotation. And it's just pressuring Smart Omega to head on to new. And there's so much time left on this current hardpoint.
I guess this is too much of a sacrifice here for Smart Omega. Having to give, 30 seconds for Freeslot? That's a lot of time. But if you're guaranteed to get a full 60 here at P3, why not, right? It's a big risk, but, you can get rewarded big as well. So right now, what they gotta do is make sure that they safeguard every sort of entry. And now, that's what they're definitely doing. Rage, one of the OBJ slayers of Smart Omega now, having himself a huge involvement with those key gunfights that he just had. And of course, one over towards red cars. Smart Omega now doing better compared to the first 2 hard points. And it's just a matter of resetting your momentum. And right now, Smart Omega has reset that. And of course, this operator skills are right in time for them to defend up against WDC.Freeslot's attack right through the mid-map.
It's quite scared to face against a very well-established Smart Omega. They have the Annihilators, they have the operator skills, they have the utilities as well to back them up. Until then, it's everything. Every little bit of thing is connecting here. And it's just so well done here for set of Smart Omega. Yeah, for sure, the lead was so convincing there for set of WDC.Freeslot. But it's only going to take 1 minute heal for set of Smart Omega to bounce back on this very game. With the hard point here, though, both teams here contesting this one big time. But with Whoopi here trying to be the saving grace for them to just get more points instead of Hill, he does it so successfully in the last remaining scrap time here in this garage. Will be rightfully owned for the side of Smart Omega, and just like that, they're only going to be trailing by at least 16 points.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a huge investment there for Smart Omega. It was risky, but I'll take it. You know, it was a defensive performance out there to rid off Freeslot in every sort of attacks, and Whoopi is already getting warm. And that's one of the keys to victory for Smart Omega in here. And now you see the Gravity Vortex kicking in as well. Interai was able to get a huge 3 Ps in there to reset back WDC.Freeslot's attacks. And, well, they have been able to lock down not only P3, but P4 as they win the early rotation as well. And, you know, for Freeslot, they do have operator skills, but I think Smart Omega's investments are just a lot better. Another threat coming through. That's going to be 3 players in front of him. And, well, he has converted once again. So far, what's more impressive here is how well Smart Omega has timed the specialists and, of course, those score streaks to give them advantage in the game. But they just got broken easily here by Freeslot.
Broken quite easily it is, and it's only going to be the scrap time, but it's actually going to be more than enough for them to go back to the even grounds here. If ever they do get this hard point here until the very end and soak this one dry, they're only going to be trailing at least, 3 more points away, 2 more points here. So it's going to be 98 to 96 here on towards P5. And so far, the setup here, much more favorable for the set of Smart Omega. They have the influence now inside the hill. They got Risky now up in the board. The spawns here will be on laundries for the set of Smart Omega, as WDC.Freeslot will try to find a break here from the bottom end. Hardpoint now starting to continue for the side of Smart Omega.
I mean, Risky with a Holger 26, I think it's perfect fit. It's a perfect fit indeed. I mean, the guy has a lot of magazines to read off a lot of the attackers, but C1, they tried to invest the claw here, and it's a very valuable investment as they're able to find a way inside of the hill and contest, but not really able to sustain enough of the gunfights to make sure that they stay intact in the hill. And right now you see this struggle that WDC is having here, as they are not really having a mid-map control at the moment. So 15 seconds is left, scrap time gonna be hold on true by Smart Omega, and not to mention they also have 2 players in the laundry, so they have chained P5 to P1 reset. And I think that's a key to victory in here once again. Smart Omega playing this like a film. They have chained everything at the moment and is looking to run away. A 45-point lead before we start P1.
And it might get extended furthermore, as you would say. The chain rate there from P5 to P1 will surely come in. But look at the spawns here. The RNG's blessing WDC.Freeslot. They're going to be spawning onwards Laundry here. Needs to deal with Hydra here. Onwards the Black Band. We'll take him out of the equation. Player 3 Rage here tries to being the saving grace here in this very hill. Wrapped around, dancing around. Player 1 Whoopi as well. The cavalry has arrived. Until then, despite the fact that the spawns was so favorable for the set of WDC.Freeslot, Smart Omega, they just continue to prevail.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, Whoopi is in that fountains. No one really able to spot him. And, well, he has done enough damage. But WDC.Freeslot remains to be inside that hill. They did have to fight to the nail to find a way to score the hill time. But now they are guaranteed this final 20 seconds. The scrap time is going to be theirs with a final bit of contest here from Whoopi, and of course number 4 in blue and Risky. Now the big task here is to chain P1 to P2, and Guitar is going to be that main player in charge of that attacks, and he's going to get shut down by Idra. But number 4 in yellow and yeah will try to turn the back once again to flank the flank. And now they have gained control of the anchor position. They just have to find a way inside. But again, Rage and their operator skills are just too good at the moment. Claw will be outmatched by that Gravity Vortex, and Smart Omega once again prevailing with their operator skills and their score streak investment.
Wow, mechanical, raw, aim, vanilla gameplay as well for the side of Smart Omega. So promising here. Idra not just popping off with a Vortex, but with the Creek 6 as well. Sprays down some more, but does get shattered down. C1 and Awin will try to find his break here, but needs to deal with one more player here. Risky inside his hill. Rage now, the cavalry has arrived. C1 shuts him down. Until then, WDC.Freeslot, they're going to be able to get that foothold inside a hill. And looking like Smart Omega will let this one go once again quite early on. And you know what? I would be nitpicking that. Why? Just why? But till then, we did see them go for that early rotation on towards Garage, and that's where it exactly changed the tide.
Yeah, I mean, same exact setup, but again, now WDC's made their move as well. So this is not just a 100% win rate battle for Omega. This is a 50-50. As you can see, number 3 in Guitar is there, but they have finally shut him down. So now the next thing here is open up, guard the first 10 seconds away from the attack of C1. And of course, WDC.Freeslot, which will be coming from the driveways. And Kendi, you know, a perfectly aimed pistol right exactly on that doorway. So that's a one-shot, one-kill capability. Kendi's got 28 at the moment with a 4 in a row. And Chicks better make sure that this is a worth investment. If not, it just could be a recipe for disaster. But WDC.Freeslot, they do find their way inside of the hill, but it remains contested and they get bullied out. So Omega, they have been able to control the pace of the game and they are just too good for Freeslot at the moment.
Yeah, they're just so good right now. Everyone is just popping off. Candy, Idra, Rage, Whoopi, Risky. Just name it whatever you want. Every player here from Seta Smart Omega is just popping off. 224, 225 to 150, 25 more points to claim. And it's just going to be a wrap here for Raid Hardpoint. And so far, it's going to take a very flawless run here for WDC.Freeslot to bounce back on towards this game. We're heading over to the courts once more, and we're back to the memory lane here. It's just once more Smart Omega. Well, so established inside a hill, not for so long. Rage here left alone. WDC.Freeslot, you need to worry about him. You need to take him out of the equation. Until then, the Hardpoint can start raining onto you, but Rage says no. He says no. He denies.
Yeah, even 4 in a row, looking to make that 5 in here, but the spray from Nawin will be able to take him. But Risky again with Kendi. They have been using that Holger 26 to their advantage, and they have managed to clean out the point once again. 5 points for the win. Idra secures one more at the cubby, and that should be the dagger. Smart Omega, they take map number 1 against Freeslot, and that looks to be a promising start for the squad as they look to aim for that playoff spot.
So promising. So promising. I mean, everything was just so well done there for Seta Smart Omega, and every player right there was doing their job so nicely. I mean, for the first minute or the first 2 minutes there, Cali, I was so scared for the Seta Omega. First 2 hills was won over with the side of WDC.Freeslot, but as soon as they got that money hill there on towards the garages, it was a GG well played. They never gave the lead back. They never gave the game back to the side of WDC.Freeslot. That's just how selfish and how monstrous Smart Omega is.
I mean, when you give Smart Omega the chance to pull away, of course they would take it. And, you know, it's quite a lot of mistakes just led up over time for WDC.Freeslot, specifically on that P4 to P5. And again, that really hurt the chances of this team winning. But talk about how Smart Omega played big, and of course, they risked it all to give up all the time for WDC.Freeslot on that P2, and of course, claim majority of their points at the warehouse, garage, that P3 right there. They serve up a lot of time, and of course, that's where they actually pulled away from Freeslot. So with that, in fact, they take home this first map, but it's not yet over. They got to win one more series here, or maybe 3 series, you know. Whoopi earlier said that they want to end WDC.Freeslot series 3-0. So they're looking to sweep these guys. But let's say though, I mean, Freeslot will be playing S&D right up next, but I think Smart Omega is going to have far more advantage here.
I mean, I can really relate onto the same thing here because, you know, talking about search and destroy, in terms of search and destroy, snipers prevail. And with Whoopi putting up a very confident statement right there, we could really expect that maybe the Smart Omega could really rock this one out to a 2-0 run. But till then, it could be a different case. But WDC.Freeslot, they do have a hard time in search and destroy, and they're not really the best team out there. They're really below the average team for search and destroy. So I don't know, man. I don't know. But Whoopi is smiling big time now as he's like a step closer to proving his statement right.
Yeah, exactly. That guy just used one line earlier with all the interviews. I mean, just talk about how confident he is. He doesn't back up the first sentence. It's just facts for him. But yeah, looking at the team stats, 142 kills here for Smart compared to 112. So in terms of slaying power, Smart Omega clearly did a lot. But more specifically, majority of the kills came in from the specialist skills. The Gravity Vortex, that Annihilator was just let out loose there by Smart Omega, and Wisdom Community Freeslot had no answer for it. Not to mention the difference on that kill time, 4 minutes and 14 for Smart Omega to 2 minutes and 11 for Freeslot. So that speaks more than enough itself. And now looking at the player stats, oh my God. I mean, the only player from Smart Omega that has a negative KD is Whoopi with 0.8. And the highest kill in this lobby is Candy with 36 and 19, ending up with a 1.9 KD ratio. And, this really begs the question, is the Holger really back? With the performance from Candy, we can say it really is, because the amount of damage that it can output, and of course, the magazines that it can back it up, Candy has fully utilized it to, of course, propel this team to victory. 36 kills, and an 11 kill streak. No one can top that all off, man.
No one can. It's just such a nice take here for Smart Omega. Candy popping off. Risky as well. And yeah, for sure, Whoopi was on the negative ends of that KD, but didn't really matter, Callie. I mean, till then, it was still a dominating win after all. And one thing that I really love to point out there was Whoopi just being the nuisance here, just being able to just bash his head against the wall in the most well-off timing as well. And in terms of the specialist and operator skills, the operator skills and the score streaks being invested, it was so well done for Smart Omega. The coordination is right there. They know exactly how to put this one up. And in terms of P4, it's really a hard hill to get a money hill onto. But if ever you get the utilities and if ever you do properly execute that one out, just like how Ija was able to do so, it could really just side for you.
I mean, just to highlight what Smart Omega did there at that Hardpoint, they had a very bad start. P1, P2, they barely claimed time. But when P3 came in, that's where they were able to severe WDC.Freeslot. And of course, winning the early rotation battle on a Monhill equals to more time inside the Hardpoint. So that's what they were able to do. They claimed majority of the time, and not to mention they were able to chain from P3 to P4 at the basketball court, where that time around, they were using the specialist. That Gravity Vortex sucks the life out of Freeslot, and then P5 came in. It was just a snowball effect that just happened. And wow, I am amazed at what these guys can do. Because talking about it this way, we know Smart Omega is a great S&D team. But after what just happened during the Masters Season 2 until Stage 4, we did really see that their kryptonite is that Hardpoint. But now that they have found the bread and butter in a map in Raid, and, kicking out one of the better respawn teams in Garena, I am lost for words about the progress that they just made.
Yeah, it's just really coming in. I think one factor that we got to mention here, Callie, it's a preparation for Worlds, They are a Stage 5 contenders for a reason here, and with them polishing that Hardpoint is going to be leaving the Filipino pride quite happy. They're going to be quite proud and much more confident to support Omega for the run there for the Stage 5. So really proud for that one right there. Search and Destroy up next. And, in terms of Search and Destroy as well, something about Smart Omega has been quite shaky for a moment or two, but we know with the coaches behind the back, Jericho and Device just backing this one up, you can really expect a different type of Search and Destroy as well. And, up against WDC.Freeslot coming again as titled as not really the most convincing Search and Destroy teams, this could really run a 2-0 take.
Yeah, it's looking like a 2-0. Just looking at what just happened today. 0% win rate at all. And, the team that they went up against with FPXM, where they were almost close to victory, they went out at a stretch of 22 rounds. So that was really energy tolling. So again, they had to go down to an overtime against a team that, that doesn't have their ace player and has a coach inside the lineup. So it's not really looking good for WDC.Freeslot. But again, what they're aiming for here is a 2-1 victory. And if they don't win this S&D, their playoff run might just be over, man.
I mean, it's bound to happen here. Not unless they prove us wrong here. Statistics-wise, just looking back to history and how the energy is for the WDC.Freeslot, Search and Destroy, it's not so promising no more. But till then, it could be a different type of read. Let's just hope that in between the games, they went back to the drawing boards and revised what they exactly have to do to take down Smart Omega here for Search and Destroy. And after that, they got to deal with Control as well. And in terms of Control, Cali, Smart Omega is not too shabby as well. So the spotlight here has been taken away quite big time here out away from WDC.Freeslot. But then again, it's just the job of WDC.Freeslot to prove us wrong for this one. Search and Destroy just right around the corner here. It's a shaky situation, but anything is still possible.
Yeah, anything is still possible. But again, looking at things realistically, Smart Omega is favored to win this series just by looking at how well they perform in terms of the statistics and how well they've been doing ever since the start of 2022. This is a team that, had a rough time at Garena Masters Season 1 to becoming a back-to-back champions of Garena Masters. And of course, being able to advance as one of the teams to actually play at the World Championship on December 15. And now, with all due said, Smart Omega is going to take their map pick. They're going to win it by a 100-point margin. So now, this time, they will stand a chance, as we are going to be loading up Stand-Up Search and Destroy, a map that they picked. But here is the question, here is the catch. When they went up against DYG earlier, this is where they struggled up against Ma, who has a great sniper in him. And, it could totally fall to the same thing. Smart Omega has Whoopi, who can play the same exact playstyle of Ma. He can nail down shots, scores you the first bloods, and hits amazing shot. And if Freeslot doesn't find an answer for that, I think it might just be a little bit over for them. But now, here we go. Game 2 of the decider between who will be advancing to the playoffs starts, and Rage picks up the first blood with the KRM.
Yep, it does get traded as well. Anowin finds him out of the equation. Risky there from the backside. Will dance around, but spots him out of the equation. Player 1, Whoopi, tags Anowin up. But that's gonna go for a fallback, but no, my days, Idra. Idra with a God Nade will find a connection onto as well. The bomb will start to take 2. It's a 3v3 situation.
It's still totally a possible play here for WDC.Freeslot. I love the aggression. They sent out 2 players around the A side and, of course, put C1 on the mid-map to find a score kill. And now that they have been successful, they go and play passive this time. A kind of a tactical play for them, because right now, Omega is forced to play for retake with only 19 seconds left. And if you're Candy, you gotta win this gunfight. He wins that huge kill. And of course, Idra follows up with his own 1v1. And despite the tactical brilliance from WDC.Freeslot, the gunfights just a lot better for Smart Omega.
I was overlooking at the WDC.Freeslot and who's going to be the key player to really open up the bomb sites. And I was eyeing for a Guitar right there, but as we saw in the first casualty, he lost against Rage. And in terms of the key star that we talk about, obviously it's going to be Smart Omega Whoopi. So it's a big contrast, and now this one's going to play out. And we're just talking about these 2 stars here for each end. And looking like Whoopi heard me back. He says Guitar no more. Alongside with the 4 players here from the WDC.Freeslot, left alone C1 in a glimpse of a second. It's a 1v5.
Yeah, 2 nades there for Smart Omega. You hate to see that, but I believe WDC could have taken that one a lot better when they used trophy systems, and it truly hurt their chance of attacking there when you got 2 just got ridden off by a God Nade or something. And Smart Omega will be starting this S&D with an early 2-round lead. WDC, despite being on the attacks, has been trailing. So now the big question is, what type of strats are they gonna do? First and foremost, they send out Guitar to pull out in the cubby. He finds the first player, wrapping around the bag. Is just being a mainstay, dancing against the 2 players, almost a 3K for him. But Risky ends this time. A great hold onto that, but Anowin now breaks off the back. The flank could just happen. Has to stay alive here though. Idra on the push. He knows this guy is vulnerable, and Idra just making full use of the situation. A 1v2, all down to C1. The bomb dropped at A. It's a tough tall order for him.
It's a tough tall order for him. Clear 4. Just spotting him out. Just win the gunfight right there. He's gonna go for a spray down once more. Adrian needs to find a connection, but no. C1 gets a spray down, gets a spray transfer, and gets a 1v2 in the first round as well for the side of WDC.Freeslot. Wow.
I take it back. I take back what I said. I'm sorry, C1. It is an easy order for him. I mean, the spray transfer was just too pure. I mean, the dance with the CBR4 clearly worked to his advantage. So, with all that said, here we go. We have seen Freeslot win their first round, but can they chain it? Right now, the defense of Smart Omega is going to be very aggressive. They sent out one player already in it at mid-map, of course. Number 2 in blue in Candy already in the gas station. Whoopi finds the first blood. The first blood Reaper in for it to win it. Rage finds a huge double as well. Whew. I mean, what this team can't do. I mean, they smoke out the tank. They're going in for the defuse. A flat-out field day. Round number 4. Smart Omega way step ahead in terms of strategy.
Yeah, I mean, with the overall, the way the advancement of the taunts here for inside of Smart Omega is just so significant that WDC.Freeslot looks so lost on what they exactly have to do, and they're just dropping down, getting dropped down like flies everywhere. Smart Omega Whoopi gonna be able to get the first 3 kills up in a board. Rage spawns down to 4 and left alone. C1 once more in a 1v5. This is such a dominating run here for the set of Smart Omega. Wow.
Wait, it's over? Wait,
done.
Wait, oh my god. I just look at the statistics and wow. I am impressed. They just do a lot better in the succeeding rounds. I'm not going to be surprised if we're going to see a fast round in here as well. But again, you know, if you're Freeslot and things are not going your way, you gotta find an answer. And they don't. Rage wins the other gunfight in the mid-map, but luckily Chick was there to trade Rage. And they have crossed the bomb here, so yeah will now stick the plant. But Whoopi is still in the vicinity. He draws 1. Finding one more player on the cubby, he will not be able to convert, but he has built up the damage. Hydra wins another key gunfight. One more massive one up front. He's not gonna contest and of course chase him down. Gonna play tactically this time, but I think C1 could just spot him in. He's gonna back away. 24 seconds is still a lot of time. And WDC, the timing is just impeccable. They just gotta play in your winning ways. Guitar gonna be on the bomb site. 2 players ganging up on him. That's too much angle to hold. And Smart Omega, another win. 5-1.
I mean, this is looking like a map pick by the side of Smart Omega. They just exactly know how to respond back with any sort of situations whatsoever. Be it retake, just go aggressive. Change up the tempo. They know exactly what they have to do to win the round up against WDC.Freeslot. But now, here we go. Switch of tides now. We're going to be seeing Smart Omega here pushing through and being the offensive side. Here's WDC.Freeslot just showing a very default format here. 2-1-2 split here. And with Cheek here going quite aggressively on towards the mid lane. Wins up the 50 GS as well to get the kill confirmed. Takes on Whoopi out of the chase. Knows for a fact one player as well there on towards the boxes area. But, you know, with that capitalization right there, it's really putting WDC.Freeslot in a very, very favorable spot.
Well, now they just have to convert here. But Candy's still alive, and this guy's been a playmaker. Same thing for Ader's got 9. Leads the game in total kills. Right now, it's going to be in it to win it. And now when, you know, huge angle on it, the trade is not going to come true for Risky. And there you go. And now with that huge double, Adrian now the final player has to deal with these 3 players and the bomb drop at this A site. So a very precarious one for him. But I mean, this loss is not really a marginal one for them. I mean, they got a good lead in it. So I might as well try and, of course, take this one away. And of course, you know, mess up the psyche of the Freeslot squad in here right now. 47 seconds is left. He has to make a move. And the first 2 players he has to deal with should be at the A-bomb side.
Yeah, it could be the case. 1v3 situation. Idra. 35 seconds left on the clock to play with Jira. And now in on the heady. He just spots him out, but doesn't really find an angle. And we just see Smart Omega just laughing that one off. I mean, it was really an improbable round for Idra right there. I mean, one thing that I just love about it is that, you know, WDC.Freeslot, they're going to be able to slow down the heat of Smart Omega.
All right, now let's see if Freeslot can continue to play this way on the defensive side. Rage is gonna be in here quickly. Smart Omega will just get bursted inside Guitar as he strings the Guitar, smashes, gets matched in here. So not a good way for them, but I'll take that 2v2 trade. C1 with that huge nade. 5-2, 1 minute 37 seconds left. Whoopi on the mid map. Looking to get one more on that barrels. Will not find and get it at the moment, but they are dropping that bomb. And also, they will be planning it. So 40 seconds left, C1. This good pick for Edler should seal it. Now a 2v2. Chick has to win this though, but Kendi just too much. And Whoopi with the headshot. For the next round.
Oh, wow. Smart Omega here. Just putting their names all over the history books of Call of Duty Mobile. They're advancing. They have advanced to the stage for the competition here, pulling off a shocker up against WDC.Freeslot as well. Back-to-back Arena Masters champions here. Everything is just so well laid down. And it's just a big improvisation here by the side of Smart Omega. So here we go. I mean, the last and final round here. I mean, it's a good start here for the side of WDC.Freeslot, but we can really see things turn around here for the side of Smart Omega. As now Rage, Risky, Whoopi, they get the respondent down within. Guitar and Anowin left alone in a 2v4 situation. What can they do?
I mean, they want the win. They want the 3-0. They want the sweep. Rage now finds himself in a close quarter combat. Wins against Guitar. Looking to chase down Anowin to end the round. End the game. 7-2. Smart Omega gets it done. Securing the playoffs.
Wow. I mean, there's just a lot of things that Smart Omega is securing here. All the way from CDFI to playoffs here down to stage 5, which honestly, guys, the Filipino Pride here support Smart Omega here as they're looking to be a very promising team. You know, we can really expect a lot for this team overall. A lot of talents has been involved with Smart Omega. They have Coach Erico there for stage 5. They might go against Coach Image as well up against Unream. You know, that's really an exciting team overall. I think I'm just fanboying here for the side of Smart Omega. For the side of WDC.Freeslot though, don't mark me on this. I mean, I'm a big fan of WDC as well, but you know, it's really just Smart Omega having a better run here.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the strategy, I mean, like, Smart Omega is looking like more of a structured, a strategized team, and they are clearly a lot better in the scopes. And that we did see, you know, Whoopi can deal the damage in that long range. Same thing the way Mad did it to the boys of WDC.Freeslot. And it's not really a good side at all, you know. Having to pick the map where you lost earlier, not a good pick. And sadly for Freeslot, their journey for the playoffs ends in here. But they do have one more match to win, that they can win to actually prove that, you know, Whoopi's 3-0 will not happen, Warden.
I mean, I think that's just, you know, the stakes here for this this whole thing, the pride, with Whoopi calling out a 3-0 before this whole thing happened. I think it's just, you know, their job here to deny, at least, you know, if ever we're going to go down, it's not going to be the statement that Whoopi put up. It's going to be a 3-0 win, but it's control here, Cali. And in terms of like the overall statistics here, I could actually put it, you know, to a 60-40, all just because the Smart Omega has had that heat for a very convincing time now here, Cali.
Yeah, I mean, for Smart Omega, the only thing that they struggled earlier was up against W Gaming. I mean, the key take there was W Gaming was playing a more range, a lot better than Smart Omega. So that was quite a stretch for them. But here this time, they have to worry about close range, where in return, I don't think they're going to have a problem with, because they have Whoopi in there. But before we go and look at the control game, let's take a look at the stats in here for Smart Omega and WDC.Freeslot. And boy, oh boy, it is not a good side at all. 40 kills for Smart Omega. Freeslot with 20. That's double the kills of Freeslot. I mean, just looking at the way they just played that game, you know, a very dominant one. And not to mention the KD, 2.0 for Smart. That's times 4 of the KD that WDC has. So, wow, man.
You know, with this whole rivalry that we have for Smart Omega and WDC.Freeslot, it's been on it for years, Cali. And one thing about WDC.Freeslot that they had to face up against Smart Omega is that, you know, they've dealt through so many varieties or variations of Smart Omega, aka NRX Jeremiah back in the days. And really, they are the kryptonite. Smart Omega is truly the kryptonite up against WDC.Freeslot. But then again, there were some tournaments, it's notably, I do believe the CGI 1, where WDC.Freeslot was able to conquer that one out compared to the team here, Jeremiah, or aka Smart Omega. Until then, that's just where it ends off here. Looking at the MVP of the game overall here for Search and Destroy, who else could it be aside from Whoopi?
Just striking that pose reminds me of, we're gonna do this 3-0 easily, whatever. That's kind of insulting, man. But yeah, I mean, Whoopi deserved it. He was all eyes, playing the Overwatch for this team and having to score 10 kills and again a 2.5 KP. That's a very impressive one. So take a look at the stats. WDC.Freeslot right off the get-go struggled on the attacking side, mainly because of the range that Whoopi has allocated in the game itself. And not to mention the grenade kills that Smart Omega had over time really reduced the odds of WDC winning in this game at all. And Smart Omega just completely annihilated WDC on this Search and Destroy, and to top it all off, Rage with that beautiful two-piece with the KRM to get that 2-0 lead in the series. And I mean, they might as well go for that 3-0, to tie up the points allocated here by W Gaming as well.
Yep, definitely. And if ever Smart Omega can just take this one out by a storm and win this one out 3-0, they're going to be singing Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao. Goodbye, beautiful. I mean, WDC.Freeslot, they had a good run here for CDFI. They were able to hustle down a lot of the teams here in this competition, but you hate to see it. Only 2 teams advanced per bracket here, and unfortunately, and quite fortunately for the set of Smart Omega, it's going to be them and DYG.
Yeah, it's going to be them and DYG. Honestly, I wanted to see more of WDC.Freeslot, but they have stuck through the same lineup for about 2 years now, and we haven't seen much improvement here at all. Maybe a coach could definitely help this team, because taking a look at what they can offer without a coach, they are a top tier, solid team from Garena, and they are hard hitters in respawns, and maybe the strategies that they can use could help them propel even and transcend to a better WDC.Freeslot. And I mean, this is the best Thailand squad competing in CDFI 2022, and they're here for a reason. Is because they themselves have been kings in their own region, but unfortunately it is not just enough up against Smart Omega.
Yep, it's not gonna be enough at all. So I mean, this is their last run right here. Let's just hope that they're going to be able to play by the passion here, play 100% here, and just showcase what they're truly made of. Because, after all of this, we're going to be able to hear another interview here for side of Smart Omega, and I'm quite interested in what they're going to be able to see. So here we go. Control right around the corner here. And WDC.Freeslot, all that left remains here is the pride of not getting taken out of the equation in a 3-0 manner.
Yeah, so there it's going to be Whoopi, with that 3-0 that's going to stuck through WDC's head at the moment. And now for Freeslot, they have the chance to exit this group stage with a victory in this map, which is Control. But looking at the way they have performed so far, they are kind of a 50-50 here at this Control game mode. And Summit is going to be favoring Freeslot in terms of their gun personality, but Smart Omega Rage, and not to mention Kennedy, has just continued to transcend his gameplay when he is wielding that Holger 26. And now we are ready to go. Smart Omega WDC.Freeslot on Control Summit. Here we go. Final game of the day. Can Smart Omega get that 3-0 to get that sweep?
Can they do it? I mean, here we go. Round number 1 for Control here, opening up and looking like the first kill here will begin. And served by Whoopi himself. Takes on Sheik out of the equation, but yeah finds 2 of their own as well. I mean, we're not really going to be expecting a lot of significant control here, as it's only the start of the game, but one for sure, Smart Omega. They're popping off, and they're getting that retention of control here on towards the mid lane.
I mean, this is an interesting setup here for Smart Omega. More often than not, Rage is a solid shotgun player, but to send out Candy with the KRM is gonna be a useful take for them. I mean, they can pair up with Anowin and of course Yaya's gun here, or Guitar's gun. So for now, it's been a relatively close battle, 22-20. Candy with that huge nade They are looking to defend this A control point, and the same thing with the B control point. They have done it very well at the moment, and they have defended for a good solid 45 seconds. And we haven't seen any rotations made for Freeslot, and Whoopi now has his own vantage point. So a lot of free kills for him here at this A control point.
You know, we're looking at the game here on the even ground right now, as the lives are actually much more significant, more for the side of WDC.Freeslot. So 17-14. Here, Smart Omega, a little bit of a slower pace this time around, as WDC.Freeslot actually extended their map control by quite a lot. And along the process as well, they're getting the capture here on towards the B control point, but it's only until now as Risky going back here. But till then, the control point still contested, and soon enough, it might get cleaned up. Here, now this time around, WDC.Freeslot, they're on the trail here, and it's really quite devastating to see. Hopefully they can extend their time furthermore. Guitar here popping off on towards Dark, and just like that, I mean, 1 minute and 30 we played with here for the set of WDC.Freeslot.
I mean, this is a perfect way for them to end this round. Freeslot has taken the B control point, so now they just only have to worry about the close quarter combat, where in return they do a lot well. And Whoopi is not going to be very effective in here, especially with that scope. So right now, WDC is looking to end this first round with a victory. But right now, it's not going to be that easy. The game is still relatively close, and Rage is going to be popping up with a huge 2Ps. And now, it is a tie game. Rage and Id are now looking to lock the spawns. He finds one. He gets stunned, has to back away, reposition, waiting for the moment for him to strike once again. And there it is. Perfectly timed kill, ending up with the victory at round number 1. A great defensive side for Smart Omega, but it's very, very close.
Yeah, quite close, quite close. I mean, for a moment there, WDC.Freeslot, they had a control right there, and they also had the time to just slow down just a little bit and recompose and gather the thoughts that they have to exit it up away and up against Smart Omega here. But here we go, side switch now. Freeslot playing defense. Smart Omega here on offense, and so far WDC.Freeslot Guitar here not slowing down at all. He's setting up the spawn trap right here, and it's actually quite working out.
I mean, this is what you want if you are Freeslot. Initiate the spawns easily, and of course, just stun these players away. But Whoopi gets away with the stun grenade kill against Chick. You don't often get to see that, but Whoopi can do the impossible, and you already know Freeslot gonna have a huge number advantage with the way they've been invading. And, you know, Omega is having a rough time bringing up spawns, and not to mention all of the operator skills just being sent out in here by Freeslot. And now in doing a great job making sure the choke points won't be greatly hold on to. And Anowin just continues to slay it out here, dwindling down the number of Smart Omega to 13 live counts. So that's a surplus of 8 live counts here for Freeslot, and they've been able to hold off the spawns for a very long time. Smart Omega can't find no answer.
Can't find no answer no more, and the pride is still alive here for the set of WDC.Freeslot. Anowin, Guitar, Cheek, all over. They have 3 KRMs here quite available for them, and it's actually something that I love to see here for them. I mean, it's working out quite well. But for now, Smart Omega, they do get a clearance here on towards the B control point, with WDC.Freeslot having 14 lives, comparison to 7 here, doubling it down here, out away from Smart Omega. Anowin on a spree, all over the place. It's truly a secured round here for the side of WDC.Freeslot, not until, or not when, Smart Omega can pull off a miracle run.
And this is looking like a Freeslot win here. I think it's impossible with 4 live counts. And, you know, with the way Freeslot has been holding up these power angles, it's looking so sure of that they're gonna get this. Not to mention, Freeslot is gonna have to defend the B control point, which is very open, and that should signal more kills for this team. And there you go. The final 2 kills are converted, and we have a tie game. So there you go. Despite being on the losing side, I mean, Chick finds a way to smile, and of course, that should be a great way for them to actually find their way back in here. You know, make sure that they get this last win, avoid that 3-0, avoid that sweep. But it's not going to be easy, because right now, Smart Omega is going to be on the defensive side, and they might be looking for the same exact strategy that Freeslot did earlier, using the operator skills to take down the players on the spawns.
I don't exactly know if this is what you would call the blitz play, just investing these annihilators or over the special agent, just going aggressively could be one key factor for you to just win out control. But looking like Smart Omega did try to go for that run. It didn't really work out, but they're really comprehending that one out back with their mechanical raw capabilities here. But with Risky cutting off the rotation here with an annihilator, does spot down 2 players here for his stake. Rage as well. Definitely get the much capitalization, but till then they do get the clearance here and they do get the aggression enough to cut off the rotation here from the spawns of WDC.Freeslot.
Yeah, Freeslot, they used up all of their operating skills, so they don't have anything to break through it. So they have to use their team play. And of course, the raw vanilla guns to win everything here. Where in return, they don't really win and find much success. Smart Omega now has a 3 life surplus, but Freeslot is hanging in there. They are in striking distance, and now they are looking to stop the time here and, of course, capture one of the flags. And this is going to be a divide and conquer for this squad. And now it's going to be on the second floor control. And, they have to find a way to secure one flag here. Of course, just to increase the time limit, because at the moment, it's not looking good. And right now, their main focus is this B side, and they have good control. Chick gonna be finding 2 in a row there. And they might be able to win this because right now, this perfectly timed operator still could get it, but Kendy out of nowhere strikes him, and that's it. 8-6. The life count gonna be favoring Smart Omega, but we have that score limit. Of course, reached off.
Does reach up here, 6-3 here, still the lives double it down, but Rage with Anowin under his belt, 1 life remaining here for the side of WDC.Freeslot, and it's gonna be game over, and Rage still continues to haunt. He's on the prowl, he's on the loose. Stop him, please, Anowin, no! Omega just takes that round once more. Oh my days. 1 more round for Smart Omega, and it's truly looking to be a 3-0.
Wow, Rage, just impressive attack there, invading the spawns. 5 spree is everywhere at this point. 21 kills in the game. And now they are going to be on the attacking side once again, so we could expect WDC to come in more aggressive here this time. They have controlled the A already, and a great defense for them as they now have to find their way to the enemy spawns with Guitar once again trying to best range 5 kills right there. In return, not get Eddie, but WDC off to a great start.
Yeah, they're off to a great start here. They might be able to extend this game furthermore. Till then, the game is still not halfway through, not just yet. But I love the control that WDC.Freeslot is offering here. They got player 2, Cheek, just cutting off the rotation there from the stairs. Guitar here on top of the catwalks. And it's really leaving Smart Omega with so little leeway to play around with. And so far, they're gathering here on towards the B control point, aka the old C domination flag as well. And they're trying to find a break here on the way down to dark.
It's looking like, like the OG season where the KRMs are so valuable. And with the way Kendy and Rage has been building it for Smart Omega, it really brings back the old times where, Smart Omega has crushed and he's been crushing the game with that gun itself. But, I think Guitar is playing it much better with 24 kills out of all. And, they've been finding much more success in this round. C1 once again looking to be a good threat here against Smart Omega, but he gets shot down. But the backup comes through. And Chick, they are all G to find themselves here at the mid-map.
And himself here on towards his mid-map. WDC.Freeslot in a very promising fake here. Only more 8 lives remaining here for them to slay out and reap out away from Smart Omega. And they're going to be able to force this one to a game to round number 5 at least. Till then, 12 more seconds to stall out. Smart Omega showing a little bit more of a fight, but till then, with only 5 lives remaining here, it's only gonna go to consolation here. It's not gonna matter at most. 6 seconds remaining here. Still, the desperation run for Smart Omega is being showcased here. But guess what? It's gonna be a round stolen out away from by WDC.Freeslot. 2-2 now. Next round, the decider of it all. Is it gonna be a 3-0, or will WDC.Freeslot put up our game out away from Smart Omega?
Yeah, well, looking at the defensive side, Smart Omega and of course Freeslot have won every defensive side. So we can assume that Smart Omega will be able to claim this. Well, let's see. Right now, WDC will need to find a way to play much faster than what we see from Smart Omega on the past 2 rounds that they've won all of their defensive side. But Indra's gonna be using his annihilator this time around here at the second floor. So it's kind of anticipating the players to pop out here at instant. Of course, severe some changes, but it's gonna be running out. He has to win with his raw vanilla guns and doing a great job at it. 25-23, still relatively close, but one thing more than likely that we see is Smart Omega slowly pushing through the enemy spawns to initiate that spawn trap once again.
Yep, and it's truly happening here. Last final breakthrough of a phase here for this set of WDC.Freeslot will try to come true, but it does get denied as well. Idra on the point will look for some more, does get some more under his name. Yeah, C1's life it is. With a Predator as well, won't be able to capitalize at all or anything. Until then, it was enough damage to be done for them to remain on that lead, but Sheik here with an Annihilator popping off. He's hungry for more. He wants some more, but till then, no contacts here being drawn out. Smart Omega just avoiding this one, and just like that, Idra will try to avenge himself out. Doesn't really matter here. Till then, all grounds all equalize here, Cali. 14-15.
I mean, C1 almost a perfect Annihilator investment there, but WDC.Freeslot, this is the divide and conquer that they can do. They might be able to score both of these flags by dividing their firepower, and I think that's what they are definitely doing. They put out number 5 in that B control point, so that should seal them 3 segments in at that area. While if they wins this gunfight, it's gonna be pretty much close. Yaya now brings out the Annihilator, and now they have been able to score off 1 flag. One thing more than likely, they stick out risky, and they only need 1 more flag, 1 more segment to win this one up against Smart Omega. But it's gonna go both. It can go both ways in it, judging by the fact that they are going back and forth. But again, WDC can win this if they can play objectively, but Rage coming in with the flank, that's very huge. And now Kendi will bring out that Annihilator to score and severe this players up. They are looking for that 3 and 0. Whoopi now dropping the big guns. 1 more player to beat Kendi. Spot 7 minutes of wait. Smart Omega keeping their promise to bring a sweep up against Freeslot. Solid victory.
Whoopi, Smart Omega living up to the statement right there. Wow, 3-0 victory. What a flex for WDC.Freeslot. Oh my days. Non-cam with DC Coach Erica right there, just smiling for the boys. Well-deserved win right there. It was a good run for Smart Omega, and it's surely not going to end here. They're advancing to the playoffs alongside with DYG for this very bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be one competitive match out there in the playoffs. You know, it's going to be a best of 7, and Smart Omega will have to go to the number 1 seed of Group A. So that will be Q9. So it's going to be the first for them, and it's going to be a really tough fight. But you see here, Smart Omega, you know, they are a squad that is currently coached by 2 coaches, which is Device and, of course, Coach Jericho. But right now, we are going to be seeing the standings later on. And it just really surprised me the most how WDC.Freeslot wasn't really able to put up a fight in here. Just looking at what they were able to do up against Smart Omega on the lower bracket at stage 4. I mean, is the practice that lead to this tournament time just that too good for Smart Omega? I think we can come up to that conclusion, Warden.
Yep, we can absolutely do. But, you know, the next question mark here, I mean, provided for the side of the Smart Omega and DYG, how are they going to be able to perform up against the best out of the best here in this very competition? In every bracket, there's only going to be 2 teams advancing to the next stage of the competition, and it's going to get filtered out. Smart Omega, they still have a little bit more fixing to do, but till then, it could just be a good run for them for CDFI overall. We're talking about, come again, the number 2 Garena team that's going to be representing this server overall to stage 5. So it's a no question mark as well to see their presence here for the playoffs of CDFI.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally expected. These guys were just able to dominate starting the quarter 2 of 2022. Ever since that GM2 started, these guys were annihilating the competition, even beating Blacklist International Ultimate. We're in is the Eastern Finals Codem World Champs. So that really speaks a lot of the progress that this team has been able to do, and we are going to see more from them. So curious to see what they can do because it's a best of 7. So best of 5 and best of 7 are clearly 2 different things. Best of 7 ends up with control and not S&D. And you know what Smart Omega dies with, you know? They leave by the praise. S&D wins you championship. And, you know, that won't happen in a best of 7. But before we all talk about that, let's take a look at the team stats in here. Just look at what just happened in the game itself. Smart Omega had 4 more superior gun skills and, of course, operator investments compared to WDC. But despite of that, WDC has far better kills. And, you know, 139 to 128 is an 11-point margin, relatively close. And it went down to the wire, just went up with the final few engagements there with Annihilator pistols for Smart Omega, one with Whoopi and one with Candy. And I believe the specialists were a big factor for this win for Smart Omega.
Definitely, man. And one thing about Smart Omega that they have really improved is on the decision making for their operator skills. In terms of rotations, map control, they really have it locked on as well. And actually, to come to think of it, they've also improved in that factor of the gameplay. So Smart Omega, they don't have that much skills, but they really know how to play around the objective, and that's exactly how you win championships overall. Although the fad for the playoffs will be changed to control for the last game. Smart Omega, they do prove themselves worthy as one of the best control team in the competition right now. 3-2 here, said and done. 3-0 overall for the set of WDC.Freeslot. It's overall, we could really expect just, a good run here for Omega once more. For Freeslot, salutes to you all for showing your passion here in your resilience for Omega, but it's just not going to be your event for this one out.
Yeah, one thing we can talk about there for Smart Omega is their ability to be far superior when they're going up with a team that is heavily centered on close range engagements. Up against WDCF.Freeslot, up against FPXM, they are able to do the wonders. But when they went up against DYG, where a team had far more superiority in the long range engagements, with Ma and Little Fox being very strong players, they had the rough time. So that's something that Smart Omega has to actually take into consideration moving up to the playoffs. They have to prepare for the worst, and of course with teams that uses range to their advantage. But that can be a topic of discussion for another day. Taking a look at the player stats here, we do have 3 players from Smart Omega having a positive KD. And one thing that's really surprising here the most is that Candy and Rage was using KRMs to counter the attacks of Guitar and Anowin. So they went and played fire to fire, and they ended up with the win. But it's a very close one.
Yep, it's a very close one right there. And one thing that Smart Omega was able to showcase better as well for up against WDC.Freeslot was really controlling the tempo. Going aggressive, slowing down WDC.Freeslot is one key thing that they did here for control. And if we're going to be switching the roles up, if they're going to be playing offense, they really know what corners to watch out on, what are the power positions that they have to take over, and just overall override out away from WDC.Freeslot. So it was quite well locked on right there. But then again, even if I'm nitpicking here and just putting a lot of points in keys to victory here for the set of for Smart Omega, WDC.Freeslot, they still showed off a fight. I mean, it all had to reach to round number 5.
Exactly. WDC, had Smart Omega on the line. They were able to tally up 3 segments in the A control point, and they were 1 segment away from stealing this game against Smart Omega, but only for Rage to spoil the party. He was able to flank and Whoopi was able to take down Chick, and of course, Candy was there to drop C1 to end off the series. But what's more important here is how well these 2 teams have found their winning ways. And the similarity for both ends is that every round win that they have is a defensive round. So in a map like Summit, where you obviously see the control points right exactly in the middle of the map, more often than not, you would say that Summit is an exception because it's a paired up map. But what we did see from both ends, they had far more superiority when they're on the defensive side. So again, the case still stands for this game mode. This game mode is a defensive-oriented map. You start on the defensive side, you're guaranteed to increase your odds of winning.
Yep, I completely correct right there. And that's something that actually is so common to be seen for majority of the maps in control. So if ever you're on I think one thing that really they have to prepare themselves here is, what if they start on offense? What if they start on offense this time around? You really gotta find a way to break the fad of just the defense winning out those rounds. And maybe till then, the run for the playoffs could get more convincing from then on forward. And this just doesn't apply for Smart Omega. This applies for every team in the competition of CDFI right now. They really need to watch out in terms of how to play offense on control. But now, here we go. Moving over to the spotlight here. Let's give it up to Rage here with his KRMs on Summit Control. He bagged 29 kills under his name, 2,800 total damage, a streak of 5, and an MVP count of 5 as well.
He's the guy that Smart Omega counts on the most, specifically in control. He is always out there trapping the players in the spawns, and he played a key factor here to advance and secure the victory. And now, to end it all off, here is the highlight of what just happened in the game. Smart Omega and WDC.Freeslot, they fought tooth to nail, and it all had to come down to a round number 5. But everything, again, as I mentioned earlier, everything ends up with a victory on the defensive side. So when Smart Omega wins theirs, WDC will lose their offensive side, and when we switch sides, WDC wins their defensive side. It's just a back and forth game that we had. And now looking at the post interview, here we have Idra and of course CDM's host.
He feels like using shotgun in raid. That's why he used
And
shotgun.
then I can predict what really happened here.
Yeah, I mean, I think one question here that I could count on, Callie, is how do you feel about serving WDC a 3-0, which Whoopi did say earlier happened?
And honestly, for Idra, he's one key factor in the search and destroy earlier, and he deserves to be really up in here. And he's been one of the refined corner piece for Smart Omega. He's been here ever since the dawn of NRX Jeremiah 2911. And as much as people know of him, he's actually remembered for his chopper gameplay and the way he's actually been able to wield it. But with new updates, there's new metas, and players really have to adapt. And Idra went from an LMG player to an AR. So he's really a solid anchor overall, and he's been the key piece, again, for Mega.
And with, Risky just accompanying him in terms of playing the anchor role, we did hear earlier that in terms of the roles being put up, Risky is the main anchor. Idra is the support anchor here. So we tend to expect that Idra will play around the parameter players more rather than just holding down the power position overall. Because just overall looking how the meta is now played out here for the Green region overall, we tend to see one solid anchor, one support player, 2 players on the objective, and 1 player roaming around. Until then, that's just the whole composition that Smart Omega is trying to offer as well. So, I mean, it's just a really mesmerizing team to see here. A lot of talents involved here. A lot of unexpected changes here with, obviously Jericho getting in for the set of Smart Omega. And ever since the tide right there, I mean, Smart Omega did have a little bit of a rough run when Jericho got announced and all. But, as we can see now, he really accompanied the team to make it through until stage 5.
Yeah, I mean, he went from a caster for Green Master Season 1 to a coach at GM2, started at GM3, they started winning. And it is the coach Jericho effect. And while we did have some heart attacks, specifically on stage 4 when they were on that lower bracket, the coach Jericho effect just happened. But I'm looking forward to what host is saying. I know this is not shut up of AMT. This is a different personality, a different individual. So again, I'm looking forward to how they answer. What Whoopi actually said earlier. The 3-0. The host said, "How are you gonna do it? Are you gonna 3-0 WDC.Freeslot. They were like,
跟秦
yeah,
九对阵过，发
3-0
现秦九是一支非常强劲的队伍，
Okay.
所以我
Yep.
觉得我们
All
必
right.
须加强
We
练
will.
习，才能够
Like,
打败
okay.
他们。
All right. You know, I did hear the translator earlier as well, just like kind of laughing when she was about to question about the related information. Like they're gonna 3-0.
One for you,
Yeah.
and which game modes do you think you can improve?
The best game mode for us is, I think, Hardpoint, and S&D control needs more improvements.
我觉得对我们队伍来说，热点战是我们最擅长的，其他两个包括控制和S&D 需要加强。
也是期待下周你们的精彩表现了。感谢艾塔这手采访，我们把时间交给解说席。
Oh, well, Warden. That was kind of an interesting take for Ithra. You know, they said that their best game mode yet is Hardpoint. Looking at statistics, that's not really where they are good at. S&D is where they are good at, statistically looking on paper. But I guess we can see it. You know, at this day, they were able to win not just against WDC.Freeslot, they win against FPXM, and of course, DYG today. They went 3-0. They went 3-0 at Hardpoint with a total of 100% win rate. So I totally get it. But again, you know, Hardpoint still really needs some work. But they did their thing. They did their homework, and they were able to improve it.
And I think it's just going to get more promising for the set of Smart Omega. You know, mentality-wise, they best believe that their best mode is Hardpoint. And then you say it's Search and Destroy. Left alone, it's going to be on Control. How do they play on Control? I'm loving the whole heat here in the fighting power of Smart Omega. And that's exactly how gamers should be, you know, just confident here, calling out what they want to do, calling out the projections, 3-0 from set of Whoopi. The energy here with Idra just calling up Hardpoint as their best game mode, despite the fact that it's against numbers. They believe it. And when you believe in, when they manifest, it surely happened. And they've been manifesting for their stage 5. It happened now. Everything now is just so well done nicely for the side of Smart Omega. So I love it. I love it a lot, man.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we are looking forward to what this team can do on that playoffs where it's going to be a best of 7. And again, to touch up on what I just said earlier, you know, 100% win rate at the Hardpoint game mode. And, of course, they were able to win S&Ds up against FPXM and WD.Freeslot. So they did have struggle against a team that has a better sniper. So that's one thing that they really have to work on. So overall, at the end of the day, they finished up with a 66.67% win rate percentage in the S&D game mode itself. And, you know, it's just, if they continue to work up and, of course, learn how to play the game, they're guaranteed to be on top of the competition, Warden.
Quite guaranteed. After all, we're talking about Smart Omega back-to-back Arena Masters champions, the second team to qualify for the Stage 5 take. And here we go. We got the results for this matchup day here, Cali. So the first game here will be won over by DYG in a 2-1 manner here up against Omega. Omega respond back with their own sense of heat, taking down FPX here in a 3-0 manner. FPX once more suffer another loss up against WDC.Freeslot in a 2-1 manner.
I mean, the surprising game here was that first game. You know, that was a cracker. W Gaming and Omega just went full ham at it. And this, again, for Omega, they did win at Hardpoint. That's what I was mentioning earlier. But in fact, they lost Search and Destroy at Slums, a map that they picked. And overall, they actually also lost that Control. And that's just what happened, you know. And here we have the standings. Group A, it will be Q9 and Blacklist International Ultimate advancing to the top 1 and the top 2. And for Group B, it is going to be number 1, W Gaming, up with 7 points. And right below them is Smart Omega. And of course, this is a tiebreaker. But since W Gaming has won the series against Omega earlier, they will be ranked number 1. So with all that said, that's going to be it for Group A and Group B. And tomorrow, we will be having more action at Group C, which will happen tomorrow at 4 p.m. We have All Gamers, ABC, Tales of Eastern, and Change World. And looking at the matchups, it's looking like an ABC squad, an Indonesian squad will look to make it at the top just by judging the competition in here. I mean, just comparing this one to the 4 groups, this is the weakest group yet. ABC Esports, I believe, has the capabilities to be the #1 seeded during a team here up against the CDM region. But all gamers change, and Tales of Eastern, they'll be a big threat. The China squads, again, they really love to play S&Ds.
Yep, they really love to play S&Ds here. So ABC, you just got to worry about that. But in terms of spawns, I think you really got that one up in the bag here. It's just a matter of how much points you can really score this one out. But for the rest of the teams, that wasn't really mentioned on the spotlight right there. It's just up to you three to prove us wrong for this one.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And, with all that said, there's a lot more in store for us tomorrow. So you guys better make sure you prepare. Well, although the action is going to be exciting, it's not exciting to what will be happening after Group C, which is Group D, which will feature Almighty. And of course, Wolves, the #1 squad of Garena and the #1 squad of CDM. But with all that said, thank you all guys for having us here. Once again, I'm down here with Warden. I'm Cal Gaming, and of course, on behalf of Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, this is the stage. This is the group stage, day 2 of CDFI 2022. Thank you all guys for having us here. We'll see you guys tomorrow.